with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
riding through another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
It is time to get underway with day 2 of the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships. It is the first tournament of a brand new regulation as hopeful trainers try and vie their way through the grueling day 2 competition, try and make their way into Top Cut and earn that world invite. It's going to be an exciting time and I cannot wait to see who's going to be coming out on top and what Pokemon is going to be claiming that title. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today. And joining me in the lab to kick things off, I have Aaron Zheng and Wolf Glick. First tournament of Regulation G, first regional of Regulation G. I think it's definitely delivered so far.
I love watching the first tournament of a new format because I think it just has a lot of room for creativity. People don't really know exactly what's established yet. This is kind of the tournament that will establish the early metagame. And so yesterday did not disappoint. We saw so many different restricted Pokemon. Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Shadow Rider kind of were like the top dogs or horses coming into this tournament. But we also saw Lugia on stream. We saw Rayquaza on stream. We saw Miraidon on stream, Koraidon on stream as well, Terapagos as well. And so it's really cool to see a format where so many of these restricted Pokemon are viable and doing really well.
Yeah, and you're talking about this is early meta and kind of where trainers' heads are at. But it's not going to be the only Regulation G, and actually this is going to be the format we're going to be riding out for the rest of the season leading up to the World Championships. We only got 2 more regionals here in NA before that NAIC and World, so if you're trying to show them what you got or claim a title, your chances are kind of dwindling away.
Absolutely. I mean, we have this, Indianapolis Regional Championships, and then afterwards we've got the Los Angeles Regional Championships, which will be very interesting as players can learn from what happened in Indianapolis and have a couple more weeks in the format, followed by the one of the biggest events in North America, the North American International Championships this year in New Orleans, which should be very exciting, and then finally the World Championships later in August. So I'm so excited to see how the rest of these events play out.
And of course, if you're trying to go for that world invite still, you don't have most opportunities, but you got to make the most of them when you can. 500 if you're a Masters here in NA to try and get a spot. Of course, claiming a regional championship title will also get that for you, but not very many opportunities left. A lot of trainers did earn invites yesterday, though, which is definitely super, super exciting. But as we're looking back on the day 1 of competition, we got to dive a little bit deeper into what we did get to see, because we did get to see a lot of different restricteds coming out. And I want to start off by talking about the horses that we kind of expected, because that's how we kicked off the stream. And honestly, that was kind of the expectation going into Regulation G, that Calyrex and both of them, the Ice Rider and the Shadow Rider, are going to be very strong.
Yeah, this was such a fun game to start off the tournament. Wolf and I were lucky enough to get to commentate it, and we had a classic battle of Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Shadow Rider. I think a lot of people had these pegged as number 1 and number 2 coming into this tournament, and this battle did not disappoint. In game 1, it was Z's Calyrex, Ice Rider that was able to take full dominance. In game number 2, Dylan's Calyrex, Shadow Rider was positioned perfectly, especially with double fake-out pressure from Incineroar and Rillaboom, and so it was a really good showcase of how strong both of these Pokemon can be.
Absolutely, and I think what we saw is actually indicative of the overall trend in the tournament, where although Calyrex Shadow Rider was thought to be closer to the top restricted Pokemon coming in, it actually looks like it might be Calyrex Ice Rider, and in the end, Z was able to show off the power of Pelipper and also the power of Calyrex Ice Rider when paired with Incineroar to really dismantle Dylan's Shadow Rider team. So it was a great set, and it might have been indicative of, yeah, maybe an overall trend in the tournament.
Yeah, they even got to have the rematch be kicking off today, and Zia yet again coming out on top in that Cali Ice versus Cali Shadow showdown. So be intrigued to see across the board how many times it plays out, which one's really going to be taking that crown. Of course, talking about other restricteds and something that had a lot of people talking yesterday, we have to talk about this Miraidon.
Miraidon!
I was a doubter, but oh my goodness.
I think Wolf and I lost our mind at this game. It was just insane.
Bye-bye, Ensign.
Rajan Ball using this really cool Miraidon team, getting a one-hit knockout onto what feels like every Pokemon in this match. I mean, Volt Switch picking up 2 knockouts onto Incineroar and Rillaboom. Rajan is using, I think, one of the most creative teams I've seen so far in this early format, having Whimsicott with Encore, Pressure, as well as Protect. And Choice Specs Miraidon just does ridiculous amounts of damage. If you have not seen this set, I highly, highly recommend it because it just showcases how powerful of a Pokemon Miraidon specifically can be.
Yeah, it's also really interesting because we typically think of Rillaboom as being a great Pokemon to answer Miraidon, and having both, I think it was Rillaboom and Amoonguss on the opposing team, like, yeah, like it seems like you should have really good answers for Miraidon, but Rajan did not make it look that way, is what I'll say. And actually, his team was built in such a way that his opponent didn't even want to bring their restricted Pokemon Calyrex Shadow. That was the only match on stream, the only game on stream where the restricted Pokemon never made an appearance. So I think that's really, really interesting and indicative that maybe a lot of players who thought that Miraidon was one of the weaker restricted Pokemon might be singing a different tune nowadays.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the different Sandwich Dragon counterpart, the Koraidon here, to be the one that maybe sets the Sunsteals to show a little bit more, but it was a different Sunsetter that we got to see kick it off in round 9, and a classic Weather War, honestly. Anyone who's been around VGC for a hot second knows this battle of the Kyogre and the Groudon, and finishing off the broadcast like that, I think was very fitting.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Groudon in particular. I think Kyogre is maybe like number 4 in a lot of people's lists right after the horses as well as Terapagos. But Groudon we had not really seen appear on stream yet, even though it was pretty high in terms of usage rate in this tournament. It was cool to just see what kind of sets people are running. Clear Amulet's such a good item on it, and it was able to pick up a lot of knockouts throughout the course of the game. Of course, the most stressful thing about this Pokemon is having to hit those Precipice Blades.
That's the thing, too. The Precipice Blades, I mean, I feel like this is going to explain it all.
Yes! Let's go! Oh, man. GG's, bro.
Crazy ending, crazy ending.
Crazy ending.
Truly was a crazy ending to that one, honestly. You can see, I feel like that is the feeling that everybody has when it's down to a Precipice Blades, because that move misses more than it hits, I swear. But being able to, for Jonathan to make his way into day 2 off of that one, I think it's incredible. We got 3 pages of day 2 Swiss players. There's a lot of names here that stand out off the bat.
Totally. I mean, I see so many ex-regional champions just within this field, especially those players that were 9-0 or 8-1 coming into today. Players like Nick Navarre, Justin Tang, Andrew Ding, Shiliang Tang, Justin Burns, Aaron Trailer, Stefan Mott, just to name a couple. Rajan Ball and Nick, by the way, the 2 players that were able to go 9-0 yesterday, so they didn't drop a single game using Terapagos and the Miraidon.
Yeah, lots of great players here, and lots of great players more on the screen as well. What's interesting is that all of these players still have a chance, or had a chance at the start of the day at least, to make it into the top cut. But, you know, a couple rounds in, some of these players are starting to get eliminated, so it'll be really interesting to see who's still in contention to win the tournament.
Yeah, the tournaments are getting more and more difficult as more and more people are showing up. So taking early losses on day 2 definitely does not spell well for you. If you can make the runs to get the championship points, and hey, try and do what you can. If you take 1 loss but can win out, you can see what happens here. But for anyone who's able to make it day 2 in our first Reg G regional, I think is truly impressive in itself. And off of these names, we'll have it narrowed down at the end of the day for one more person to graphic. At this point, out of the field, Riley's the only one who has the opportunity to get a repeat off this competition.
Yeah, I think he lost the first round as well, so actually his odds
gonna make it tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. I think one of the things that's interesting to follow is if you look at the list of champions this year, so many of them have been playing for so long. Most, I think, other than Michael and Gio actually had won like a championship before as well, and so I think veteran experience goes a really, really long way in competitive Pokemon. And like I mentioned, a lot of those 9-0, 8-1 players were people that have won regionals before. So I'm curious if we'll see a player rise up to the top or whether it'll be someone who's already won before.
It's going to be such an exciting day of competition ahead of us. And of course, we want to know who you think is going to be taking the crown and what Pokemon. Hashtag play Pokemon, a variety of platforms, and we might be able to feature your post on stream. And of course, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, make sure to follow the channel, turn on the notifications button, and hey, let us know what you think there too. But our day 2 is chugging along. I think it's about time to start getting underway with our competition. I want to know what Gabby and Rose have to think about it. So let's head on over to our caster desk.
Well, thank you so much, Sierra, Aaron, and Wolf, for kicking off our day. We are so excited to be back here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships to get through the rest of our Swiss round action and then to get into our top cut. This has been an amazing weekend so far. Gabby, I'm so excited to be back here with you to kick off this first round of the day, and single restricteds have really lived up to the hype.
I agree. It's been a really fun weekend to see what everybody's cooking with and what is emerging on top in terms of what converted well into day 2, what didn't convert well to day 2. We're going to talk about that in a moment. First, though, for those of you who may be just joining us, let's take a look at the format that our competitors are playing in this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open teamless format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Not too many events left in the season for you to get those championship points or to get this prizing. This is what is on the line for our Masters Division trainers today. This is really where you can start to think about, can I get that top 16? Can I get that top 8?
And not only that, we have several players who are still in contention for Top Cut who not only need the championship points to maybe get a Worlds invite, but we have some trainers who are in contention who are trying to fight for those travel awards. This is really one of the last 2 events in North America that will qualify towards those travel awards, which is huge. I mean, being able to take home, obviously, $6,000 if you win is a very nice chunk of change.
And a couple thousand on top of that to be able to go to Hawaii. Not too bad.
Not too shabby. I mean, that's like an extra luau or something on top of a very, very fun time at the World Championships.
For sure. There's so much that we get a chance to dive into today, but the first thing I think we have to talk about is the usage.
Yes.
So yesterday we got our very first look at what Regulation G can be as a format. And as we take a look at our usage for day number 1, you'll see the usual suspects we expected to see kind of at the top of the usage charts. Shadow Rider Calyrex, Ice Rider Calyrex. We all expected to see Koraidon and Miraidon show up, but maybe Miraidon and Terapagos not where we thought they would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it was really the Wild West coming into this first tournament. I think a lot of us were looking at some grassroots tours to try to get an early indication of what to expect. But overall, I think that we were really caught by surprise. I mean, we saw Miraidon do insanely well the other day. We saw Lugia do really, really cool things. But if we want to go ahead and get a drum roll going,
yeah, I would love to get into the day 2.
Yeah.
I think what'll be interesting is to see where Kyogre, Miraidon, and Terapagos switch specifically, because this is what we expected to see for Terapagos.
Yes.
In that 3rd place spot, not in the 5th place spot. And Miraidon is still maybe in more usage than we expected it to be, but to see Koraidon fall off as much as it did and Miraidon to have a higher conversion success rate, I think is kind of wild to think about, just knowing where Miraidon was sitting coming into this weekend.
Exactly. I mean, if you were to look at some historical data, there was a tournament series last year in Japan. It was on Battle Stadium, best of 1, closed team sheet, and Miraidon really just dominated that tournament. You had to run either Miraidon or Calyrex on your team, so admittedly, you know, the numbers were a little bit biased in that regard, but everybody ran Miraidon, and I feel like this is more of an indication of sort of that signal. But that also being said, I mean, 6% is not a lot of people on the field.
It's not a lot of people on the field, but they have made it look so good.
Yes.
I think the lounge hit on that perfectly, especially looking at Rajan Ball's match. I did not ever expect that Incineroar would get knocked out in one hit by a Volt Switch, but Miraidon is the only Pokemon that could really make that possible. At the very top, though, I think we have to talk about the horses in the room, and that's Shadow Rider and Ice Rider Calyrex. Shadow Rider and Ice Rider Calyrex, these are both Pokemon that people expected to be kind of S-tier picks heading into the weekend, and they have maintained that. But what's really interesting is when we dive a little bit deeper into the Ice Rider usage specifically, there were a couple of archetypes that people were looking at. There was a team by Juan Odriozola in Europe that really just was at the top of these online tournaments.
Yep.
Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Pelipper. We saw that on the broadcast a little bit yesterday. But there's another variant of this team that we haven't gotten a chance to see yet, and that's Ice Rider and Blood Moon. That's actually going to make up 6 of the teams that are in day number 2. So yeah, 10 Ice Rider and Pelipper, 6 of the Ice Rider and Blood Moon, and 4 that are kind of testing the waters with what we could see in the future.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to call out as well is that it does feel like Ice Rider Calyrex is a lot more versatile in this format compared to what we saw from it in Sword and Shield. You don't have to commit 100% to hard Trick Room. Even if you are running the Blood Moon variant, there's plenty of options for support right now in the metagame that allow you to, you know, have that bulk, take advantage of that bulk, and really let Ice Rider shine. I mean, the trick with both of these horses is their Chilling Neigh and the Shadow Rider version of that ability just give you a boost for every Pokemon that you knock out in your attack or special attack. And really, as long as you can lock in one of those boosts, it really just helps you get this momentum going. So shout outs to both of the Calyrex forms. I do think that while we might not see 30% locked into these Pokemon long term, I do think that these numbers are going to equalize a little bit as we develop the format, as we get closer to Worlds. I do think it's crazy that the Ice Rider form is on top, because I think coming into this weekend, everybody really was looking at Shadow Rider just because of those early performances.
I think Shadow Rider's a little bit more frail.
Yeah.
Something that we've seen a lot of our trainers with Ice Rider Calyrex do is they don't necessarily always set up Trick Room, and they are still able to use the Ice Horse's natural bulk to just survive and dish out a bunch of damage. That's lovely. Not as much setup required, but when we take a look at our top 12 Pokemon that are non-restricteds, this is the usage stats for day number 1. Take a mental note or a screenshot or something. And then we're going to go ahead and...
too.
Huh?
You take a picture with your phone.
Oh, you could also just take true. I actually wouldn't, I guess it's just a picture. Yeah, I was like, what do you call that? Just a picture, honestly.
Selfie.
A selfie with yourself next to the usage chart. Turn around and do it. But when we look at our top 12 Pokemon for day 2, this is what we were talking about. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is now going to make an appearance in the top 12.
Not only that, it looks like
where did Single Strike Urshifu go?
Single Strike Urshifu is gone. The Ogerpon Wellspring form has dropped down a ton. Pelipper has flown up to the top, and Incineroar, 70% of the field. I don't think we've seen a number that high since Fluttermane early meta. That is, I think that's right though. At the end of the day, Incineroar is just one of those Pokemon that there's so many different ways you can run it. There's so many different ways it can provide support for your team. Even if you are dealing with 50% of the field having a Urshifu Rapid Strike form, which can do super effective damage, the Pelipper with Weather Ball and Rain, like, yeah, there's threats out there, but Incineroar is just too... It just can play around those very easily.
Yeah, I'm still thinking on the Incineroar point. I think it depends on who you ask whether or not seeing 70% of Incineroar is right or wrong.
I mean, that's also, I guess, an opinion question and also a data question, but I do think this is what I was expecting.
Chanpao made it too.
Yeah.
Shout out to production for reminding us of that, but Chanpao did make it as well, and it's so weird to follow how Chanpao has navigated some of the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It was there as a big part of the Chanpao and Dragonite core for the priority spam, and then it fell off a lot because Farigiraf was in the room. Farigiraf is still here, but Chanpao is very, very consistent with things like Ice Spinner now, Icicle Crash, just all of that ice type damage really valuable for most of the things you see on this graphic.
Exactly, and I think 9% was right about what the Kyogre teams were looking at, right? Percentage-wise in the field. I think there's a lot of good synergy between Chanpao and having Rain up on the field. You're going to be taking less damage from those fire type attacks. And if you think about Kyogre as well, it really struggles against Pokemon like Rillaboom, Pokemon like Raging Bolt, and Chanpao just does really strong damage into those. So there's a lot of good synergy there.
Yeah, and just with any of the other physical attack-focused restricted Pokemon.
Yes.
I think we've seen it a lot with, I would say, well, Groudon is counterintuitive, but y'all get the picture if you go back and look at the restricted usage. But we also got a chance to talk to some players about their thoughts and just some general tips on how to navigate a regional. So let's go ahead and check out what they've had to say here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
I've got some really good tips that I'm going to take from that and
Yeah,
apply.
Go ahead.
Just apply.
Just apply? Okay.
Apply. Osmosis, photosynthesis.
You're gonna protosynthesis.
Yes.
Yes?
That makes even more sense.
I mean, I was gonna say, I saw you playing Go Battle League earlier. And there were a lot of good Go tips in there too, not
I
gonna
know.
lie.
Yeah, no, I need to start scrimming with some of the other Go casters because I absolutely got my butt kicked by Jellicent earlier today. I've been playing the Great League Remix. That's been really fun.
I mean, to be fair, if you go back in time in VG history, you could also get your butt kicked by Jellicent back then too.
It's so true.
Not talking about
Don't wanna go
personal
back
experience
there.
or anything. But no, it's always so exciting to see how people prepare for these tournaments. It's always great to see people making friends so that you do have people to scrim with when you're preparing for your next event. And sometimes you may just end up getting paired up against those friends in the matchup too, which is always exciting and might be a little hint of what we're going to see in this next round.
We have seen that a lot over the course of the tournament. I was just even looking at looking back at some of our matches yesterday, so many content creators going up against people that they actually work with, and then just friends in their building groups actually playing against each other as well. So there's been a little friendly fire amongst those groups, but maybe a little less to come as we take a look forward at the rest of our championship Sunday today. Anyway, here are your Swiss rankings as they stand right now after 11 rounds of Swiss. We still have 3 more for these players to get through, but this is where they stand now.
Yeah, so Nick Navarre is our only undefeated trainer so far today, having 11 wins between yesterday and today. Rajan Ball dropping down to 1 loss alongside of Justin Tang and Z Costangiola, but overall, I mean, we have a Miraidon that's X&1, we have that Kyogre Iron Jugulus team that's X&1, we have a Calyrex Ice Rider that's X&1, and Terapagos, interestingly enough, is the only undefeated one. So I think Terapagos, that's a surprise to me, honestly.
It's a surprise to me too, because Terapagos, I still think, is a little bit underexplored or still maybe not being explored in the right ways. Kind of similarly to how I felt about Miraidon. I ranked it so much lower in my own power rankings for a single restricted Pokemon because there were so many movesets that I looked at it and went, this doesn't feel like a powerful enough Pokemon to deal with the meta, or maybe the surrounding pieces just weren't where they should be. But take a look at our notable matches for this upcoming round. Wow, there are some spicy matches out there.
I know. I mean, when you get this deep into a tournament, you know that every single matchup is going to be a tough one. Rajan Ball playing Justin Tang, so that's Miraidon versus Kyogre. We have Jonathan, who we saw last round of yesterday at X&2 playing Justin Burns, Eric playing Jody, and Aaron Trailer versus Stefan Mott as well. These matches are so important because if you want to have the best possible chance to make top cut at this point in time, you really don't want to drop down to 3 losses. You really want to keep that momentum going. And you know, when you have to sit down and play a fellow Worlds competitor, when you have to sit down and play someone who has the experience making multiple top cuts, having those championship wins already behind them, and a friend. That's just such a tough spot to be in. So I hope that all of our trainers competing today can remember to have fun while playing, because even though the competition is getting fierce, at the end of the day, I hope we all enjoy it, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I know we're enjoying it, but I don't think that that's saying much for the players that are out in the field.
There's definitely a lot of stress out there.
So
I think maybe we should all Pokemon sleep at the end of the day to just kind of relax and
I'm still having a lot of fun with that. Is that cringe?
No, I want
to announce that.
I want somebody to make me all the cute Pokemon themed meals that my Snorlax eats.
Oh my god.
That would be so nice.
Okay, first of all, some of the flavor text for some of those dishes are really cute. But then I'm like, but I also really want it. Like, there's a curry that's made with oodles of love. I'm like, well, I want that. I want to eat that. I want to be that Snorlax.
I know.
I might be that Snorlax actually on Monday.
If I didn't have to work on Monday, I would love to be that Snorlax. Alas, though, that is the life of a Pokemon trainer. And as you may have seen on our featured matches slide, we will be featuring Nick versus Z in this upcoming round, which is a friend battle, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is going to happen. It is also unfortunate sometimes that has to happen, but also some really interesting dynamics that come with that.
Yes.
You probably practice against this player.
Oh, of course.
You know their team.
You know
also know how
think.
they play. Exactly. Yeah, you're in their head. The mind games begin as soon as you see that pairing go up. But maybe, yeah, you're able to have that fun along the way. But these are 2 players that have been around the scene for a long time. Both Z and Nick have such a veterancy in their careers. And we should start by talking about the restricteds on both sides. We've got a Terapagos versus an Ice Rider Calyrex. It's going to have that Pelipper alongside of it. And the big keys on Nick's team is that you have that Chi-Yu with the Beads of Ruin that's really going to help enable this Terapagos. Looking at the speeds as well, that's going to be something we've got to keep in mind. But honing in on Nick Navarre's team just a little bit more, you can see the movesets here. Terapagos with the choice specs. This is a variant of the team that really started to rise in popularity in the past couple of days, and to see it perform well here, pretty sure that speaks for itself.
Not only that, I love how Nick has added Earth Power and Dark Pulse to have better type coverage on that Terapagos. I think the variant that you were referring to won an online tour, a fairly large online tour, with just Sleep Talk and Terastal Storm, which, I mean, if you're worried about Amoonguss putting your Choice Specs Pokemon to sleep, all you have to do is switch it in and out and then click Sleep Talk, and you're guaranteed to get Terastal Storm. Because for those of you who don't know, Sleep Talk, if you are asleep, will pick one of the moves you have randomly. And if you only have one other move, then
really funny.
100% of the time you hit Terastal Storm every time. But there's a lot of fun synergy here with the Chi-Yu, with the Raging Bolt as well. And talk about momentum coming into this match. Nick has played 6 Calyrex on day number 1. Nick is undefeated. Nick has beaten 6 Calyrex Ice Rider already. And now is facing
He's basically just playing ladder, actually.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's true.
If you're playing ladder right now, you're just up against Calyrex all the time. But that practice has really paid off here.
Yes.
He has run into that as much as he has. On the other side, though, we can take a look at Z Costagliola's team. We've got the Pelipper and the Ice Rider Calyrex, but they also have some really key pieces to help enable that too. The Urshifu Rapid Strike, the Raging Bolt. There's a rain mode on this team, and just a general balance core across the board.
Yeah, and I love the Raging Bolt as one of the special attackers on this team as well, because if you're dealing with a Kyogre matchup, if you're dealing with an opposing Ice Rider Pelipper combination, Raging Bolt really opens that matchup pretty wide open. Also with the booster energy as well, giving you access to Protect, I think is some really great synergy on Z's side of the field. I don't think it'll necessarily come into play in this matchup, as you really want to have access to that Urshifu Rapid Strike with close combat. Also with coaching, interestingly enough. I guess Gallade's a fighting type too. I mean, that's where I was going with this thought. You want to bring your fighting type Pokemon to have the best possible options to blast through that Terapagos and that Chi-Yu. No Gallade available to Z in this matchup, but I gotta say, using Gallade before it was cool is a good shout.
Really interesting about this matchup is that Z, in an interview yesterday, said that they didn't want to face Nick.
Oh no.
They ended up playing in round number 8 yesterday.
Oh.
And Nick won.
Okay.
So this is the second time that these two players are going to be playing against each other, and Z has wanted to dodge this matchup again. So is there anything that they've garnered from the last time that they've played that might help to influence how this next match goes? So I'm already coming into this keeping in mind that they've played this out and maybe even 3 games against each other.
Yeah, and I think we'll see an early indication of that as we get the leads on the field. Depending on what these leads are, I think it'll be a good indication of this is what I've learned from this matchup. And right away, we see that Amoonguss next to the Terapagos. That's a really sort of unique combination. Definitely something that Nick has learned from playing Z yesterday.
Well, it's nice to see that, though, because I think you can just go ahead and start getting things going. You also maybe pressure down this Calyrex a little bit more. This Calyrex is going to be Terra Grass with a clear amulet. So even though we do have no Incineroar on the other side, you're still thinking about, like, how can I actually kind of deal with this Calyrex?
For sure, and it really, sending the Amoonguss out turn number 1 puts a lot of pressure down on that Calyrex after this initial turn of Fake Out to terastalize into that grass type so you don't get put to sleep. You can't necessarily set up Trick Room because Amoonguss, if it's a very slow speed, could potentially take a Glacial Lance from that Calyrex and then return a Spore and just put that Pokemon to sleep. There's a lot of things in play in this turn number 1. I'm pretty sure we'll see Incineroar go for a Fake Out, but I'm curious to see how Z is going to set themselves up for this next turn, as Nick already swapping out the Terapagos into Urshifu.
Well, the Terapagos just isn't in a good spot right now. There's not really much that they can actually do, I think, against this lead, but there's also going to be a Protect on both sides. So what's really nice about the Amoonguss lead here is thinking that maybe this Ice Rider Calyrex could go for Trick Room, and you just have the opportunity here to be able to have an Amoonguss in with that speed control going up for Z. This pivot, though, when you do see the Incineroar leave the field here, it's nice to actually be able to kind of hit that maybe into the Urshifu, but doesn't feel as great knowing that the Urshifu could just go for something like the Surging Strikes and completely deny the attack drop.
Agreed. Raging Bolt on the field, though, will make it a little bit more difficult for that Urshifu to go straight for that attack, as you do have to worry about the threat of a Thunderclap or a Thunderbolt into that slot. The Urshifu on Nick's side of the field is holding Mystic Water, so while it does have access to detect and could try and feel out Z's play for this next turn, it's still going to have to worry about that Raging Bolt, because at the end of the day, the Amoonguss can only put one Pokemon to sleep, and it's a tough pick here. I mean, Calyrex is going to threaten a lot of damage on the field. That Raging Bolt's going to threaten a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, but Rage Powder is one way to get around that. So if you were worried about something like the Thunderclap, you can at least keep this Urshifu safe for a little while. Surging Strike's not going to do that much with each individual hit, but it's added up to about 40% damage here onto this Ice Spreader Calyrex, which is just going to help soften it up for later. Thunderbolt 2, you can see how that Rage Powder is really influential to make sure that that Amoonguss is going to take that hit instead. But with the Glacial Lance in response, that is going to be a KO onto the Amoonguss. So a big Chilling Neigh boost now.
For sure. So now Calyrex will be up one attack point. There is no redirection on the field now for Nick either, which does mean that Thunderclap is going to threaten big damage into this Urshifu. Seeing Terapagos return, I think, is a great call by Nick. You could potentially try and swap in the Chi-Yu for the Urshifu if you want to get as much damage out of this Pokemon as possible, but I think if I were Nick, I would be very tempted right now to Terastalize that Urshifu just so that you could get through the potential Thunderclap and then return a close combat or another big hit onto that Calyrex to lock in a KO.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward because Terapagos is that one Pokemon that it feels like you have to invest the Stellar Terra into.
Yes.
Especially because you want to make sure that you are going to be getting off increased damage with something like the Terra Starstorm. It does become a spread move in that case. So I think you can't really afford to use that Terastalization on something like the Urshifu. So instead, we are going to see the other option you talked about, the Chi-Yu coming onto the field, the Beads of Ruin activating, and then we get a chance to see this Terapagos and what it is made of. But Z is going to return the Ice Rider Calyrex, the Incineroar now coming out instead.
I like this play from Z, honestly. Yes, the attack boost is nice, but at the end of the day, you really want to give yourself positioning, and I think if you were to leave that Calyrex Ice Rider on the field, it's just an easy target for this attack. I do agree with what you said about wanting to preserve the Terastalization for this Terapagos, as you see here. I think the big question for me, though, is whether or not we're going to see a matching Terastalization from Z this turn. Since we didn't, while this is spread damage, it's not going to be super effective against either of these Pokemon, and they are on the bulkier side, even with the Beads of Ruin ability activated.
Yeah, I mean, you're still taking a huge chunk of damage with the Terapagos because you did change the ability away from that Terra Shell, but you're still one of the faster Pokemon on the field. So it's kind of nice to know that you could just go for another Terra Starstorm. The problem, though, is your choice specs. Terapagos does not have the opportunity to protect here.
No, it does not, and that does make it an easier target for Thunderclap. I think that's one of the toughest decisions that Raging Bolt players have to consider when they're in this kind of position. Yes, the Terapagos is locked into an attack, but Nick could always decide to switch it out here if Nick wants to try and preserve it for later on in the game. And you do have to play this guessing game. Will my opponent try to go for that Thunderclap? Will they just go for another Thunderbolt? I think here, looking at the damage that Thunderbolt put out earlier, especially with Chi-Yu's support, maybe if you switch the Chi-Yu out on the field, you can take the Thunderclap, but I think this is going to be really close.
There's a Terastalization. Z has found an opportunity to go for the Terra, and it's going to be onto the Raging Bolt. So Raging Bolt's going to get the Terra Electric. That's going to help boost up some of its electric type attacks. Does make it a little bit more vulnerable to that Terra Starstorm, but if Z clicks that Thunderclap, it's going to be able to get the knockout here with the Terra, I assume. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Definitely enough there to just ensure that the Terapagos is going to go down for the count. The fake out was nice too, just to ensure that you're going to be able to stop the partner from going for anything. And because it was the Chi-Yu, had the Focus Sash. So you would have broken that as well.
Yeah, it was great coverage because I think at the end of the day, Z was trying to figure out which Pokemon Nick was going to switch out because I think it was very likely that there was going to be a switch that turn. And you're just covering your options. If the Terapagos switches out and you fake out the Chi-Yu, then you're not taking damage that turn. You can adjust in this next turn. If the Chi-Yu is the one that switches out, you get a little bit of chip damage down on that Urshifu, and I think more importantly, you lock in the KO on the Terapagos. So overall, just a very safe play from Z and has positioned them very well for this endgame. Urshifu can detect this turn, so I don't think you can confidently click Thunderclap again this time around. But with the Pokemon advantage, really, as long as you're able to find an opportunity to get one KO coming up, I think you're going to be in a good spot.
That was nice, though. Did you see that? Thunderclap from the Raging Bull into the Urshifu and didn't actually go for an attack. This Urshifu does get access to Taunt, so it's going to have the ability here to go for the Taunt into the Incineroar after Chi-Yu has confirmed the KO onto the Raging Bolt. So just like that, we are going to see a Pokemon knockout, but it still might not be enough for Nick to be able to get through this. It depends on just how Z is going to navigate this. There's still the Ice Rider Calyrex in the back, but it did take the Surging Strikes earlier. This Chi-Yu is going to be putting on quite a bit of pressure. The Taunt here now also forces Z into the position where you have to manually switch out this Incineroar if you want to get it back in, since that parting shot got shot down.
It really depends on what Z's final Pokemon is at the end of the day. We haven't seen it revealed yet. If it's something like the Amoonguss, a more passive Pokemon, I think that's going to be a really tough spot for Z to get back from. But if it is a Pokemon like that Pelipper, yes, the rain on the field will be boosting the damage that the Urshifu does at the end of the day, but it will also weaken the Fire-type damage that the Chi-Yu is threatening.
Well, it's the Pelipper.
It is.
The Pelipper is nice to have here because it's going to be doing a bit more damage, but you also just boosted this Urshifu.
Exactly. So it's going to be a tough flight for this Pelipper to make it through this endgame. I do think that Z has the option here to try to go for the manual switch to get that Incineroar back on the field later to have a fake out, and then you just hope that your Pelipper can hang on for one attack. Either a Hurricane or a Weather Ball here would be so critical.
Well, Chi-Yu has to go for the overheat. This is one thing that the Pelipper is really good for in this situation, is that you're forcing this Chi-Yu to have to go for a bit more powerful of a move because it only has Fire-type attacks. The other attack that it has is Snarl, and that's not going to be super beneficial here. So the fact that the overheat hit allowed this Pelipper to be in range of the knockout with the Surging Strikes. So all of a sudden, we are down to the final two Pokemon for both of these trainers as the Pelipper goes down. The knockoff here, not going to be too effective in terms of damage, but that Focus Sash is it's gone. Actually, it just fell off.
Yeah, no, it's gone. I mean,
it fell off.
It could have been... It was broken and it's gone, but unfortunately now with Calyrex back on the field, Urshifu and this Chi-Yu are going to be faster. There's the rain boost, and Urshifu is still holding on to the Mystic Water item as well. So we saw how much damage Surging Strikes did last time around.
Yep.
Snarl's going to be super effective on Calyrex. I don't think Calyrex can survive this upcoming attack.
No, amazing. Like, Nick found the spot. We were thinking about what could possibly be in the back that might be able to change things, and there was nothing that could stop the positional advantage that Nick was able to get. This Ice Rider Calyrex took so much damage on the first couple of turns that it was much easier to be able to take down now, and the speed, not being able to get the Trick Room up, left that Ice Rider Calyrex so vulnerable. So Incineroar does go for the knockoff into the Urshifu. That Mystic Water is gone, but the damage has been done, and Nick is gonna walk away with the win for game number 1.
Having Pelipper in the back for Z seemed like a very smart play if you were expecting a later game Amoonguss to sort of counter a Trick Room, maybe initially, from your opponent. Unfortunately for Z, Pelipper just was brought out too late in the game. Like you were saying, that Calyrex had taken too much chip damage already. It just did not have the speed on its side of the field. And at the end of the day, even though it weakened Chi-Yu's Fire-type attacks, I think boosting the Urshifu was more than enough for Nick to lock in that win.
I think what's more important for the Pelipper is actually the utility of the Wide Guard.
Yeah.
Especially if you've already forced Terapagos to go for the Terastalization and it's locked into a spread move, Terastal Storm. It's really nice to know that you have the opportunity to negate that damage. Plus, you also have the Chi-Yu that has the Heat Wave.
Yeah.
So Wide Guard's going to help you in that regard as well. But I thought that was a really smart preservation of the Terastalization on Z's side. was able to get the better of the Terapagos after it had terastalized, and you were able to mitigate the damage that way. But I don't think that Pelipper was able to come in at quite the right time, and it was much more difficult to get the Trick Room up because of that Amoonguss lead earlier on. You couldn't just give that Amoonguss the free reign.
No, you can't, and that's, I think, why Amoonguss is so popular here today, this weekend for the tournament. It just does so well in a format where there are 30% of the field has access to Trick Room. 30% of the field is going to be considering Trick Room as an option for their speed control. And Amoonguss can really shut that down, or at least force your opponent to terastalize or force your opponent to play in a way that doesn't allow you to put their main attacking Pokemon to sleep, which then gives you a good amount of predictability. Going into game number 2, an adjustment that I would love to see from Z would be an earlier reveal of that Pelipper with maybe the Incineroar in the back this time around, so you can at least try and pivot that around a little bit more. You have access to the Hurricanes immediately to threaten another Amoonguss lead. You have access to the Weather Ball to threaten a potential Chi-Yu lead. I think Pelipper's best position in this matchup is at the front of the party, not necessarily in the back.
It's still so risky though, because you do have the Mystic Water Rapid Strike Urshifu on the other side.
Of course.
It doesn't really feel super good to know that you might be giving over a boost to your opponent, but it's going to be a pretty big switch up here for both players. Z is going to have the Urshifu Rapid Strike of their own alongside that Ice Rider Calyrex, and Nick is going to lead with a very offensive lead himself, the Terapagos next to the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, Z making a great call in this game number 1. If you think about it, last game we saw the Amoonguss next to the Terapagos. If we had seen that again with the Urshifu lead on their side of the field, that would have been a very tough start once more, but sending out the Urshifu with the Chi-Yu next to the Terapagos really changes this format. Urshifu can hit both these Pokemon for good damage.
This is a really tough spot though for Z, because you're really tempted right now to just go for the Surging Strikes into the Chi-Yu, just knock it out, because you are not sure that this Terapagos might terastalize. You can't really afford to just hit into it with the Surging Strikes just to be able to deal with the ability. So you just go for the gold here, want to get some damage down into the Urshifu, but there was that risk that if the Amoonguss with Rocky Helmet had switched in there, you are taking a lot of damage. So a little nice to be able to get that right. Nick as well, though, making sure that it's not going to take too much either. Terra Starstorm is going to be single target damage right now, though. So into the Calyrex, you do have even more damage, but because you didn't break the Terra Shell, it's not going to be very effective. And look at how little the Glacial Lance is going to do to either of these Pokemon. Good cover from Z there to make sure that they were not going to be doing too much damage into the Amoonguss, but also, vice versa.
It's good coverage for sure. Unfortunately for Z, I think the Calyrex now is at the point where it's going to be pretty ineffective for the rest of the match. You know, just seeing how much that Terra Starstorm did before terastalization, seeing how much Surging Strikes did last game, Calyrex Ice Rider just is not able to find its stride in this matchup just yet. And I think the best thing Z can do in this position is just let it get knocked out this turn and then use this opportunity to send in a Pokemon undamaged for the following turn.
Oh, it's so bulky. Terapagos is not taking very much from the Urshifu, but keep in mind that it is going to be the Choice Scarf variant, so it's still not going to hit as hard as what we're seeing from Nyx. And so with those rapid strikes, that is a Calyrex rapidly going down. And it comes down to maybe what else Z has in the back, but it's kind of a similar story. Maybe why Z was not comfortable having to take this matchup into Nick is that it's really difficult to get the Trick Room going for your Calyrex, and you also don't really have a great way to deal with this Terapagos. That is a double KO for Nick on this turn.
No, I think a lot of trainers who are running the Calyrex Ice Rider with Urshifu, especially with the Choice Scarf, really want to find a way to get their Urshifu to comfortably lock into close combat so you can at least be dealing, you know, big damage to the Terapagos at the end of the day. Unfortunately, though, with the lead that we saw from Nick, with that Chi-Yu in particular, I don't think you can risk locking into close combat because it's a single hit move, and Chi-Yu only had that focus sash. You want to, if you catch your opponent off guard, you want to be able to secure that knockout before an overheat potentially one-shots your Calyrex. So the way this game unfolded, just, you know, Urshifu had to make a decision. Unfortunately, it was just not the optimal decision for the Terapagos making an early appearance.
Ooh.
And Nick has been able to really capitalize on that momentum.
I mean, the fake out into the Urshifu too, what a great detect to ensure that the Urshifu would stay safe. Terapagos doesn't go down to the Weather Ball either. So a Terra Starstorm able to land into both the Incineroar and the Pelipper. And that is just devastating as the Pelipper gets brought down to its focus sash from that one hit.
This Pelipper is able to hang on, but unfortunately is going to be slower than the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field. And really from there, it was just a couple more turns of damage for Nick to take that win. So he is still undefeated in the tournament today.
He is undefeated, and that should lock in his spot in the top 8 cut we have here for the regional. Congratulations to Nick for the 2-0 victory. Z, it was a great fight, but you can see why Z was a little bit hesitant to have to play into Nick's team. Not just once, but twice. Sometimes that is just how the matchup roulette goes.
Yep.
But yeah, what a great display by Nick. Why Terapagos cannot be underestimated.
I think the choice specs variant of Terapagos with Chi-Yu as well is just positioned very well against these Calyrex Ice Rider teams. You threaten the big damage from the Terra Starstorm, you threaten big super effective damage from that Chi-Yu. There's just a lot of good synergy here, and at the end of the day, if you're playing somebody that has a slower, bulkier team, having a Mungus as your only slow, bulky Pokemon is a risk that you can take, because that's all you need at the end of the day. You just need the threat of Spore, you need the threat of Rage Powder, and it just has great defensive synergy.
I think what too, though, like Nick has played so many Ice Rider Calyrex at this point. Not even just Z's, twice from yesterday and today, but also you saw it in Nick's fun fact. He played 6. So it gives you, I think, a good handle on what players were expecting to see in the tournament this weekend. And Z did have an archetype that had been running around for a bit, the Ice Rider Calyrex with the Pelipper. That is certainly a team that people have been preparing for. Whether or not your game plan will work against it is a different story, because every player is going to approach playing that a little bit differently, and you're going to have different teams, and you know, but still remains that Nick definitely understands that this was a team to keep an eye on and to have a game plan for.
Yeah, and it worked out very well. So again, congratulations to him for locking in top 8 at this point in time. I think that even though Terapagos was a bit undersold coming into this tournament, regardless of what happens the rest of the day, I feel like a lot more people are going to be looking at it in the future, just seeing how much damage it can do.
Yeah, it's so interesting with the mechanics as well, just knowing that like Terra Starstorm, a single target when Terapagos is not terastallized. You saw Nick do that beautifully.
Yes.
Just have that single target damage first, put that Ice Rider Calyrex in range where it was going to be picked up by either just like a Surging Strikes or even just a spread Terra Starstorm. It was just really beautifully calculated. And I'm really excited to see how trainers are going to continue to iterate on this single restricted team archetype and where it can go next.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing that's exciting as well, I think, about Nick's team that we didn't really get to... I mean, we saw the taunt in that game number 1
that
to
was
stop
so
the
cool against the Thunderclap.
Like, I think having these Urshifu with supporting moves is such an exciting thing to see, because we've seen Urshifu be full-out offensive for how many metas in a row at this point? I mean, yes, in Scarlet and Violet, it was only available recently, but like if you think back to Sword and Shield, Urshifu was not a Pokemon that gave a helping hand. Urshifu was the one that received all the help.
It's the one that's throwing the hands.
Exactly, it's the one that's throwing hands. But even on Z's team, just taking a look at their Urshifu, yes, it was Choice Scarf, but it was Choice Scarf with coaching. I mean, how cool is that?
It's very cool to see the individual techs that have come through, and especially for this format, whether it's the Urshifu, the Incineroar is now carrying Will-O-Wisp, a lot to be able to dive into. But we also have an interview with Nick, so let's go ahead and head over to the lounge with Sierra to hear how he's feeling after locking in a top cut spot.
Thanks, Rose, Gabby. I'm here with, at this point, the top 8 should be pretty safe. Nick Navarre, how are you feeling after that?
Relieved. I made it to top 8, so nothing else to do for the next couple of rounds except wait for bracket. But like, I'm very excited to be back in top 8. It's been a while, and it's great.
So you're talking about it's been a while. Now we're at a brand new regulation. You're the sole undefeated running through this field. Is it just like you're clicking with this new format, like what's so different about this event?
So I've got a really good practice group that I work with, and we've just done a really good job at preparing and cracking the format. We've got 4 of us who are like popping off at this tournament. It's me, Rajan, Justin, and Z. Z was my opponent on the stream just now. Through 11 rounds, I don't know results of the last round, but none of us have lost anybody except each other. And so we're just, like as of last round, we were 40-0 against the field. And so have to shout out Sub Nation. Like, y'all, I love you guys, and we did good.
That is, first off, an incredible statistic for a testing group to go like that at a regional, especially how big these events are. And I want to talk a little bit about the differing directions and things too, because I had spoken to you yesterday, and to Z yesterday actually, talking about the team being created by Burns. Burns was getting credited for that, but they're very different teams, and then Rajan as well with the Miraidon, very, very different. So how is it testing but going very, very different directions?
Sure. Justin is an Ice Rider fanboy. He loves the guy. He loved it in 22, and he was excited to hop right back on the horse. And he like popped off on ladder on like Tuesday or Wednesday before the tournament, or Monday or whatever. And he just said, "I'm sticking to my Ice Rider." But he had this other turtle team that he was trying out, and it was just clicking with me. And I was the creator walking away from a team would probably scare some people off of it, but I just trusted the team more than anything I built, and I mean it's going great. The team, yeah, it just clicks for me. I think Turtle's pretty awesome, and there just weren't like there was an okay Specs Turtle build that performed well on a third-party tour last week, but it didn't have Chiyu, and Chiyu Turtle just kind of takes them on up a notch.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right to trust in this team because the only undefeated right now is absolutely incredible. And I want to talk about all the Ice Riders that you have been going up against, because on day 2 now, it's 30% of the field. You defeated 6 of them yesterday. Yeah, obviously, we just saw you beat Z with Ice Rider again. So did you know this was such a good matchup for you going into it? Do you just feel more confident with it now?
Yeah, I knew it was a pretty good matchup. I was fortunate to get through one of the Ice Rider matchups yesterday. They made it pretty tricky on me, but overall, yeah, it was... it's one of the team's best matchups for sure. I think it also has a very good Shadow Rider matchup, but Turtle just kind of farms the horses. Like, it's not an auto win or anything, but you're generally quite good into both. And I expected that the horses would be overrepresented in the field relative to where I think they'll naturally settle.
I mean, it's definitely really, really cool. A lot of people yesterday, they were telling me like, oh, well, I don't necessarily think that my team's the greatest in the Ice Rider, which with how much of the field it's on, I think that's just incredible. So you having a really good matchup against the horses, I definitely think that has been paying off. And I want to go back to yesterday's match up against Z in comparison to how it was this time around. How did round 8 go yesterday against Z?
Round 8 yesterday was kind of a meme. Z led the Urshifu Calyrex that we saw in Game 2 on stream, and I had the same Chiyu Turtle lead. Z went for coaching Trick Room, and I just clicked Heat Wave Starstorm and took a double kill on turn 1, and that was half the set yesterday. And the other one, my Amoongus lived on 4 HP and then on 1 HP after getting a regenerator, and that was Game 2, and so it was kind of just an unset. Like, I got the read right on turn 1, and then some damage rolls went my way. Like, it was messy, I guess is a good way to put it.
I mean, hey, sometimes, especially with these restricted, if you're getting that read right on the turn 1, I mean, it can definitely be so swingy in your favor. And
yeah.
Do you think if you get kind of like that read wrong with these matchups, that you're kind of on the back foot, or do you think just the inherent strength of this team, like you're still kind of good either way?
No, I like in that position in particular. If I get surging strikes with my Chiyu, then I'm out of Chiyu, and that's like the main damage engine against the Ice Rider. So it was just that one in particular. I just had to get it right. But it was a risky play, and Z knew it was a risky play, and so I thought I could get away with it once. And Z didn't want to let me get away with it again, and so I mixed it up. But like it's an aggressive team that I brought, and you are kind of on the knife edge a lot, and you just have to navigate that.
That's fair. And I know yesterday in your interview, you got an opportunity to do some shout outs. Before I let you get ready for your next match, chill a little bit, do you have any final words now that we're live?
Sure. So shout outs to Tub, of course. Love you guys. Shout out to Townsville. Shout outs to Amberflight Gaming. Thanks for the support, you guys, and just you're the best. Shout out to my parents. I love you guys. That's about it.
All right. Best of luck with the next couple rounds of Swiss, and of course in Top Cut, where we'll get to see you again. As for us, back over to our casters.
Free Xerneas.
Free Xerneas.
I don't know if that's gonna happen this time around, but you know what? I respect it. I don't like it, but I respect it.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting flashbacks.
I know.
To Power and Geomancy.
Thank goodness we don't have to worry about Geomancy this weekend. There was something I wanted to say before that caught me completely off
now
guard.
You don't remember?
No. I thankfully I do.
Okay.
So Nick said that the building group for this tournament for them was himself, Z, Rajan, and Justin Tang. Table 1 was Nick versus Z. Table 2 was Rajan versus Justin Tang. I don't know what y'all were cooking with, but I know that you already said it's working very well, Nick, but I think you undersold that.
Well, I was going to give an update to everybody then because, yeah, Nick did beat Z. We saw that on stream, but Rajan did beat Justin. So Rajan is 11-1 and Justin is 10-2. Still incredible records, right? But the competition's getting quite fierce.
It's unbelievable because not only did they all help each other build, they're all running different teams. Like a lot of times when you have these build groups, they all figure out what the best thing is that they think, and then they all run that. But in this group's case, they're all just kind of doing their own thing, and it's all working. And that is absolutely insane. And
Nick is playing Justin Tang this round.
Oh my goodness. I would actually love to watch that. We can't because we just had Nick on stream, and you know, we try to showcase as many people as we can in these tournaments. But
I know,
man, that's gonna be a good match.
I mean, just talk about that building group being successful though, or the practice group, I guess we should say, because they're all running different teams. But the practice group being successful, it speaks volumes to just how they're doing in the tournament right now, and the results are really speaking for themselves. But let's take a look at what else is coming up at you on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Pokemon. You can check out some of the anime episodes on Tuesday and Thursday. We've got a rerun of the 2017 European International Championships for VG on Wednesday. And then, of course, we are traveling all the way over to Stockholm for Regional Championship in Europe to add their second to last regional champion of the 2024 season. And their first look at Regulation G. Gonna be a really fun time, and it's been a really fun time for us.
I know. I just wish it didn't start at 3 a.m. Eastern time. I'll catch up. Like, usually what I do is I wake up in the morning and I'll put it on, and then I'll go back and watch the first couple rounds after they wrap up for the day. But if any of y'all are 3 a.m. gamers out there, or if you just, you know, live in the right time zone, definitely make sure to watch that Stockholm stream, because what we're seeing here this weekend is super exciting. You know that everybody over there in Europe is going to be watching this as well and building upon the teams that we see, and we're going to start seeing this metagame develop.
We got a couple of events in a couple of weeks before we head over to the North America International Championships. So quite a bit of time here for some of that innovation. But, you know, I want to take a look back at our caster preds, because I think we all did quite well this weekend in terms of what we expected to perform well. I still see Sierra's Slitherwing's strongest soldier. I'm just gonna let that one go. I still think on a Koraidon team, maybe Slitherwing will be able to do the job. I think there is an actual reason to have like strong bug type coverage on your team.
Especially with the Calyrexes around. I mean, that does good damage into both of them.
And you're a bug. You're like, it's good stuff.
Slitherwing can throw hands. Did you know that?
Slitherwing actually does have hands.
Yeah, it can throw hands.
It's also like 6 meters tall.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that part.
Well, that's I understand that anyway. But yeah, I think overall we did pretty solid.
I think so. I think it's interesting to look at our restricted picks. You know, I think all of us kind of focused in on a Calyrex as doing well this weekend, and
we've seen Miraidon do pretty well, not so much today. I think Miraidon really is the star, so shout-outs to Aaron for getting that one right. But Kyogre as well, your number 3 pick. I think Kyogre has had a great weekend, and we didn't get to say this earlier, so I just want to give a little update on the whole cookie situation from yesterday. Terapagos is higher in usage than Kyogre, so I know we're gonna have our little Scarlet and Violet speedrunning party at some point in the next couple weeks. I think you have to bring the cookies to that party. I'll bring the milk.
I did get Ice Rider Calyrex being 30%
You did
though,
get
right?
that right.
So maybe we'll both bring cookies.
Okay.
I'll bring like chocolate chip.
Yeah, I'll make
you bring us-
snickerdoodles.
Amazing. I was
Okay.
literally just thinking that. Perfect. We have it set up. I love that. I'll see you next week then.
Sounds good.
Good deal.
Good deal.
Good
Just
deal.
don't show up at 3 a.m. to start the Stockholm stream. I will be asleep.
Yeah, I will make sure that I don't do that. Anyway, we're going to take a break while we figure this out a little bit further. We are just moments away from being able to bring you our next round of Swiss here for the day 2 of the Indianapolis Regional Championship. So don't go anywhere. We're having fun playing some Pokemon.
Terastalizing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastalization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastalization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastalizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastalization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastalizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastalization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastalize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastalizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastalizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastalizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where Terastalizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastalize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastalize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastalization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastalizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to Embody Aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastalization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastalized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Flutter Mane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stella Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of Terastalization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined now by the Aaron Cybertron Zheng, and what is going to be an incredible round of Swiss here. We're getting down to the wire.
Yep. First of all, Gabby, it's good to be back with you. I remember we commentated this regionals back in 2022 when it was a restricted format, so it's cool to be back here 2 years later. But like you said, we are nearing the end of Day 2 Swiss. There will be 2 rounds, including this one, and so I think there were around like 50, 60 players coming into Day 2 today. Everyone's trying to fight for one of those top 8 spots in order to then move on to the final top cut bracket and try to, of course, become champion. And I'm really excited for this one because we get to feature one of, I think, the coolest teams from this tournament, which features Iron Jugulis as well as the Zarina.
Yeah, you know, I think we've seen a lot of Tornadus and Kyogre partners throughout the day yesterday. Now it's actually going to be that Iron Jugulis that's the speed control Pokemon for Kyogre, which I know that Iron Jugulis has been around a little bit in past formats, but it seems like Kyogre is just the partner it's been looking for.
Yeah, it's really cool because I think the problem with Iron Jugulis previously is that your best flying type attack is Air Slash. As we quickly take a look at the standings, of course, there are so many players that are up there on the top right now. Nick Navarre, by the way, 12-0, undefeated, has already secured a spot in that top 8. That is a remarkable accomplishment given how difficult this field is. Rajan Ball, of course, using that Miraidon, 11-1 right now. A lot of players in 10-2 looking for, you know, just one more victory, 2 more victories to try to secure that top 8 spot as well.
Yeah, but this is where you really get down to the wire, as there's only, what, 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining, and you want to win both these rounds if you're one of those X&2 players to guarantee your spot in cut. So good luck and have fun to all of our trainers. We have some really incredible, notable matchups as well this round. Unfortunately, we can only feature one matchup every round here on stream, but man, I wish that we could watch all these trainers play. I mean, I think Nick is actually playing Rajan this round.
Oh my goodness.
Or no, Justin Tang, excuse me. They already played, Nick and Rajan
played
earlier.
That's right, yeah. They were both undefeated going into today, so let's quickly take a look at the notable matches. I mean, every match that's 10-2 or higher at this point is a notable match because, like you said, Gabby, if you win the next 2 at 10-2, you're guaranteed a spot in top 8. And so really, really intense spot here. And these names are all names that people will probably recognize if you've tuned into the streams. A lot of ex-regional champions within this field in particular as well. Players like Nick, Andrew Ding, who will be featuring on stream, Justin Tang, Justin Burns, Shiliang Tang, all ex-regional champions. Luca Traget with an unbelievable season, finishing 2nd in top 4 at regionals as well. And so, yeah, everyone here is so accomplished, and I can't wait to see who ends up on top.
And not only that, everybody here has their own little twist on the metagame, their own approach to the game. I think Andrew Ding, Justin Tang, and Shiliang Tang are all running this Kyogre and Iron Jugulis team that we'll be getting into sooner. So in terms of this little snapshot, it seems like Kyogre and Iron Jugulis are the favored Pokemon, but it's so cool to see how these restricteds are shaking out. You know, Aaron, Rose and I were just talking about the caster predictions.
Yeah.
I'm curious to get your take. Like, how do you feel about your predictions now that we've seen a large part of this tournament play out?
Yeah, I had Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Terapagos. I saw all the other fellow casters put Ice Riders. I'm gonna put some love for Shadow Rider. I do think it's harder to use, and I think most of the Shadow Riders have actually been eliminated from top 8 contention. Ice Rider was clearly the most dominant coming into today, but yeah, it looks like we are just gonna jump right into things. And speaking of caster predictions, Terapagos was the other Pokemon that I thought had a lot of potential. Nick is already in top 8 with that Terapagos, and Andrew Zheng is running a really, really similar team to what we just saw on stream previously. Of course, Andrew Ding here running a really fun team with that Iron Jugulis and Assault Vest Kyogre.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at Andrew Ding's team, as there are 2 Andrews on the field as well this round. So we'll just have to make it super clear who we're talking about. Andrew Ding, with that Assault Vest Kyogre, like you said, gives it a little bit of extra bulk, also gives it the ability to run both Thunder and Ice Beam, which is a tough choice that trainers have to make in the team building phase of this competition. Also running a Flutter Mane with Choice Specs, or Shifu Rapid Strike with Choice Scarf, that Safety Goggles, Intimidate, Incineroar that we've seen plenty of this weekend, Wide Lens Zarina, and of course Iron Jugulis with Booster Energy, I think for a speed boost most likely.
Yep, totally. And I think like what's really cool about the Jugulis here is that Hurricane does so much more damage than Air Slash, and people wouldn't run Hurricane historically on Jugulis because you don't have rain, so it's not a very reliable move. But with that Kyogre, it becomes way, way more reliable to click. I think the Zarina here, a really cool Pokemon to call out as well. Primarily used for that Queenly Majesty ability, so you're able to protect Kyogre from priority attacks like Grassy Glide from Rillaboom, as well as Thunderclap from Raging Bolt here. And this Kyogre is going to be a lot bulkier, I would expect, than the traditional Kyogre. As we see Andrew's fun fact there, his favorite Pokemon is Garchomp. Unfortunately, not going to make an appearance in this one, though.
No, I think if maybe there weren't so many Kyogre and Groudon running around, you can get Sandstorm up and give that Garchomp a little bit more support. Maybe if Megas return in the future, Mega Garchomp could also make a an appearance, but not in Regulation G, unfortunately for Andrew Ding. Andrew Zheng running a very, very similar team to what we saw from Nick last round, but with some key differences in items and move choices. You still have that Choice Specs Terapagos that you have to worry about, but interestingly enough, you have Choice Scarf on your Chi-Yu, and then the Urshifu Rapid Strike actually has Swords Dance and Safety Goggles, which is a unique moveset that I don't think we've seen really at all in Regulation G so far.
Yeah, we saw some players bring this to the World Championships last year, and the idea is you can kind of set up in front of an Amoonguss, but to your point, I don't think I've actually seen anyone use it in this format. A lot of people just opting for Choice Scarf, or like we saw Taunt previously, and so I think a lot about this battle will come down to speed control from both ends. Andrew Zheng has the Tailwind from Tornadus, and so you've got that priority Tailwind, whereas of course there's Iron Jugulis here, but that even with the booster energy, it's still going to be slower, right? So like one of the leads I was thinking about from Andrew Zheng, as we see his fun fact, he loves Bubble Tea, I do as well,
me too.
is like, for example, Tornadus plus Flutter Mane as a lead from his end feels pretty safe. You don't have to worry about Fake Out from Incineroar. You can just Tailwind, Fairy Terra, and start clicking, Moonblast, for example. I'm curious if Andrew Zheng actually wants to prioritize Flutter Mane's damage output, or whether or not you want to maybe use it for speed control. He's got a lot of different ways to control the speed. For Andrew Ding, I think the Snarl from Jugulis can be really scary to deal with, and so the Flutter Mane versus like Jugulis matchup is one thing I'm paying attention to here.
Yeah, and I'm also curious if we're going to see both of them lock into that matchup immediately, because if you were to look at these teams on paper, you would assume that you want to be leading that Jugulis, you want to be leading the Flutter Mane, so that you get the booster energy immediately, you can start putting that speed control pressure immediately on the field. But just knowing how those two Pokemon match up against each other, I wonder if that one of them is going to hesitate and maybe try to rely on something else. At least Andrew Zheng has that Tornadus, which with Prankster, that Tailwind will activate first, as it is going to bump up the priority tier, whereas the Iron Jugulis just has to rely on being fast. So we'll see how these trainers lead. It's actually going to be the Amoonguss next to the Terapagos for Andrew Zheng on the field, Kyogre and the Iron Jugulis for Andrew Ding.
So Andrew Ding here, I think, will definitely have the immediate speed advantage. There's no Tornadus from the opposing side, and so Andrew Zheng opting for a kind of bulkier duo here. So the Iron Jugulis here is going to get that speed boost. So there are a lot of options here immediately. I mean, Assault Vest Kyogre really good into both of these Pokemon. You don't take that much from a Star Storm. You could pressure something like Hurricane and Thunder immediately onto the Amoonguss slot. The idea about that is it covers for a Terra on Amoonguss. It's going to be Water Terra from the opposing side. You could just go for Snarl immediately as well to just decrease the damage output of Terapagos. And for Andrew Zheng's side of the field, maybe you just protect Amoonguss on turn 1, for example, and just go for a Terra Starstorm to deal some damage. And so really explosive turn 1 here, I think, from Andrew's side. There's a lot of different things you can do, and it's a lot about predicting what Amoonguss is going to want to do, because a Spore here could be absolutely devastating.
It's really interesting as well that it's the Amoonguss that's kind of the pivot point, if you will, on Andrew Zheng's side of the field in terms of what Pokemon's going to do what. It's almost like Terapagos is there just to do so much damage that it opens up the opportunity for this Amoonguss to set the pace of the match.
Ooh, we're going to see a fun interaction here, though. It's going to be the Terra coming out immediately from Terapagos, and so this will remove the rain, of course. That now means that Hurricane can miss, and Water Spout's damage output is going to be significantly reduced. And so I think either Pokemon can Terra here, but Amoonguss is still going to take the Hurricane. That almost just gets the knockout. Terra Starstorm comes out here, but we know Water Spout's coming out as well.
And that Water Spout is going to be significantly weakened after this Terra Starstorm does that damage to Kyogre. Fortunately for Andrew Ding, though, that's more than enough damage to pick up the KO onto the Amoonguss, and we don't even get to see what Andrew Zheng was going for.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different things that both players could do there. Andrew Zheng, for example, could have Terra the Amoonguss. It would have turned into Water Terra. Hurricane no longer deals super effective damage, and then you maybe get the Spore off into Kyogre. But, you know, Terapagos now still in a good spot to just click Starstorm. I expect both players to just try to get Tailwind up, but the Prankster Tailwind here is a big deal because now you boost your speed, and the Terapagos is going to be faster than Iron Jugulis, so it's just going to eliminate Jugulis as Kyogre continues to take some damage.
That Prankster ability as well, showcasing just why the Tornadus has been a mainstay of the metagame here in Scarlet and Violet. Just being able to move first and give your Pokemon the ability to limit your opponent's options is huge. We do see Origin Pulse from that Kyogre connect with both Pokemon on Andrew Zheng's side of the field, but it is still an uphill battle for Andrew Ding.
Yeah, this is really explosive, right? I think at this point, both players are happy to just go with offense. Both teams are really fast-paced here, so no surprise to see double spread move. I think from Andrew saying, you know, you're probably pretty content to just click Bleak Wind Storm and another Terra Starstorm. And the question is whether or not the Bleak Wind Storms will connect onto both. Will Starstorm pick up the knockout here, though, is the question. These Pokemon are both pretty specially defensive.
They're specially defensive, and neither of them have Terastallized, meaning it's just going to do neutral damage. Kyogre able to hold on. Fluttermane's Dazzling Gleam certainly puts these Pokemon within knockout range, but Terapagos dodging the attack.
That is one of the most stressful things about clicking that Origin Pulse, but that is by far your best option there. And if that connected, it would just be a 3-on-1 advantage. Andrew Zheng did have Fluttermane as his final Pokemon, so we were talking about Tornadus and Fluttermane, the importance of it in this matchup. Andrew Zheng just decided to kind of conserve it in the back, but with so much speed control on his side, in a really good position to just continue clicking Starstorm here. Neither of these Pokemon can protect, and so you, I think, basically have to sacrifice both of them right now.
That does leave the question, though, is how can you try and stall out the remainder of Tailwind so that you at least have the option to potentially outspeed the Terapagos with your last Pokemon? We do see that Kyogre go down after a Moonblast from the opposing Fluttermane, and now Terra Starstorm will be able to pick up the KO on Andrew Ding's own Fluttermane.
Yeah, I think one of the things to note about Andrew Zheng's Fluttermane here is it's Icy Wind, Moonblast, and Shadow Ball. And so one of the things I was thinking about is it's not like you can just click Dazzling Gleam and sweep everything in the end game with this Pokemon. It's going to be Scarf Urshifu as the final Pokemon here, but with Andrew Zheng having brought this back Tornadus, conserved Tailwind really well, Andrew Ding just never set up Tailwind, and as a result, Andrew Zheng's Terapagos is able to just kind of sweep through and deal so much damage.
This Urshifu does have to pick a single move to rely on for the remainder of this game, as it is holding that Choice Scarf item. And we will also see Andrew Ding go for the Terastallization into the Grass type on that Urshifu as well, which means he's probably targeting down that Terapagos to pick up the KO, so that, and then with the Grass typing, you no longer take double damage from Fairy type attacks from that Fluttermane. And as you see, that is exactly what goes down this turn.
Yeah, I think that's the only option you can go for, because otherwise you just get outsped and knocked out by Terra Starstorm. And so the hope here is that, like, maybe Fluttermane is a 3-hit knockout onto you. It is going to be that Moonblast. How much does it do? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was way too much. Yeah, I'm going to guess that there's not very much bulk on the Urshifu here. And so, yeah, Andrew recognizes, okay, there's not much I can do here. So, I mean, that Origin Pulse miss, of course, Onslaught Terapagos was really, really critical here. I really like how Andrew Zheng approached this game, though, the idea of bringing Tornadus in the back rather than leading it, because I think for Andrew Zheng, you don't want to necessarily just trade Tailwinds, and so being able to get Jugulis really low so that it can't just freely set up Tailwind was really pivotal in this game, and the amount of offense both players have is just immense here, right? So if you're able to get a speed advantage, you can sweep pretty quickly, but I mean, that Origin Pulse miss, once again, could have been game-defining.
Not only did he preserve the Tornadus in the back, Andrew Zheng also preserved the Fluttermane with that Booster Energy Icy Wind as well, so really just recognizing that end game extreme speed control was his out, and giving himself both of the major options on his team to sort of handle that. Andrew Ding on the opposing side of the field, you know, leading the Iron Jugulus meant that it was taking a ton of damage initially, and he doesn't have two forms of speed control like Andrew Zheng. So once that Iron Jugulus went down, yes, the Urshifu is holding a Choice Scarf, but it's really detrimental to have your Choice Scarf Pokemon get locked in when it's the final two, because you have to make a tough decision. You know, what attack do I use for the rest of the game?
Yeah, totally. I think in terms of adjustments, honestly, the 4-let Andrew Ding brought were really strong, and I don't know if there's much more that Incineroar and the Zarina can actually offer in this matchup. I think from Andrew Zheng's side, Chi-Yu is just really weak in this matchup. You're up against Kyogre in itself. That's already a big problem. There's also Urshifu, and so I don't expect that to come into the battle. You could bring your own Rapid Strike Urshifu, but I also don't feel like that's very powerful because, of course, it's weak to the Hurricane from the opposing side, weak to Thunder as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if both players kind of just ran it back with the same 4 Pokemon. I think from Andrew Zheng's side of the field, what's really important is what he did in that first game, which is slowly chip away at Kyogre. This is Assault Vest Kyogre, and Andrew Ding's Kyogre is bulky, right? So Andrew Zheng essentially needs to spend a couple of turns dealing with it, but I thought the way that he approached that last game was really, really effective. So I wouldn't be surprised if both players are willing to just run it back, but I think Andrew Zheng can maybe mix things up by leading Tornadus or Flutter Mane instead.
You have to wonder as well, if you do run it back in the same way, are you just hoping that the Origin Pulse misses the second time around? And given that we do see a lead adjustment from Andrew Zheng, he is going to lead that Tornadus to match the Tailwind potential from the opposing side of the field. Andrew Ding starting things off with the exact same lead.
Yeah, so this situation is interesting, right? The Tornadus, once again, kind of gets a guaranteed Tailwind off if it wants to. You could theoretically just go for like Bleak Wind plus Terra Starstorm here, but yeah, I think this time around, the Iron Jugulus, you know, is in a better position to at least set up that Tailwind. Andrew Zheng does have Taunt on his Tornadus, but that won't work against Iron Jugulus because it's a Dark-type Pokemon. And so Andrew Ding here willing to just commit to Tailwind and Water Spout immediately. Andrew Zheng's response to this could be something like Tailwind and just Terra Starstorm immediately, but Assault Vest Kyogre, honestly, in a pretty good spot here, won't take too much damage.
Yeah, you know, looking at the Terapagos' moves as well, as we do see Andrew Zheng lock into Terastallization on that Pokemon once again, turn 1. While I do think Terra Starstorm is the move of choice here, it would have been pretty cool to see Hyper Beam just connect with that Kyogre and just see how much damage it could potentially do through the Assault Vest. As I know, Choice Specs on Terapagos just puts out so much damage pressure. We do see a Tailwind followed up by a Terra Starstorm, though, looking for that 2-hit knockout onto the opposing Iron Jugulus, and what is a good amount of damage on that Kyogre as well. But unlike game number 1, Iron Jugulus is able to match the Tailwind, and Kyogre's Water Spout's going to do some good damage to Tornadus.
Yeah, I think what makes this tricky for Andrew Ding is the amount of speed on the opposing side, but Snarl here is actually a really big deal. You're going to decrease Terapagos' damage output, and Origin Pulse here is going to be able to deal pretty significant damage as well. And so for Andrew Ding's side of the field, that Tailwind is mainly so that the Iron Jugulus can actually outpace the opposing Terapagos. And so now you also have speed control for, you know, for example, the Choice Scarf Kyogre or Choice Scarf Urshifu that is in the back. And so Tornadus here actually going to pivot out. This allows you to potentially get another Tailwind off later off in the game, but it's going to be Flutter Mane coming in, and Flutter Mane doesn't necessarily love eating up a Snarl here.
No, I was just wondering to myself, like, what do you do with the Tornadus in this situation, as your Bleak Wind Storms are not going to be accurate, and it really just feels like it's stuck on the field waiting for another Origin Pulse. Snarl from that Iron Jugulus will lower the special attack of these Pokemon, as Terapagos goes for another Terra Starstorm. Even with that special attack drop, should do enough damage to pick up the KO on Iron Jugulus.
So well.
Kyogre actually has enough health where I think Water Spout will still do about the same amount of damage as Origin Pulse, but Origin Pulse is the move of choice. Critically, the Flutter Mane is able to hold on, but both these Pokemon are at such low health.
Yeah, I think you know, the decision to go for Origin Pulse there is the fear of Tornadus staying in and going for that Bleak Wind Storm and it connecting. Then Kyogre takes more damage, and the Tornadus here is Covert Cloak as well. And so, yeah, right now, once again, we're in a similar situation where there's just so much damage output coming out from both sides. The Flutter Mane on the opposing side, of course, does have that Shadow Ball, but it's a more speedy variant, so wouldn't expect it to knock out Flutter Mane. And so this is why setting up Tailwind on Andrew's side was really important, Andrew Ding's side specifically, because now you have Flutter Mane apply a lot more pressure.
Yep.
Andrew Zheng could go for something like Icy Wind and Terra Starstorm, but that single Snarl honestly makes such a big difference right now.
It does, and even if the Flutter Mane on Andrew Ding's side of the field isn't the bulkiest Pokemon, after a Snarl, and how little damage that Icy Wind does.
It got a crit on Kyogre at least.
It did, and every little bit helps for certain. But I do think that this Flutter Mane is well suited to hold on through this attack. We'll have to see, though. Here comes that damage. Yeah, that Flutter Mane just very comfortably took that, and will return a double knockout with Dazzling Gleam.
So now my big question is what Andrew Zheng's final Pokemon is, because I think if you're playing this way, I would not expect a Moongus in the back. And so I think a Moongus in the back here would not be very helpful, especially with the Kyogre not being able to protect on the opposing side, or the Tornadus not being able to protect on the opposing side. You can just kind of double that up for a knockout. And so let's see, like something like Urshifu here could apply a lot more pressure, and there it is. It is going to be the Urshifu, so a mix-up, dropping a Moongus for a much more offensive Pokemon here.
Much more offensive for sure, but you have to worry about the Flutter Mane and the Kyogre. If you connect a Surging Strikes with the Flutter Mane to pick up the KO, Kyogre could threaten some big damage with that Thunder. Yes, you do have to worry about if it's going to hit or not, but that is a attack that's not usually available to it. Likewise, I'm not really sure Tornadus, I mean Bleak Wind Storm, there's no way that's going to pick up the knockout on the Assault Vest Kyogre this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting because of that Icy Wind, right? So there's the speed drop right now, so Urshifu is applying a lot of pressure, but like you pointed out, this Kyogre, you know, one, do you want to click on an unreliable move? There's Scarf Urshifu in the back, and the other thing here is you really want to make sure you knock out the Tornadus, because if Tornadus does not get knocked out, then Andrew Zheng gets to set up Tailwind again. But the risky part about this play is if close combat ends up going onto the Kyogre, and so I think, yeah, this is the most important turn of the game for me right now. Urshifu is going to switch in. It's going to be Bleak Wind Storm. It will connect onto both Pokemon. That's just a knockout onto the Urshifu.
It is a knockout onto the Urshifu. Does get another speed drop on that Kyogre, but I think most importantly now, this Kyogre is the target of the Surging Strikes, and admittedly, doesn't do a lot of damage here to this Pokemon with those critical hits, but will lock in the KO. So it's just Flutter Mane left now on Andrew Ding's side of the field. Will have the opportunity to select a new attack, but with the 2v1 situation, I feel like you still want to go for Dazzling Gleam regardless.
Yeah, I think Andrew Ding that last turn had the opportunity to go for Fairy, Terra, Flutter, Dazzling Gleam, and Ice Beam into Tornadus with the logic let you pick up a knockout with one of the two Pokemon, and then it's a 2v1 in the end game. But now Andrew Zheng can very easily just set up Tailwind once again and click Surging Strikes into the Flutter Mane. So switching to the Urshifu was really risky, and I think maybe Andrew Ding was expecting it to survive Bleak Wind Storm. If it survives there and the Surging Strikes goes into the Flutter Mane slot, you Ice Beam, you knock out Tornadus, you actually just end up winning the game. And so I can totally see what he was going for there. I was wondering if it was safer to just, you know, go for the guaranteed Dazzling and Ice Beam, but maybe Andrew Ding wasn't confident that Dazzling Gleam, even with Fairy Terra, would knock out Tornadus. I could see that being one reason why he didn't want to opt for that. But yeah, now this is the problem. Tornadus gets to set up Tailwind once again, so Andrew switching it out earlier, conserving it really well, just means Surging Strikes comes out, and the Flutter Mane here will feign to it.
Yeah, so Andrew Zheng able to take a win here, 2-0 against Andrew Ding, showcasing the pure power of the Terapagos. It was amazing in game number 1. In game number 2, though, interestingly enough, did not have that opportunity to terastalize and just really did well.
Yeah, I mean, that game, that set was a 2-0, right? But I could have easily seen it going the other way, where it's like game 1, there was that critical Origin Pulse miss, and game 2, if that one turn just plays out differently, and yeah, you stay in with Flutter Mane, because I think the Bleak Wind Storm was not going to knock out either Flutter Mane or Kyogre, right? So essentially in that turn, I was thinking, well, because they can't pick up 2 knockouts, if you just knock out Tornadus, then it's effectively a 2v1, and you have your Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back, so then that can just come out and click close combat. And critically, Andrew Zheng's Urshifu also doesn't have Aqua Jet, so it's not like you can just finish off an Aqua Jet like the opposing Flutter Mane, for example, after Tailwind is over. And so Terapagos just did so much damage in this game, and even with the Snarl, like, it's happy to just keep chipping away at things, right? I think coming into this format, a big question is how do people utilize Terapagos? Do you want to use Calm Mind on it? Do you want to use Choice Specs on it? And it feels like the Choice Specs variant has been very dominant. So we didn't see it very much yesterday, but it's been amazing on stream today so far.
It has. And again, yes, it did terastalize in that matchup, but at the end of the day, Terra Starstorm really just did not do a lot of damage in that matchup because of the Assault Vest, because of the fact that Andrew Ding's Pokemon were a bit bulkier on the special side of things, but it did enough.
And at the end of the day, I think the combination of the pressure of the Terastal Storm, that turn 1 terastallization, spread move damage, just really opened up the opportunity for Andrew Zheng to figure out the game beyond that. Like, it's almost like he said, look, this is what I'm going to do with this Pokemon. I'm going to figure the rest out later, but it just does so much damage initially that you do have to play around it.
Totally. I like the decision to swap into that Urshifu as well and dropping the Amoonguss. I think Amoonguss is really volatile in this matchup. If you get a Spore Off into Kyogre, or just a Spore Off in general, it could be absolutely huge. And so even turn 1 of game 1, for example, I think Amoonguss could have just considered a Terra, but the problem with that is, like, if Andrew covers for that by going for Hurricane and Thunder.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, it's interesting because it's like you want to Terra with both Terapagos and Amoonguss in that position because Terapagos removes the weather, but Amoonguss you kind of want to do it just to survive and take less damage. But yeah, Andrew Zheng just opting for a lot more offense in this last game, and I'm really curious how this endgame would have played out if Andrew Zheng had just committed to Fairy, Terra, Dazzle, Ice Beam onto Tornadus that turn.
Yeah, and it's looking like as well, I mean, we already know that Nick Navarre locked in top cut with Terapagos. Andrew Zheng is on his way to getting to top cut as well with Terapagos. We talked a lot about the conversion from day 1 to day 2. I wonder what the conversion from day 2 to top cut's going to look for these restricted Pokemon.
Totally, yeah. I think Terapagos was something that I was shocked to see be actually even as low usage rate as it is. I think it was like number 4, number 5 yesterday. I thought it would be a very clear number 3. And so, you know, we've had 2 back-to-back really dominant Terapagos plays on stream. Like 2 2-0s, and these kind of hyper offense Terapagos teams just look really, really powerful right now. And Terra Starstorm is just a remarkable move, right? You go for that Terra and then you just deal so much damage. And in this game, it wasn't like Terapagos just swept everything, but the idea is you just keep chipping away. And then when you have Pokemon like Urshifu, Chiyu, and Fluttermane, as well as Bleak Windstorm from Tornadus, it's just like some of the strongest spread moves in the game, and it's hard to deal with all of these moves coming out at once.
It plays very similar in my mind to Calyrex, except inverse. Like for Calyrex, you want to do the chip damage with your supporting Pokemon, so that way Calyrex takes the knockout. So with Terapagos, that is the Pokemon that's doing the chip damage essentially for the other Pokemon. Yeah, it's in inverse, but it works.
Yeah, like I think one thing that makes it interesting is like Terapagos is just a decently bulky Pokemon as well, and I think one thing that makes Andrew Zheng's team really work is the Covert Cloak Tailwind combination. It just basically makes it impossible to deny Tailwind on turn 1, right? Like normally how people try to approach Tornadus is, oh, let me lead Fake Out with something like Incineroar and then just get a one-hit knockout onto Tornadus immediately. For example, like Incineroar Kyogre could be a viable lead here if there weren't that Covert Cloak, but Covert Cloak basically just makes Fake Out completely useless, and as a result, that's why Andrew Zheng didn't bother bringing Incineroar into this matchup, because you don't have that as an option.
It does make me wonder if we're going to start to see more Whimsicott make an appearance, because it is the only prankster Pokemon that can outspeed Tornadus with Taunt.
Yeah, I actually think Whimsicott's really cool, and we have 2 Whimsicotts on the top tables right now, specifically with Miraidon.
Yeah.
We saw Rajan Ball, who was undefeated yesterday, use Whimsicott Miraidon. Aaron Trailer is using 5 to 6 same Pokemon, just with Ditto actually over the Ogerpon on that composition. And so I think Whimsicott has a lot of potential. It's a little bit slept on, honestly, and so to your point, I would expect to see some more players consider it. I think the problem with Whimsicott relative to Tornadus is that Bleak Windstorm is just such a good move.
100%.
Like when you have a move that you can just like target both of your opponent's Pokemon, there's so many Pokemon weak to Flying type in this format as well. It's like Bleak Wind, Bleak Wind, Bleak Wind, whereas Whimsicott's main offense is Moonblast, and Moonblast is like really good if you're dealing super effective damage, but otherwise kind of useless.
For sure. Well, Sierra is ready in the lounge, so let's go ahead and talk to the winner of our previous round of Swiss, Andrew Zheng.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with Andrew after that win. 11-2 now on the day. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. After Orlando, when I like missed out on cut just barely, when I came into Indy, I wanted to like finally reach my goal, and being almost guaranteeing to do so after this round feels pretty good.
And congratulations on the run that you've had so far, because 11-2 is definitely a great accomplishment. Knowing that you wanted to make this goal after just narrowly missing out last time, how did you prep going into this event, especially with the new regulation?
Yeah, with the new regulation, I feel like with single restricted especially, the margin of error is like a lot lower. So I think just finding solid game plans in the most common teams was like the goal, rather than making like any specific meta calls for this event.
All right, and the call that you ended up making for your team ended up being the Terapagos, which you say you're not making meta calls going into the event, but it's definitely something that looks like it pairs well into the horses. Do you think that even if you weren't trying to go for the meta call, that maybe you found it?
I'm not really sure because I kind of tested a bunch of different restricted until on Twitter, I think it was Nikhil Reddy, he posted a paste of like Specs Terapagos. I was like, it'll be fun. I'll just click Hyper Beam a couple times and see if it works. And the team was just really solid in general. And I'll try to show it like today.
I mean, you definitely gotten to show us so far. We've gotten to see that the Terapagos, the turtle, you definitely cannot count it out. You're so close to being able to make that run now. How are you feeling about the odds going up against the field after the experience you've already had after 13 rounds of Pokemon?
Yeah, I feel pretty ready. Just need to hit my matchups and try to play solidly for the rest of the day.
Definitely wishing you the best of luck in that. And of course, I want to make sure you're ready for that match, so I'll let you go real quick. But first, any final shout outs?
Shout out to my dad for driving me, and shout out to my testing partner, Chris Wiseman. And finally, Nikhil Reddy for letting me copy his team, even though he definitely does not know who I am.
Hey, you just got to win the event and then you will, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Best of luck going on for the next round of Swiss, and hopefully we get to see you in Top Cut. As for us, well, back to our casters.
I don't know, Andrew. I think he knows who you are now. I mean, that was a very, very strong win on stream.
Yeah, that was awesome. And it's also cool to hear him give shout-outs to Nikhil. I think Nikhil's been one of, in my eyes, actually a really powerful force in the early meta. He, of course, won the special event over in Europe just a few weeks ago, or yeah, it's been what, 2 months, 1 month since Articuno hit the field, but
few weeks.
Yeah, you know, Nikhil is a player who I've had my eyes out on for a while, just as like an exceptional team builder, and he's actually been building a lot of cool teams in this format and like publicly sharing them as well.
Oh, cool.
And posted like one of the first Choice Specs Terapagos teams that I thought was really, really powerful. And so, you know, it's really cool because I think with these early meta tournaments, it's like people that can find a good framework to really fully enable these restricted Pokemon will have a pretty significant advantage. And so, you know, one of the big questions is how are people going to use Terapagos, Miraidon, and Groudon? Because unlike the other old Pokemon like Calyrex, Ice Rider, Shadow Rider, Kyogre, Groudon, like these Pokemon have been used before, so there's some idea of like what items are good on it, what spreads are good on it. With these brand new Pokemon, it's like a whole new toolkit, right? And so I just love seeing how, yeah, these Terapagos and Miraidon teams in particular have come together for this tournament.
Me as well. You know, coming into this event, I was all on the Ice Rider horse train. I don't know, just calling it a train feels weird, I'm not gonna lie. But after seeing these two Terapagos games back to back, I kind of want to go backstage after this and get a Terapagos ready to go.
Yeah.
I think I caught mine in like a Beast Ball or something, so I have that going for me at least.
It is a really cool Pokemon. I'm also curious like how people try to start countering it. Like,
yeah.
I think Andrew Ding's team actually had some decent answers there, right? Like the combination of Assault Vest, Kyogre plus Snarl is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
The problem is when you're staring down just so much other offense from the opposing side. And I think Choice Specs Terapagos is funny because it just kind of stays on the field and clicks Terastal Storm almost the entire game. One thing that I was thinking could have been funny is you called it out, Gabby, was like Hyper Beam. And I specifically was wondering if like Hyper Beam goes onto Iron Jugulus, then you just KO it, you deny Tailwind on turn 1. I think that could have been kind of cool. But then the problem is you just can't attack the next turn, so you're just so vulnerable. So Terastal Storm is just like much more consistent. But with these Terapagos, it's like you do see Earth Power, Dark Pulse, Sleep Talk, but those are all like so situational. You're clicking Terastal Storm like 99+% of the time.
I know, but that's why I want to try the team out, because I want to press the funny button and just see what happens.
Yeah.
And like, I know that Regulation G just went live on the Battle Stadium ladder, like, what was it, 2 or 3 days ago at this point?
That's right.
Well, I guess it's the 5th, so 5 days ago. I actually haven't had a chance to play yet because I've just been so busy like studying and doing other stuff. So I want to jump on the ladder, and like one of my favorite things to do at the beginning of the format is just like play really poorly and just be like, I want to see how much Hyper Beam does to the metagame. I want to see, like, you know, yes, you probably want to terrestrialize Terapagos, but what if I don't? Like,
Totally.
and just sort of get that feel of how these Pokemon play. And I just haven't had a chance to do that yet.
I think one of the toughest things about starting a new format where there's brand new Pokemon allowed is you just don't know how much damage you'll necessarily do, and the best way to learn is to just get your butt kicked by them, honestly.
Oh, 100%.
Like, yesterday we saw how crazy Miraidon's damage out could be, right? It's like the fact like Electric Terra, Volt Switch, Witch Hoist specs just gets the knockout onto Incineroar terrain, for example. And in this game, it's like, I think Terrapagos in particular is a really tricky Pokemon because you need to know how much like Terra Starstorm does before the Terra, as well as how much like the spread Terras do. And then you also have to factor in Chi-Yu dropping special defense as well. And so like experience can really go a long way, and that's why a lot of people, when they start playing a new format, they just grind a lot of games because you just want more experience fighting against all these brand new Pokemon.
Well, since the ladder has been out for 5 days, I want to see y'all over on social media. Let us know how it's going. Show us your Regulation G team so far. Tell us, you know, what has been your favorite battle, either of the event, of the ladder, of whatever. You can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on your social media channel of choice, and you may see your X posts on stream, of course. But if you are just tuning in right now and you want to go back, watch day 1 of the competition later, watch previous competitions, you can find that all and more at youtube.com/Pokemon. So plenty of incredible social channels. Of course, if you're watching live, make sure to click that follow button as well so that you get notifications when we do go live or when we post cool videos of, like, I don't know, Fuecoco. They posted one on YouTube this week of Fuecoco singing from the Horizons animation, and that's what popped into my head. So
You
that's
don't
what
want to
you're
miss out
going
on
for.
that. You want to get notified as soon as that comes out. So don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff.
All that good stuff. Ring that bell for us.
This tournament is just so exciting, though. We have one more round of Swiss, and then we will determine who our final 8 players are. I think there were almost maybe like 700 players coming into this tournament. So it's once again like one of the largest regionals we've had, and I can't wait to get into the final round. But we'll take a short break and then come back with the last round.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zheng, and today next to me, I am joined by a very special guest. Hello.
Me?
Who, you?
Me?
You?
I guess so. Hello, everybody. We are here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and we are not quite ready yet, but very soon going to be going into the final round of the second day of Swiss, which means that we're very soon going to know the 8 players advancing to the final portion of the tournament, the top cut bracket.
It has been such an exhilarating competition, of course, the first one of this brand new format, and yesterday feels like it was about Calyrex Ice Rider. Today it feels like it's been about Terapagos.
To me, it feels like it's about Miraidon.
Really?
I'm still
yeah,
fired up over that
the
game
Miraidon
yesterday.
train.
But yeah, I mean, the player who is currently undefeated in the tournament has been using Terapagos, and we just saw another big win from Terapagos on stream. It's very interesting because, you know, initially we thought, okay, Terapagos against Calm Mind, it's so tanky, like, got this great ability in the base form, like, because like sets itself up, really supported by these like Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom, and then, yeah, just impossible to remove. And the players at the tournament were like, well, like, okay, yeah, setting up is nice, but what if we just gave Terapagos the choice specs and just used it to KO everything right away? And then, yeah, well, they're doing pretty well with that, aren't they?
It's been getting a lot of knockouts, and I think it's interesting to see that the Terapagos teams that we featured on stream are these Tailwind variants that just aim to outspeed and do a lot of damage. I think early in the meta, before the regulation actually even officially started, people were thinking, oh, like Rillaboom, Comfy, Calm Mind, Leftovers, like you stay on the field for a really long time and you heal back up. But turns out Choice Specs is just a really good item, and you pair it with Priority Tailwind. Like that's pretty good.
Turns out when you have a move that hits both Pokemon, cannot be resisted, does super effective damage if you Terastalize on a Pokemon with ridiculous bulk and like pretty good defensive typing, normal having like only one weakness. Yeah, it turns out when you have a move like that and you double its speed and maybe you add Chi-Yu to get even more damage, or you have a Choice Specs that, yeah, it actually does pretty well. So who'd have thought?
Who would have thought? We also got a chance to catch up a little bit with the junior and senior division champions from this tournament. Those tournaments have already concluded, so Sierra got a chance to talk to them earlier today.
Big congratulations to our champion here in the juniors division in Indianapolis, Leland Smith. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good.
Were you nervous coming to the event or just good?
I was pretty nervous because I got my team done at 9 o'clock the night before the tournament.
Were you undecided on what team you wanted to bring to the event? Because it's a brand new regulation.
I was. I built about 13 teams in the car coming up.
So then how did you ultimately end up deciding on the team that you went with? And what team did you end up going with?
I went with Cali Shadow, and my friend Kevin helped me.
Okay. And do you think that it was, I mean, you won, so it might be a little biased, but did you think it was the best team coming in the event, or was there matchups you were kind of scared of?
No, Miraidon Sun gave me a lot of issues. I lost it at 2-0 in Swiss.
How did the rest of the tournament go for you, minus that one loss?
Good, I 2-0'd everybody else.
Oh, so you're feeling pretty good about the regulation. How are you feeling about the rest of the events coming up? Because the World Champions is right around the corner.
I don't like this one right because Cali Shadow wrecks everything.
But if you're using it, then it's not a problem, right?
Unless everybody runs wide guard.
Well, hopefully we just don't get to see the wide guard coming up. Of course, I want to let you celebrate your champion with your friends and your family here. But before I let you go, any final shout-outs?
Kevin, my parents, my grandparents, Charlie Kim, he lives in California. You probably didn't like me saying that. That's it.
All right, congratulations once again. I'm here with our champion in the seniors division, Luke Kroll. Congratulations on the win. Regional champion, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. It was a tough matchup in my finals, but I trusted my game plan going in and just carried it through all the way.
So what did you end up bringing to the event with it being a brand new regulation, everybody having to relearn things?
So I initially started my testing with Groudon, but I missed too many Precipice Blades, so I switched to Miraidon. And then I started running with Flare Blitz, but like I felt I took too much recoil, so I switched to using Flame Charge to get the speed boost. So then I ended up bringing Miraidon Sun with booster energy Flutter Mane, so that if I like didn't have the sun up, I could still go fast. I had Ogerpon Hearthflame, Rillaboom, Urshifu Dark, and Assault Vest Raging Bolt for like the Shadow Rider matchup.
Love the booster flutter. Make sure you always got that speed on your side. How did the finals go? Because you said that was kind of a little stressful for you.
Yeah, so my opponent, I actually played in Swiss, and he 2-0'd me, so it was very stressful going in. But I knew that if I led Flutter Mane and Urshifu Dark, that I could apply enough pressure, and if I just got the reads right, I could put him on the back foot immediately.
And how did the rest of the tournament go for you, besides that, you know, the loss in the Swiss to then the stressful finals?
Yeah, the tournament went really good for me. I played a different restricted every single round in Swiss, so it was very fun trying like a bunch of different compositions and seeing how I could perform. And then some of my games were really close, but I think I did really well.
Awesome. And then how are you feeling about the regulation now in general? I mean, besides the, yeah, I won, so that has to be good.
So I think the regulation's very fun. It's very diverse. I'm taking a nice break till World, so I'll see how the metagame develops, but I might stick with Calyrex.
I mean, hey, if it's already working, right, and you can only improve upon that. Of course, before I let you go celebrate with friends and families, do you have any final words or shout-outs?
Yeah, I got some shout-outs. So my family, my mom, my dad, and my brother Jack, you supported me so much. You let me go. I really thank you. And then my friends who don't play Pokemon, Spencer, Katya, Dylan, Chris, Grayson. If I forget anyone, I'm sorry, but thank you so much for all the support.
Just got to win another event so you can shout them out then. But thank you. Congratulations once again.
Always incredible to hear from the champions of other divisions. I think one of my favorite things about competitive VGC is being able to showcase talent from all different age ranges. And, you know, we've seen so many amazing players rise up from the younger divisions and become stars in the Masters division as well. So amazing to hear from our new champs, and congratulations to them.
Absolutely. We could be looking at the next generation of Pokemon Pros. In fact, I'd say we are looking at the next generation of Pokemon Pros, and that's just such an exciting thing to see. I mean, as Aaron said, so many incredible players in the, this Masters division, the oldest division, got their start in the seniors division, including my very handsome co-caster here. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for kids of all ages to kind of get involved, and yeah, I'm really excited to see how these players do in their future seasons and at World Championships this year.
It was really cool hearing about Calyrex in particular, because I think that's a Pokemon that's actually had a smaller impact than I would have expected here in the Masters division. It's been a lot of talk about the Calrexes. Yesterday we saw a lot of Shadow Riders. That felt like maybe the number 1, number 2 pick alongside Ice Rider coming into this tournament. Ice Rider feels like it had a much more dominant performance yesterday. Yeah. We've seen Kyogres. Miraidon has looked really good in that one game on stream, and spoilers, we might actually be getting it again here.
Who knows? Somebody might be watching Miraidon on stream. It could be us. It could be all of you, but we don't know for sure. No one can say for sure. But I agree. I actually would have thought that Calyrex was like maybe the number 3 restricted coming into this, or maybe number 4 for me, like behind the 2 horses, Terapagos, and then I probably would have had Calyrex as the 4th most used one. And it does seem to be struggling a little bit. I mean, I just, like we're almost out of the Swiss rounds. Like, I mean, it would be nice to watch Calyrex, but what are the odds that we, might be seeing a Calyrex versus Miraidon?
Oh, yeah. Come on,
like, I mean, bike versus
right?
bike?
What are the odds?
Way.
No.
I mean, this is like gasoline versus 2 bikes? What? 2 bikes where we haven't seen these 2 legendary Pokemon. We were lucky enough to see Groudon versus Kyogre. Wait, we've seen Groudon versus Kyogre. We've seen Calyrex versus Calyrex. Is it possible, Aaron? Do you think that? Please, can please, can we maybe like
what are the odds of that?
There's just not
how many Miraidons are even in day 2?
I don't know, like a couple, but not that many. Like,
and how many Miraidons are in day 2?
Not that many.
Like the odds of them to fight against each other.
And they have to have the same record, and like, I don't know. I guess sorry, folks. Like, we really tried our best, but there's nothing we can do. I mean, we're stuck here behind the desk. Actually, if we try to leave, they kind of push us back in. I've been trying to get out for a while. I'll let you know if I find the exit.
They haven't fired him yet. He's still here,
They're trying, actually. They're trying, but they have to tell me, so I've been running away. I'm quite fast. I use Tailwind. Anyway, yeah. So that's too bad. I guess that's the last thing we'll say about Calyrex and Miraidon. But yeah, Terapagos has really been a star. And now we're looking at some of the Swiss rankings of the players, so we can see the players who are very likely to be moving on. Nick Navarre obviously has locked it, and so has Rajan Ball. We have a couple other players still in contention here as well. Lots of big names here: Justin Burns, Shilling Tang, Aaron Trailer, Leonard Craft, Andrew Zheng. These players, if they win this next round, they are all guaranteed to make it. And some of the players who are 10 wins and 3 losses will make it as well.
Yeah, at this point, I would, very much expect the final 8 to be 8 of these 16 players. And so congratulations to Nick and Rajan for already locking a spot here in that top 8. Both of those players came into today undefeated. So Nick has won another 4 games in a row, which is unbelievable. And then Rajan has won 3 of the 4 as well.
Only losing to Nick, it's worth noting.
That's right,
they played round 1, so.
And I believe they're actually, first of all, they're just really good friends. I think they're actually rooming together as well. So they have a combined record of 25-1 with the only loss coming to each other, which I think is, and I believe Justin Burns actually is also rooming with them.
Really?
Yeah, so between the 3 of them, they have 36 wins and 3 losses.
We got to see if they got room in that room next tournament, seriously.
Let me in, please, please.
Knocking on the door. Yeah, I heard that, I don't know if it's true, but I heard heard that since they're rooming together, they actually exchanged their open team sheets last night, like because they were both 9-0, so they knew they'd be playing each other. Lots of other great players here at 10-3 as well, who we didn't talk about. We saw Andrew Ding on stream. We saw Z on stream as well. There's just so many talented players. One of the hardest parts about a Pokemon tournament is that there's only so many spots, and eventually the great players have to play each other. Speaking of great players, Aaron, look at these notable matches.
Well, hey, I mean, we saw Luke on stream yesterday, Wolf. And,
what was it restricted?
What restricted? I don't remember.
Was it
Calyrex?
Was it maybe Coyote? I think it might have been Kyurem White.
I remember seeing Sun on the field, so I think it was Groudon.
Oh, it might have been Groudon. This isn't right, because we only watch. I don't know. Guess it doesn't matter.
I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
And sorry, excuse me. Oh my goodness, Dr. Aaron Trailer,
That's right.
A player we have not seen yet on stream being featured. A couple other notable matches. Nick Navarre has beaten all of the players at 10 and 1? 12 and 1, sorry, I got confused.
Yeah.
So he's now being paired against players with 2 losses despite having 0 himself. Rajan Ball versus Shiliang Tang. These are players who every player on this list I have enormous respect for, but that's a match that I would also be very curious to see the outcome of. And then Andrew Zheng versus Justin Burns. There's just so many great players and so many great matches at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, it's fun looking at these 8 names in particular because on one hand you have some ex-regional champions, right? Like Shiliang, Justin, Nick, Aaron Trailer have all won regionals before.
Yeah.
Luca and Rajan have come so close. They've been in that top 8, that final bracket.
Yeah.
Luca specifically actually getting 2nd and top 4 in this season alone, and he's been chasing that big win. So yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to finally secure one. I know he's been so hungry for it, and some newer names within there as well. And yeah, I mean, Andrew Zheng had a very impressive set on stream just now, and so curious to see if he can also bring another Terapagos into that top 8.
That's right. Yeah, the thing is that other than the top 2 players, Rajan and Nick, nothing is locked. Nothing is secured. You think, okay, well, it's been a long tournament. I've won so many games. I've beaten so many great players, and at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to this, the final round. Not that everything that came before it is not important, but really, if you want to win this tournament and you're not Nick or Rajan, you have to get on the bike and you have to lock in your stirrups. I don't know how to ride. I actually learned recently how to ride a real bike.
Oh, congratulations.
Not a motorcycle. Thank you very much. I'm not so good at it, but I assume I will never forget.
They say
That's what they say.
Yeah,
but I'm built different.
How many lessons did you get?
My friend Alan, we rode around the park a little bit, and we had to borrow another friend's bike because I didn't have one because I didn't know how to ride. And then her friend was texting her. I was like, "Hey, I think somebody stole your bike," because it was me taking my lessons in the park. So it took me a couple weeks, but I figured it out. So yeah.
To your point, though, this is such a stressful spot for all the players to be in because
so much pressure.
I think when you haste top 8, that's when it gets more stressful than ever, right? Because I think at this point, so many of these players, they want to win the entire tournament, right?
Yes.
The goal is to just win, and coming so far and then falling just short on the final step, I think can actually be one of the most painful feelings in competing in anything.
I agree.
Having been on both sides of the top cut bracket before, it's you got to just forget about everything, tune it out, and just play your best game. A lot about it is kind of using your momentum and experience that you learned from even just the games earlier today to kind of figure out how you can play your best in this final round.
Absolutely. I mean, these players have played, 14? This is their 14th round, I believe, of the tournament.
Wolf! Hey, man.
No way!
Say it ain't so.
There's no way, Aaron. I could not expect this. There is a Miraidon on Aaron's side, and there is a Koraidon on Luca's side. We have received the prophecy. We have received Baikel versus Baikel.
Asking ye shall receive. I actually think that I'm kind of surprised that we haven't had this matchup yet, but it feels so fitting that we started Swiss with the Calyrex matchup, and then we had Kyogre Groudon to end Swiss yesterday, and now to end Swiss we get Koraidon and Miraidon. How awesome is that? Also, there's a Ditto here.
I like how big Ditto is compared to the other Pokemon. Yeah, Ditto, a Pokemon that, let me just check my notes, we have not seen a single time on stream just yet, and Ditto's a really interesting Pokemon because although it doesn't often show up in other formats, in restricted formats, it's actually quite interesting because it allows Aaron to potentially steal that restricted Pokemon on Luca's side, taking the Koraidon for himself, but with the Choice Scarf, he'll be the faster Koraidon at all times. So we actually see triple normal type Pokemon here. This is similar to the team that Rajan used, Rajan mentioning that he worked with Aaron Trailer, but whereas Rajan had the Ogerpon Cornerstone mask, Dr. Aaron Trailer has the Ditto. So I'm really curious if we'll see it in this matchup. But yeah, triple normal type can be quite threatening for Calyrex Shadow, so I imagine that that's part of the reason why Aaron Trailer has made it. Dr. Aaron Trailer has made it this far.
Yeah, critically though, there is no Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing side. Instead, it's going to be that Koraidon. You know what likes going up against normal types?
Oh man,
a fighting type, man!
Oh Oh no! Sounds like we're on a collision course. He did bring ice cream for his friends. It was very good.
I think dude, that actually will make this really interesting because I think, you know, one of the strongest things about Crydon is collision course, just being able to deal so much damage. As we head over to Luca, who did recently become good friends with Aaron Trailer. That's it. I hope he got some ice cream as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Luca, another really, really strong player. Also just such a nice guy. I really love Luca. Just like such positive energy. And as you mentioned, he's gotten really close a couple of times this format alone. Not only a player with some storied experience, but he's had a ton of success this format, and we are looking at his team here. This is the second time we've seen him on stream, but he's got some really scary Pokemon. He's got Koraidon with the Bulk Up, actually. Some Koraidon opt to use the Flame Charge move in that last slot, but Luca having more success with Bulk Up, pairing it offensively with the Chen Pao and the Fluttermane. Chen Pao to support it with its Sword of Ruin ability, lowering the defense stats of his opponents. Fluttermane being very scary for Miraidon, being able to put out a ton of Fairy-type damage, and yeah, with the choice specs, with Photosynthesis activated, like it can boost either its special attack or its speed stat. And Raging Bolt, another Pokemon that, I mean, we've seen that Raging Bolt like takes a lot of damage from electric moves if it Terras to Fairy, but this Raging Bolt is Terra Electric, and so like it's like he has some good tools both offensively and defensively to deal with the Miraidon.
Yeah, I'm really curious about Ditto, actually. I think Ditto's a Pokemon that very few people have experienced fighting against, and being able to just copy the opposing Koraidon, I think, can actually be really spooky. Miraidon is just so strong, but of course it does have to get through Raging Bolt specifically, and so Raging Bolt's another Pokemon on Luca's end that I'm really paying attention to.
Yeah.
Now, I think one thing that might be tricky for Luca is just like the lack of good speed control, and so from Aaron's end, right, it's like maybe relatively safe to just get a Tailwind up with Whimsicott and then start going from there.
You also have the option of Trick Room, though. We did see that Rajan's Ursaluna Blood Moon was very fast. We'll have to see how fast this Ursaluna Blood Moon is, because if Trick Room goes up, I mean, Ursaluna Blood Moon can output a ton of damage, and it can hit the Raging Bolt for super effective damage. In past formats, we saw Terra Fairy be kind of the dominant Terra type on Raging Bolt because it didn't overlap any weaknesses. It gave you some nice resistances and immunity to Dragon, and part of the reason people didn't run Terra Electric back in prior formats was because of Pokemon like Landorus Incarnate. You wanted to get rid of your ground weakness, but in this format, Landorus Incarnate isn't that popular, and also Ursaluna Blood Moon wasn't that popular going in. Groudon wasn't that popular, so I totally understand why people feel like they could afford to, you know, maybe drop that defensive Terra type and go with Electric for an offensive Terra type instead. But all of a sudden, there's an Ursaluna Blood Moon on the other side of the field, and that can become very scary very quickly. So we are just about ready to jump into this match. The winner, if it's Aaron wins, he will guaranteed make top cut. If Luca wins, they both have a chance, but neither is guaranteed. As we start out this game with Chen Pao the Treasure Hunter and Raging Bolt.
Miraidon is going to hit the field immediately here. We were talking about Raging Bolt coming into this game. This is a huge one to pay attention to. The other thing is that Chen Pao here is, of course, that Dark type, and so if you protect on turn one, normally you have to worry about Encore from Whimsicott, but not the case here. And so Raging Bolt here is in an interesting spot, right? You do have to worry about the potential Dragon type attack from the opposing side, but so many players with that Miraidon like just pivoting out immediately here. So looks like Aaron right now kind of just considering going with a lot of offense here right away.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing worth noting is that this Chen Pao actually is not running Icicle Crash, it's running Ice Spinner. So it does have the option of removing the terrain, even though there isn't a Rillaboom on the other side. So Aaron actually looks to be locking in a very aggressive play here, saying, you know what, like, Chen Pao could outspeed both of my Pokemon, but like, I'm not going to worry about it. Like, I think you're either going to protect or maybe my Miraidon is faster. We did see the Hadron Engine activate before the... No way, Raging Bolt switching out, afraid of potentially a Draco Meteor. The Pokemon's running against Fluttermane! Fluttermane the Joyful!
We know what's going there!
Voltage comes out, Miraidon outspeeds the Chen Pao! Oh my god, it survives! Just barely survives, but that wasn't even Terra Electric. That was just a regular old Volt Switch, and two options here for a switch in. Interesting that it actually seems to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon. This is a bit risky, as if that slot is taking an Ice Spinner, I mean, it is super effective damage, but we'll have to see. It is Ice Spinner, but who's it into? The Whimsicott! A huge prediction from Aaron, not only bringing the Fluttermane down to very low HP, but also using Moonblast here. Following up, the Electric Terrain is gone, but it's actually not such a big deal, Aaron, because, like, yeah, like now Miraidon gets 5 more turns the next time it comes in, and all of a sudden, Luca's lost almost 200% of his Pokemon's HP.
I think one of the most amusing things to see is the kind of Miraidon versus Raging Bolt. It feels like every time people just Volt Switch into that slot, they don't actually get punished by it, right? Like, imagine if that were just like an Electro Web coming out and you just knock out Whimsicott. Now you get a very safe Tailwind and Hyper Voice, right?
Yes.
You can start just dishing out so much damage with a combination of the Ursaluna Blood Moon as well as the Koraidon, right? And so or the Miraidon, I should say. One of the things I was thinking about is, you know, if you actually knock out Whimsicott and it doesn't Tailwind on turn one, that can actually maybe set you back a little bit.
Yeah.
But now Aaron just gets speed control and you get your 2 most powerful Pokemon on the field if Whimsicott faints. And
That was so much damage. That was such a good trade for Aaron on turn 1.
It is worth noting that this Ursaluna Blood Moon could be fast or slow, so there's no guarantee that Tailwind would help. This could be Koraidon coming in here. It is Koraidon. This is going to activate the Photosynthesis on the Flutter Mane. So the advantage of this is that if this is Speed Booster Flutter Mane, it will now outspeed even in Tailwind, even the fastest Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is a really big deal. The downside of this is it is Speed Booster that Koraidon's now going to have to take some damage, and even with the resistance, I mean, I wouldn't want to be taking too many Terra Electric, Volt Switch, or any other type of move from this Miraidon. But Dazzling Gleam is coming out here. It is going to KO the Whimsicott duo. That's a good chunk of damage, Aaron.
That was actually a lot. So Tailwind is set up, and like you critically called out, that Sun being a really big deal. Often the way people train.
Oh my goodness. Who's the restricted Pokemon? Is it Ursaluna or is it Koraidon?
Honestly, like, it feels like Ursaluna's... People are sleeping on it in this format. Like, let's not forget how good this Pokemon was in previous formats, right? So now Tailwind is set up, now Miraidon comes out, and it can just consider going for Terra. So Chien-Pao's now also out on the field. This does apply a little bit of pressure, of course, with that Sucker Punch. And but how do you get through this, right? It's like both HPs are so low on the opposing side.
Well, not only will Discharge KO both, but Aaron actually has a couple options here. We're going to see him lock in one, which is that the final Pokemon here is that Farigiraf. So, of course, Sucker Punch is very, very threatening, right? Like, it can KO a Blood Moon, you can start to play some mind games, but it's not as threatening if you have a Farigiraf in the back protecting it from the priority moves with its Armor Tail ability. And if you wanted to focus on a Miraidon-based game plan here, like you maybe locking into Discharge, threatening a KO on both Pokemon, maybe using Terra Electric, the Assault Vest Raging Bolt in the back would actually be kind of scary here, right? Because it's got a quadruple resistance to electric moves. Doesn't have a quadruple resistance, though, against the normal type moves from the Ursaluna. And actually, Whimsicott going down in that turn means that Aaron gets maximum value out of his Tailwind turns here.
Yeah, I think the main thing I'm just curious about is the Ursaluna speed here. Is there any chance it's actually slower than either Pokemon from the opposing side? Because if so, this actually could be a little bit risky. But
that's right.
If you're confident you'll outspeed, then that will be huge. And so Farigiraf here is going to be the pivot, of course, blocking a potential Sucker Punch from that Chien-Pao. Also getting a defense boost, which was quite valuable into two physical attackers. And here we go. It's going to be a Terra coming out.
Yeah, that's right. And Terra Normal Ursaluna does quite a bit of damage. This is most likely to cover for the Raging Bolt switching in, just to say, hey, even if you switch in, you're taking so much damage. Maybe Helping Hand Hyper Voice to do enough next turn. Luke has the option of playing defensive here. You can protect both his Pokemon. Neither of these Pokemon, it is just to protect here. Neither of these Pokemon have a way to, with their Terra type, to resist Hyper Voice. It is Sucker Punch.
The Sucker Punch.
That's right. So Chien-Pao cannot use Sucker Punch. It tries, it fails. Hyper Voice will pick up a KO into the Chien-Pao, and Aaron's positioning is just exquisite.
And that will get a knockout on a Chien-Pao at 1 HP, perhaps the most over KO you'll ever see.
Critical hit. Aaron, you think that one mattered?
So, of course, we're going to see the Raging Bolt come back out. That will get a Photosynthesis boost thanks to the Sun, but this is why Farigiraf is such a nice partner, right? Being able to block that priority is such a big deal. No Sucker Punch coming out, no Thunderclap coming out here either, and so it's going to be that special attack boost coming out. You know, one of the things I was thinking about earlier is what if the Flutter Mane actually gone for Icy Wind for a speed drop? Dazzling Gleam did a lot of damage, but the problem is, you know, this
Ursaluna
is still just doing a lot, and so now once again, any chance that the Koraidon's faster here? Because if so, that could make this interesting.
I think it's probably not faster because now Aaron is playing. The question is, does he want to go for Helping Hand Hyper Voice and potentially be in trouble against Double Protect, or a Helping Hand Blood Moon to just finish off, or maybe Helping Hand Earth Power to take out the Raging Bolt in one hit? I'm not positive if that would KO, but we'll have to see. Right now, if Aaron Trailer connects a Hyper Voice into the Koraidon, if he is faster, if there is no Double Protect, then he will most likely win this game. But the thing is that it's only a 2/3 chance that Double Protect will fail if Luca goes for it. So we'll have to see. Here's Helping Hand. It moves first always. Double Protect comes out! Oh my goodness, that might change this entire game. How much is Helping Hand Hyper Voice going to do? I mean, it's strong, it's Terra Normal, it's Helping Hand, it's Life Orb, but this is Assault Vest Raging Bolt, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. I think we're looking at around 60% damage.
Yeah, right around there. You can Electro Web now, or you could Thunderbolt into the Farigiraf. It's going to be Electro Web that will double connect.
I actually think you really want Ursaluna to go down here.
So you get a free switch in.
Yeah, I think you need the switch in, but oh my goodness, Aaron, that could change the entire game.
Yeah, I was thinking like Thunderbolt there onto Farigiraf, like you intentionally don't pick up a knockout, so you do a lot of damage, but it's still tricky. I mean, but now there is, of course, the free switch in back out into the Miraidon. Terrain is set up. Do we think a Helping Hand Discharge gets the double KO here?
I don't think the Discharge will KO Raging Bolt. My question is, do you think Helping Hand and actually Electro Drift
knocks out the Raging Bolt?
Exactly, right?
I would think so.
I would think so. I feel like if I doubt Miraidon on stream, I just feel like such a fool. So Aaron also has the option of locking in Draco Meteor, which would be a guaranteed KO. He can then go for 2 Terra Blasts into the Koraidon to pick up the KO. It is worth noting that Luca does still have Terra. Nope, that's not right. He does not have Terra available anymore. So it comes down to Electro Drift basically here, if it will pick up the KO on the Raging Bolt or not. Actually, Terastalizing to Electric there might not have been needed for the KO, and now makes it so that he does not have this quadruple weakness to Electric, only a single resistance. And I'm not sure that's going to be enough here.
Yeah,
Aaron?
it looks like Aaron's going to go for it. This is absolutely huge. Will it be able to secure the knockout? I'd be shocked if it weren't, because I now know not to doubt Miraidon.
Helping hand, bike versus bike. Miraidon is ready to drift all over this Raging Bolt. Say, hey, that long neck is nice to look like a nice target to drive over. Electro Drift comes out, it's resisted, it's Assault Fest. Is it enough?
Bye-bye.
It is! Bye-bye. Thank you, Raging Bolt, for your service. We'll be seeing you next battle with a critical hit.
It was a crit, but
it probably didn't matter, let's be honest. Like, all of us at home have learned how strong Miraidon is.
Yeah.
The question now is, will Koraidon be able to fire off, say, hey, you took out my friend? My turn. Collision Course coming out here. It's not super effective, but it's still a very powerful move, boosted by the sun. How much is it doing?
Not enough.
Critical hit in that end would have been disastrous. Tailwind has ended, though, so the question now is, who's faster between these two bikes?
Let's see, and also how much would Terra Blast do to Koraidon even if it is slower? But okay, Miraidon will be faster. Electro Drift comes out.
No helping hand, resisted.
The double protect. Nope, that doesn't matter. There's no resistance. You need an immunity against this Pokemon. Like, resistances do not matter when you're using Miraidon with this choice spec set.
What an incredibly powerful Pokemon, and great play from Aaron Trailer to understand, hey, even if Luca gets the double protect, which is, you know, not very likely, yeah, like it's still like I can still close this out with Miraidon. So really exquisitely played from Dr. Aaron Trailer, but good play by Luca as well. I think the early turn was just so hard for Luca, with Tailwind getting set up at the right time, with Aaron making a very aggressive, correct prediction turn 1, that it was really hard for Luca to recover. But I think that he did a good job working with what he had. I also want to just clarify something, because I did have a slight error there. I said Collision Course is boosted by the sun. It's technically boosted by Orichalcum Pulse, which boosts Koraidon's attack in the sun. So it's not a fire type move, it's a fighting type move, but it gets an attack boost when the sun is up. So just don't want anyone at home to be confused.
There's so many new mechanics, especially in the brand new format, and so, you know, we're still trying to get used to it as well. But I think the 2 turns that really stick out to me in that last game were turn 1 alone. The lead matchup, Aaron just executing and getting so much damage on a Flutter Mane, right? Imagine if Raging Bolt just stayed in on turn 1. Imagine if you knock, especially the decision to not Tailwind immediately, Whimsicott and Moonblast.
Risky.
It's risky, but it paid off so heavily. If Whimsicott goes down on turn 1, Tailwind does not go up. Suddenly that Ursaluna Blood Moon doesn't just get to outspeed and KO everything. And so the speed tiers matter so much here, right? And so committing to Tailwind, having these 2 really powerful attackers under Tailwind is really difficult for Luca to deal with, right? And so I think Luca needs to figure out a way to not just take so much damage immediately on turn 1. And I once again look at that Raging Bolt. I think Aaron this time around, I wouldn't be surprised if he plays like and just sets up Tailwind earlier. He's like, I'm not going to take the risk again because Tailwind is so important.
He also risked like that the Chen Pao was outspeeding his Miraidon.
Yes.
Like we didn't know for sure. Like I mean, it did move first twice, but it's still like not like guaranteed, I think. So it could have been risky, right? Like for example, like even if you're max speed Miraidon, you never know if the other Chen Pao is also the same speed stat, because they do have the same natural like base speed stats.
Exactly.
So like it's possible that even when you think you're moving first, like it's possible that you've just been winning 50-50 shots to move first. So it was a risky play for a number of reasons, and I'm just really amazed at the guts to go for that turn 1, game 1, because I mean that ultimately snowballed into a win. But I mean, if that had gone the other way, this game might have been over very quickly on the other end.
Yeah, I think the question now I'm thinking from Luca's end is, you know, what adjustments do you make? Is there's Incineroar and Ogre Pump, but to be honest, both feel really weak into this matchup. So I'd be shocked if Incineroar came out. I mean, Ogre Pump mainly would be interesting for like follow me, but it's like you want to just eat up a Volt Switch or Discharge. And so I think the same 4 Pokemon from Luca's end makes sense, but like Aaron just had such a nice play on that turn 1 specifically, and so I think Luca's got to have probably take a better trade on turn 1.
We also didn't see the Ditto, which feels like it could play a role here. I mean, copying Flutter Mane actually does a lot of damage against the opposing team. We do see Koraidon and a switch up here, Koraidon and Chen Pao from Luca against the same lead from Aaron. So what do you think of this, Aaron?
I think Whimsicott looks so happy right now being able to pressure Moonblast at least, right? And so Moonblast actually dealing super effective damage into both. And once again, it's like, it's pretty free to just Volt Switch out here right now.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Aaron Trailer, you are simply built different. This is the 3rd time with the ability activation order that we've seen Miraidon move before Chen Pao, so maybe Aaron knows something that we don't about that. Like, I think it's totally possible.
Do you think Koraidon's going to go for a Fire Terra here? Because if it does and tries to attack, it will just get demolished by... Yeah.
The thing is that, I was going to say, I think it wants to just protect, but the thing is that Aaron's been making very aggressive hard reads, and if you protect Koraidon and you need Volt Switch plus Moonblast into Chen Pao, It's so risky. I don't know if Aaron will go for it. He's thinking about a lot.
Okay, this could be a game-winning play if the Calyrex just goes for Terrifier on turn 1.
No switches. Raging Bolt was a contender to switch in here. We'll have to see. This is very committal from Aaron. It's more committal than anything we saw last game. Here's the Terra from the Miraidon. Will we see a Terra from the Koraidon? Or will we just see a Protect? It feels pretty safe. I mean, also, Luke has the option of protecting both Pokemon here. There is an option of that. So that it is just a Protect from the Koraidon. So Aaron not going to do any damage this turn. Let's have to see what Chen Pao goes for. Is it Protect? It's not. Tailwind comes out. So Aaron's setting up the Tailwind just to make sure this game, but it's going to be a pretty big Ice Spinner is my guess. Here's Electro Drift. It does not do any damage against the Koraidon, not even being able to switch it out because this is almost certainly an Ice Spinner coming out here. It is Ice Spinner, this time into the Miraidon, saying, you know what, I don't want you to deal with your terrain anymore. And actually doing
a lot of
damage. Yeah, being boosted by the Sword of Ruin there. That might even be Sucker Punch range, and there's no more electric terrain.
Totally. I like the play from both ends, because I think if Aaron actually gets that prediction and Koraidon Terras and you get that knockout, you're so far ahead.
He can't even use the Terra.
That's true.
Probably.
Yeah.
But probably.
Well, I was thinking, like, maybe this Koraidon is, like, super bulky, like, maybe it can survive. But, yeah, so now the scary thing is, of course, Chen Pao does exert Sucker Punch pressure, but you know that Ferrograph is a potential switch in here, right? So do you want to just fall for that again?
Yeah.
Being able to remove the terrain is a really big deal, right?
Yeah.
Because it just drastically reduces Miraidon's damage output. So we were talking about how important turn 1 is for Luca. Aaron this time does get Tailwind up, but now you're kind of in an awkward position, right? Where it's like, because you don't have terrain anymore, it's harder to feel comfortable. Moonblast here will still do a ton of damage onto both slots, though, so it's going to be the switch out into Ferrograph.
That's right. This Chen Pao actually is Terastal, so it's pretty safe to go for this. Like, it'll almost certainly bring it down to the Focus Sash. I'm expecting Aaron's predicting a Koraidon to switch out into Raging Bolt. That's my professional opinion, saying, hey, like, the Moonblast plus Electro Drift play is pretty threatening. That is the Raging Bolt switching in, so I think this play makes a lot of sense from Luca. The obvious play to me is to say, hey, Koraidon just protected, so Moonblast and Electro Drift will pick up a KO if Sucker Punch doesn't get the KO, or if I bring in oh my goodness, an amazing play from Aaron here, not only not taking the bait, but saying, you know what, here's a Moonblast. Chen Pao is so threatening in part because of the fact that with the Focus Sash, you need 2 hits to take it out and exert so much pressure, and it's removing the terrain, so getting rid of that Chen Pao, let's Focus Sash right away, massive deal for Aaron.
Yeah, a lot of things going on there, right? Like the Miraidon is in a really tricky spot, so it wants to switch out. Koraidon's also in a really tricky spot because you don't want to eat up a Moonblast on that slot. Also, just protected, so there's the threat of Encore onto that slot. And so Chen Pao is going to pivot out, and critically, it didn't get any damage off, right? That could have been a spinner that was relatively free into both slots, but it's going to be Fluttermane coming out here. So this, of course, is going to pack a big punch here.
Yeah, the Choice Specs Fluttermane, really good, and it's actually going to be outspeeding Ferrograph, probably even without the speed boost, let's be honest, but you never know. Moonblast actually doing a
pretty good damage.
A hefty chunk of damage. Terra Blast, unfortunately, not going to do anything into the Raging Bolt here, but Aaron felt like he wanted to cover a Koraidon switch in, and Electro coming out just saying, hey, you know what, now with the speed boost on the Fluttermane and the speed drop on the Whimsicott, I think that Fluttermane should probably outspeed both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Fluttermane is in a really good spot offensively right now, and critically, Aaron can't protect either of these Pokemon, and so as a result, you're going to have to take a ton of damage in this position.
I think Whimsicott actually does have Protect.
Oh, that's right, sorry,
yes. Yeah, sometimes toward the last half here. So he does have Protect on Whimsicott now, but I mean, losing Ferrograph means that the Sucker Punch from that Chen Pao is going to be really dangerous later, because Miraidon can't protect itself because it has Choice Specs, and it also like can't be protected from Ferrograph if it goes down, and you also have no switches here, right? So
do you ever you could switch Ferrograph into that Ursaluna Blood Moon that we saw in the back, especially if you think an electric type attack is going to go into that slot, but it's still tricky.
I think Aaron might be thinking about it. He's running out of time, though. He's got to make a move.
This is a really hard turn, I think, for him.
I agree, yeah. Looks like he's going to go for Foul Play, actually.
Moonblast? Oh, okay. Going to go for the Protect,
yeah. Probably just going to go ahead and try and sacrifice the Ferrograph here, saying, you know what, it's not great, but I work with what I got. You know, here's the Dazzling Gleam. I don't think this will be enough for the Ferrograph, but it will do a hefty chunk of damage thanks to the Choice Specs boosting its power. Let's see how much this does. 160 down to 75. And a Foul Play actually, so even with the speed drop, is still going to be doing pretty decent damage here. And Thunderbolt does finish off the Ferrograph. So, you know, there's advantages and disadvantages to this position for Aaron. One of the advantages is he gets to bring in his Miraidon at the end of Tailwind, reset the electric terrain, and potentially threaten like a Volt Switch and Tailwind here to get Ursaluna back in next to Whimsicott. And actually, that's not such a bad... Oh, and actually, interesting. It looks like he's actually considering bringing Ursaluna here. I thought Volt Switch going to Ursaluna made a lot of sense, but I mean, you can also just bring in Ursaluna and go for something like Tailwind Blood Moon here. It's not such a bad play at all. So, yeah, like this mid game is really tricky, but it's certainly not over for either player. I would say that Luca has the advantage, but Aaron has been putting damage down onto a lot of these major threats, and at a certain point, I mean, they are all going to be in Miraidon range.
Yeah, I think what you have to be really careful about if you're Aaron is not having your Miraidon out when Chen Pao's on the field, because there's no way to block Sucker Punch at this point, and there's no way to get around Sucker Punch either. And so I think, yeah, like,
Aaron, just kind of double checking everything right now. You probably want to set up another Tailwind so that your Blood Moon can start outpacing everything. That's what I thought, like, if Ice Spin were to come out onto Whimsicott, that turn Sucker Punch came up, Aaron would be in a trickier spot.
Really, really tough spot.
Yeah, and so Whimsicott here at least is able to set up another Tailwind. I mean, this is a really, really close game. And the thing is, Aaron's team can sweep so quickly, but you have to be so careful because if one Pokemon goes down, that Champao can just come out, even at 1 HP. Sucker Punch likely finishes off the Miraidon. And so it's just really, really scary, I think, from both sides right now. It's about, and from Lucas, and I think you really got to conserve that Champao, but it's going to be a Terra coming out here.
That is really interesting. I guess you don't really need the Terra for the Koraidon anymore because you now like have gotten rid of the Whimsicott, which is the only source of Fairy type damage, but it can still be kind of tricky here. What's interesting about this position is that Fluttermane is Terastalized, and because of the Sun, Aaron cannot go for something like Tailwind and Blood Moon because Fluttermane would still be faster. So what he's actually doing is, it looks to me, Aaron, like he's going to try and close this game out with Ursaluna and Tailwind. That he's banking on Ursaluna's Blood Moon doing enough damage, outspeeding the Pokemon in the back, maybe surviving a Sucker Punch. It's not super likely, in my opinion, based on how much that Ice Spinner did, but it is possible under certain conditions, maybe. As Fluttermane goes for Dazzling Gleam here, and Whimsicott will go down to this because of the boost from the Terra Fairy. But what's interesting is that neither Raging Bolt nor Fluttermane can protect, and Aaron has two powerful spread moves in Discharge and Hyper Voice.
Yeah, but then you have to deal with Champao plus the Koraidon, right? So it's like even if both Pokemon faint, you bring out Champao, you just Sucker Punch into the Miraidon, you bring out Koraidon. Then my question is, can the Koraidon survive like a Blood Moon?
Yeah, because then it becomes a 50-50 probably, just a raw prediction, nothing else to say about it. There's also the question, you know, Raging Bolt has Thunderclap. It is being boosted by the Electric Terrain.
Is there any chance of KOs?
Yeah, I don't know. And on the other hand, like, yeah, it's pretty unlikely. Like, Luca could try and switch in his... Luca could try and switch in Koraidon here to get the speed advantage again, but it won't outspeed the Miraidon. But the question is, does Luca think that Fluttermane can survive? What is happening? Oh my goodness, wait, Aaron, this could be huge. Koraidon switches in.
Oh my goodness.
Sun boosted, Protosynthesis boosted. Luca thinks that this is going to be enough to KO the Miraidon, but he doesn't have access to Terra anymore.
Okay.
I don't know, it's not very effective, and Thunderclap is a powerful move. Let's see here. I mean, this could determine the game here. If Aaron survives here, he might be able to pull this off.
Thunderclap comes out. Oh, it survives the knockout.
But Discharge is not very effective on Koraidon. I mean, it resisted. It's a legendary restricted Pokemon. How much damage is this going to do? 20%? 15%? What do you think, Aaron?
I think 60%.
Oh my goodness! Now this is
Raging Bolt survives though.
I cannot believe that.
Wow!
I absolutely cannot believe what I am seeing here. Wow! If that had KO'd, I think Aaron was probably going to win the game. Hyper Voice and Discharge just wins out, I think, from there. But it didn't KO, and all of a sudden, I mean, there's nothing really stopping Fluttermane, Champao, like all these powerful Pokemon, even with 1 HP, with the Sun now being up, the speed advantage is no longer in Ursaluna's favor. So as long as Miraidon goes down, this game is going to be pretty much sealed up, I think.
I think Raging Bolt is just at 1 HP. That looks exactly like 1. And so, yeah, I mean, now the question is from Lucas, and, you know, are you able to, like, the Miraidon's definitely going down this turn, right? It's pretty easy to say just, like, Thunderclap into that slot. With Champao, then you could potentially protect, right? And then, like, you really don't want this game, to come to an end game where you just lose both Pokemon to Hyper Voice this turn. So Thunderclap onto the Miraidon here is a basic guaranteed free knockout.
Nothing you can do about that if you're
Wow,
Aaron.
what a survival, though. I cannot believe that.
Yeah. I think it makes some sense for Luca, though, because even if you go down there, what I realized is you can actually go for Sucker Punch into Miraidon, and Fluttermane can go for Terra Fairy Moonblast, because the Sun is now up, it's now faster. So actually, it might have been hard for Dr. Aaron regardless, to be honest. Like, even if that turn had gotten the KO, because of the way that Luca preserved his Pokemon. Like, when you have a choice specs Pokemon, if you are, like, just at a Pokemon disadvantage, like you, in this case, Aaron had 2 left, Luca had 4, I think a really strong player will be able to find ways of getting guaranteed damage because you know they can't protect or switch moves. So, yeah, if the Tailwind weren't up, I think this game would actually be a bit more interesting. But with the, if the Sun weren't up, Ursaluna could outspeed. But as you can see, there's only 1 turn left of Tailwind, and there's multiple turns left of Sun. So, I mean, I don't even think that this Ursaluna is going to tank a Terra Fairy Moonblast, to be honest.
I love how Luca approached this game, though. I think playing, you know, finding this new lead, recognizing, like, hey, if I protect and I'm able to actually bypass an attack from the Miraidon on turn 1, that's a really big deal. Despite Tailwind getting set up twice, I think this Speed Booster Flutterist are such a big deal, and this is why Miraidon existing actually makes Fluttermane stronger in many ways, or sorry, Koraidon existing makes it so much stronger because you set up that Sun, and the fact that you get the Speed Boost and Choice Specs is a nasty combination.
Yes, absolutely. We actually see Aaron doing something that I think is really smart here, which is he knows he's lost this battle, but what he's doing is he's taking the full time and actually going for a Protect here. What he's doing is he's not just stalling for no reason, he's building out his game plan for the next game. He says, you know what? Ursaluna, I love ya. I don't think you're going to be pulling this one off. And so he says, you know what? Rather than just forfeit, rather than just mash through my buttons really quickly and go, I can't believe I have stupid bike. You know what I mean? Stupid Fluttermane, like, right? He's saying, you know what? Let me take my time. There is not a lot of time between the games. The players will finish this one up and have to pretty much immediately jump right back in. So Aaron is saying, you know what? We're ending this on my terms. I'm going to take as much time as I can, and I'm going to think, what went wrong this game, and how can I adjust? And Aaron, the question I have to ask you is, could it be Ditto? Because if we think about the Pokemon that Luca's bringing, Chen Pao, Koraidon, Raging Bolt, and Fluttermane, and 3 of those Pokemon, Aaron, if you pay a little bit of attention, might notice are weak to Fairy.
Yeah.
And even though, you know, Fluttermane, like without the Choice Scarf, is not super like threatening offensively normally against 3 Dragon types and opposing Fluttermane, especially when you consider this Fluttermane actually has Icy Wind on Luca's end. So could Ditto copying Fluttermane? Could it actually be a play here that Aaron would consider?
I think so. The question then is, who do you drop? Because
right. I mean,
it feels like you really want Whimsicott. You really want your own Miraidon as well.
Could it ever be Ursaluna Blood Moon?
Yeah, I was thinking that because it's like, oh, you could drop Frigoraph, but I think the anti-priority, like, I think what's interesting is if you drop Frigoraph and you like condition Luca to now, Luca's probably a little bit more scared to click priority now, right? Like that's been 2 games in a row where he's tried to go for a Sucker Punch, Frigoraph has switched in.
Yeah.
So if you're Aaron, you could be like, oh, you know, I don't think he's gonna keep clicking Sucker Punch, but I think just the guaranteed protection is still a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I agree. Like it'd be nice, like you might be able to get around a single priority move, but as soon as you revealed your 4th Pokemon, like Luca has to, then he knows, like Sucker Punch, Thunderclap, these moves are guaranteed, and when Miraidon also can't protect, I think it's too risky to leave behind the Frigoraph, but also it's very risky to bring Ditto in the back here, right? Like it's a Pokemon that, I mean, we haven't seen it on stream at all. It's not very popular. Like betting your entire tournament life, saying I'm going to bet it all on this Pokemon that not only have I not brought the set, but that nobody else believes in. It's a huge gamble to take. It's a huge risk. Like your heart has to be in your chest. It takes a lot of guts, but it is an option that Aaron has.
Yeah, it's interesting because I also think about that last game, like, you know, I think Aaron's team, if it gets 1 or 2 good predictions off, especially in turn 1 to turn 2 of the battle, you can just run over the game.
That's right.
So that's kind of what happened in the first game of this set, right? So I was thinking, okay, let's say like Luca's willing to run it back and you just go Whimsicott plus the Miraidon. Like what if this time you double up onto the Chien-Pao immediately with Moonblast Volt Switch, expecting Koraidon to protect once again.
Right.
Then you get a knockout, you get your Blood Moon in safely, and you can go from there. We haven't seen the Trick Room mode so far.
That's right.
So that's one other approach.
We also haven't seen Incineroar on the other side.
Yeah.
You're right. Like, yeah, so there's both players are kind of saying, we don't really want to fight in Trick Room, right?
Yeah.
Like Aaron's like, agree not to fight in Trick Room, and Luca's like, okay, shake on it.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, these players, they're going to have to lock in something. And I just want to commend Luca as well. Really, I feel like Luca showed off that game better than many I've seen. How strong Koraidon is, not just as an offensive Pokemon, because actually...
It was more valuable for the Sun.
I don't think it attacked. I don't think it attacked. I think it switched in and got knocked out. But as a support Pokemon to enable these powerful photosynthesis Pokemon.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be such an intense final game. I think there's so many different mix-ups that both players could go with. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same 4 Mons, right? Because I think a lot of this has been like, oh, if I just get like 1 turn better from either side, like maybe I could actually really just run away with the game. And so much of it, once again, centers around the Miraidon specifically. And what does it lock into on turn 1?
Right.
And also with Whimsicott, do you go for that Tailwind versus Moonblast on turn 1?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. We'll have to look here. Koraidon and Fluttermane are the lead.
New mix-up.
This is a big deal because now Fluttermane, as we know, cannot protect itself because it has the Choice Specs item. Miraidon's Hydron Engine activating first, confirming that it is most likely faster than this Koraidon. Orichalcum Pulse activates second, which then, in turn, activates the Photosynthesis ability on Fluttermane, which boosts its speed, while Whimsicott is waiting to make its move. But yeah, this is a big deal. The obvious play from me is you can go, okay, well, I can just Terra Electric Volt Switch into the Fluttermane, right? And potentially pick up the KO, but the thing about that is that if Raging Bolt switches in, it can be very, very, very dangerous because you're doing basically no damage, right? And so Aaron, as you can see here, is considering making a different kind of play, locking in potentially Discharge, a move that we have seen at the end of the last game, but seems better for closing up and doesn't really, I mean, it's pretty scary to lock into in front of, like with her partner being Whimsicott, who's not immune to the ground type damage. So we'll have to see here. This feels pretty risky. It feels like the switch into Raging Bolt is pretty obvious here from Luca's end, but also, I mean, Luca's an amazing player, so he does not need to take any, crazy risks or anything.
Okay, yeah, just gonna opt for the safer option here. There's that Fluttermane switch out as you called, so Raging Bolt coming in I think would make a ton of sense, and there it is indeed. I think
yeah, this is generally a pretty safe play to go for because at least you know you won't take that much damage from the Miraidon unless a Draco Meteor came out.
Absolutely. The question is, what did Calyrex go for? Because last game, Aaron went for, you know, just an Electro Drift turn 1, and he could make that same play again. He could also go for a Moonblast into the slot, so we'll Calyrex Terra here. I think it's safest to just Protect, and if this turn goes the way that of Protect Calyrex here, I think Aaron will have earned a deceptively large advantage. We'll have to see. There's no Protect! Luca grits his teeth and says, you know what, I'm not worried about you.
That could have been a Moonblast into that slot, but it wasn't.
Here's Volt Switch coming out, boosted by the Terra Electric, but this is one of the few times I think we're going to see Miraidon do perhaps less than we would be normally expecting. The question is, what did Calyrex go for? It can't really easily go for a bulk up here because of the Encore, so this is either Flare Blitz or Collision Course. Aaron, he doesn't want to take Collision Course with his important Ursaluna, which is his other damaging Pokemon, so he's going to bring in Farigiraf here instead. We'll have to see what he goes for here, what the Calyrex went for here. It's unlikely to be bulk up, so it's probably Flare Blitz or Collision Course. I'm going to expect Flare Blitz here. It is Collision Course, so good switch from Aaron. We're going to see the value in the Electric Seed here. How much is it going to take from this Collision Course? Importantly,
not very much,
not as much as you might expect. So really good, great play from both players. Luca really saying, I'm risking losing Calyrex here. I'm risking it all. Aaron could have just gone for Volt Switch, Terra Electric, and Moonblast there and said, you know what, maybe I take a Moonblast, but I'll like fire back and get a KO if I do, and also you can't KO me because I've Terastallized. And Luca's saying, I don't think you're going to go after Calyrex. Also understanding that if Calyrex protected there, Encore was just probably going to make him too far out of position. So
yeah, I thought it was a pretty tough lead specifically because it's like Aaron's applying so much pressure, and so Luca ends up at least getting out of it with probably more than he maybe would have bargained for.
That's right.
Yeah, right now, really interesting spot once again because you still are weak to the opposing Moonblast. So if you commit that Terra, suddenly then the Miraidon is kind of just waiting to come out.
I want to discharge you.
Exactly, yeah. But this position right now is a little bit awkward because like Farigiraf itself is not doing very much. And let's not forget, if Farigiraf faints, that just opens priority for the Chien-Pao that's probably waiting in the back.
That's right, and it is Calyrex Terastallizing here, so we're going to be seeing an attack come out from this Calyrex here. It could be Flare Blitz, which is slightly stronger than Collision Course now that it's Terastallized, which could pick up the KO into the Whimsicott, but Aaron is locking in a very offensive play with Helping Hand and Moonblast here, and without Raging Bolt Terastallizing, this Moonblast is going to do a good chunk of damage.
A lot of damage.
How much will it do? Moonblast comes out here, it's super effective.
Oh my
goodness!
That's a lot
of damage.
Almost gets the knockout.
No special attack drop. Flare Blitz comes out here. Who's it into? Farigiraf. So Farigiraf will be going down here, but Calyrex going to take a meaningful chunk of damage in exchange, and like, I don't know, Aaron, like it wasn't like Tailwind is that valuable, and importantly, part of the reason last game why the priority was so threatening was just because like of the fact that Miraidon had already taken a lot of damage, but this game still full HP, exactly. And so I think my big question is, do you think that that Raging Bolt is in range of Discharge? Because if it is,
I think so. You could just,
like everything
is in Discharge range,
So Aaron is thinking the same thing. He also has the option of going into the Ursaluna Blood Moon first and saying, you know what, Discharge is nice, but why go for Discharge when I can Hyper Voice and switch Whimsicott in and therefore not have to take that Thunderclap, which means not risk losing to a Sucker Punch crit or a Thunderclap crit or something. This game is still very, very, like it could go either direction still, and there's 2 turns of Tailwind left, so we do still have like a fair bit of things to discover. He's thinking about bringing in Miraidon here. Both make sense to me.
I was going to say, if you bring out Blood Moon, the one thing you have to be a little bit scared about is like Fluttermane waiting in the back, and then Fluttermane can come out and outspeed you.
Also,
and then
Hyper Voice probably won't KO Calyrex,
exactly,
right? So yeah, kind of trade-offs for both here. Question is, does Discharge KO the Raging Bolt? I'm not so sure.
I think it's got to.
The thing is,
I think
like
you Discharge, you send it. Discharge Protect or Discharge Switch into Blood Moon, I think are both viable options here.
Yeah.
And I think,
The thing is, like, if you protect this turn, then you're probably taking Discharge next turn, but that might be okay.
Yeah.
Aaron counting the turns, so you can see 2 turns left to Tailwind and 3 of each of the Electric Terrain and the Sun here because of how this game played out when the Pokemon got sent out. I mean, you have to either protect or switch. Letting Whimsicott go down does you no favors here, in my opinion. This turn is crucial. I think that if Aaron can pick up a KO this turn, he will very likely win the game, but if he does not pick up a KO, this game could turn around very quickly. Whimsicott protecting. The question is, did Calyrex protect here, or is it banking on a different play here?
Okay,
protect from Calyrex.
I think you have to there.
I agree.
But now you're vulnerable to Encore next turn.
That's right, and the question is, it's Thunderclap. Thunderclap coming out here. Into
wow,
the Whimsicott.
Okay, I'm kind of surprised to see that.
Probably expecting something like Volt Switch and Moonblast and saying, I want to deny a Tailwind, maybe put in a range of a Sucker Punch later, or like a Dazzling Gleam from Fluttermane. Aaron, I wonder, is it possible that it's better for Raging Bolt to survive here? Probably not.
Well, he actually survives!
It does survive, so I don't know if that's, I don't know how, like,
I don't think that's good.
I don't think that's good for Aaron, or is it not good for Luca? Because now Fluttermane will be able to eventually come back in, and it's going to be really hard because Aaron locked specifically into Discharge. It's going to be hard for him to get a second Tailwind up.
Right,
Like,
I mean, do you just Discharge and switch out into Blood Moon right now?
Yeah, but then Tailwind ends is the problem, and then you have to deal with most likely Chen Pao and Fluttermane.
Yeah.
It's really, really tricky here.
Wow, I actually really doubted Rajan Ball. I did not think it would survive that.
It's that quadruple Wii resistance.
Yeah, like Miraidon just looks so strong. And earlier I was like, oh, there's no true resistance to it. You needed immunity, but no, never mind. Rajan Ball, I get 4 times resistance. That's decently good.
I think Aaron only has one play here, and he's just got to figure out the rest after. I mean, we assume Discharge will KO Koraidon, but like, I mean, it is still a restricted Pokemon, and Discharge is like the weakest, actually the weakest of Miraidon's moves because of the fact that it hits multiple targets, gets the damage reduction.
This is such a tense game.
Here's Thunderclap coming out. That chip damage could be really important.
Could you imagine though if it was Thunderclap last turn, because then you're in Sucker Punch KO range, and so is there any chance Sucker Punches KOs from that range? Like, there's no
I don't think so.
This,
because I don't think so. It's a double knockout for Aaron here. But the thing is, like what happens next? What's the next move, right? You probably have Chen Pao as the last Pokemon. We have not seen it, but it is fair to assume. I think Luca realizing how important that Focus Sash is on Chen Pao. The thing is, we've been talking so much about Miraidon, but Luca still has to deal with the Ursaluna, and if he commits 2 attacks into the Miraidon, then
Ursaluna just gets to go.
It's kind of scary, you know what I mean? So here's Fluttermane. We knew this was waiting in the wings. Tailwind is now over. There's 1 turn of Electric Terrain. There's 1 turn of Sun. Chen Pao is the final Pokemon here. So
I like how Luca's positioned though, so honestly, right? Because it's like you stalled out Tailwind. You know that you get the speed boost now on your Fluttermane, and so you're guaranteed to launch attacks into the Miraidon slot here. And by getting rid of that Farigiraf, you do have Sucker Punch pressure in this late game as well.
That's right. I mean, if you could position Miraidon next to... It's actually pretty tricky. The question is, does Aaron want to stay in and Discharge here, and does he want to attack with Ursaluna?
Right.
Like, I think that if Luca attacks with both moves into Miraidon, like let's say a Sucker Punch Dazzling Gleam, that's kind of risky actually, because if Whimsicott switches in, it could backfire entirely. Yep. So there really isn't like a clear option for it. I think both players are in a lot of pressure. The question is, what is Aaron going to go for?
Does Blood Moon also knock out Fluttermane here is my other question.
I truly have no idea.
I would expect no, because I feel like
actually,
a lot of these...
It does, unless Luke is very bulky. I was running a Fluttermane, and it took so many EVs to survive, so many stat points to survive, that you need a ton of investment. It's a roll if you have a fair bit of bulk.
Here we go. Oh, Icy Wind. Okay.
Oh, man.
We know there's 2 really powerful attacks coming out. Will the Miraidon get targeted down here? And then will Fluttermane survive? It's going to be Ice Spitter into Miraidon. That is going to get the knockout. Will Blood Moon secure the knockout onto Fluttermane right now? This is so tense.
If Blood Moon does not pick up the KO, the game is over.
I think Luca will win. So here we go. Oh,
Electric Train is gone. First. Doesn't really matter anymore. We're out of all the Pokemon. If this KOs...
for Blood Moon onto the Fluttermane, and it does not get the knockout. Fluttermane survives.
I can't believe it. Fluttermane just barely surviving. Luca must have an immense amount of training in his Fluttermane's defensive stats. If that had gone down, it still would have been close, like because it becomes a prediction game.
Yep.
At this
against
point.
a Focus Sash Chen Pao. But now I think like Luca should win.
Yeah, it's hard. The only thing worth noting, is Icy Wind is not 100% accurate.
That's true. It could
miss. It only has 95%
accuracy,
accuracy, and if that happens,
if you make I'm thinking now, like let's say you protect one Pokemon, and then like
Hyper Voice, like protect Hyper Voice, hope for a miss.
Yeah, because I think like Moonblast does apply pressure right now as well, right?
Yes.
Is there any way Luca could win this game guaranteed right now without having to play around protect or like misses?
I don't think so, because if you attack into the protect slot, then you're like in trouble, right?
Yeah, because
like
Icy Wind will not pick up a knockout onto either Pokemon here. What a clutch survival though on that Fluttermane!
I can't believe that. It's very likely to be...
The set is amazing!
Yeah, I'm genuinely in disbelief here. Aaron attacking with both Pokemon,
Okay, yeah, you have to protect something there, I think.
Protect from Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's no protect from Chen Pao. Who did Luca target into? Who is he? What move is he using? Ice Spinner comes out.
Ice Spinner into Whimsicott!
Oh my god, goodness. That's going to be the end of Whimsicott. Actually, oh my god.
Yeah, with the Chen Pao actually being faster than Whimsicott, I think it's really safe to just Ice Spinner in.
Tough. Yeah, I think Luca made the right move for sure. I think like protect Hyper Voice, hope for the miss could have changed things, but I mean it was just a prediction at the end of the day. And I mean Luca just showing off the power of his Pokemon, right? Actually, Koraidon didn't do that much, like in the set. It actually, it contributed a little bit here, but really it was these other Pokemon that were being boosted by Koraidon. The amazing Raging Bolt surviving so many powerful electric type attacks from Miraidon. Fluttermane outspeeding the Blood Moon Ursaluna even in Tailwind if the sun was up. And yeah, like Luca just barely with the Focus Sash Chen Pao at the end, relying on it to bring him home. You can see these players, such good sportsmanship. They're friends. Actually recently became friends according to a fun fact I heard. But yeah, it looks like, we've been talking about Miraidon all weekend, but it looks like Koraidon might be the bike that ultimately, took the round, at least in this match.
That was such an amazing set, and for Luca to have been able to come back after that game 1 I think is really, really impressive.
Yes.
You have to make so many calls correctly against the Miraidon, and from mixing up the leads to changing kind of the turn 1 plays and just not allowing Miraidon to do nearly as much damage. And I mean, that end game was just so crazy as well.
If the Raging Bolt had gone down to the discharge, I think the game looks entirely different.
Yes.
Because then you have discharge and you're potentially you need to get damage on the Chen Pao and the Fluttermane somehow. Like those are the 2 Pokemon that are most important, even if it's just bringing Chen Pao down to Focus Sash. So yeah, I think that Aaron really did a lot of things right there, but the thing about the choice specs is it forced him to lock into the discharge. If we do see this replay coming in here, Flare Blitz plus Collision Course with the Terrafire taking out the Farigiraf, discharge just barely not KOing Raging Bolt.
This is one of the craziest games I've seen this format, honestly, because there was so much going on from both sides, right? Like, even think about turn 1, like it could have just been Moonblast immediately into that slot, just get rid of the Koraidon. And then Koraidon just getting knocked out, discharge coming out in a spot where it's doing so much damage. Also, like you called out, I think, even if Moonblast knocks out Fluttermane, like it's still a 2v1 against the Champ House, and then there's the mind game about like who's getting targeted, but Fluttermane surviving that.
Again, you either need a ton of training in your defense or your HP and special defense stat, or you need to get a little bit lucky. I was looking at trying to survive this move pretty recently, and it was difficult. Something worth noting, by the way, that I think is really interesting that we haven't highlighted yet is that Fluttermane was getting the speed boost on the with the photosynthesis, but Fluttermane was also slower than Chen Pao, which was slower than Miraidon. So we might have been looking at an unconventionally trained Fluttermane there. It's like just a small thing, but I really expected Fluttermane to be close to max speed.
Max speed, yeah.
Yeah, but in that set, I mean, it wasn't, and the bulk that Luke was probably able to invest,
if you're able to survive,
then you probably have less speed and less special attacks.
Precisely.
So, yeah, really, really well played by Luca, and also we're seeing the value in some of these kind of less visible factors, right? How the players choose to train their Pokemon can make a massive difference. Like again, we saw Luca's Raging Bolt survive multiple very important attacks, as well as that Fluttermane surviving the Blood Moon. And if those things had gone differently, it wasn't just luck, it was the way that Luca decided to train his Pokemon. And I mean, ultimately that could be the decision factor that gets him into the top 8 of this tournament.
Yeah, as a reminder, coming into this round, Aaron actually had 1 win above Luca.
That's right.
So, you know, players who, they're both now at 11-3.
That's
and
correct.
So there will be a bunch of 11-3 players that make it into that top 8, and then a bunch more that will miss out.
Yeah, depending on the
so it's actually possible, for example, for Aaron to still make it and for Luca to miss, because he was coming into the game with that one game extra loss.
Maybe they'll both make it. Maybe we'll get another rematch later in the tournament with, you know, Michael versus Michael.
That was just so fun, though. I mean, I think that was one of the most tense sets I have commentated and watched, where it felt like it was really hard for both players. Like, I feel like
I wouldn't have wanted to be either of them.
Totally, yeah. You know, I feel like in a lot of the games that we were watching yesterday, especially the ones that you and I are on Wolf, you know, it seemed like the decision making was maybe like not necessarily linear, but it's like, okay, there's like 2 clear options you can do. In this game, I felt like there was so much that you could do, right? It's like even deciding who to Terra, even the decision to protect at any point is so risky because you're staring down this Whimsicott with Encore. I mean, once again, Lucas' decision to just say, I'm just going to attack on turn 1. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit.
Risking it all.
Right. Imagine if that's just a Moonblast.
Oh, unbelievable. But yeah, Luca did such an incredible job, and thankfully we have Sierra ready to talk to him and get his thoughts on the match. So kicking it over to you, Sierra.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with Luca after that victory. First off, I want to talk about the match with the Koraidon, because we got to see you take a win yesterday, but we didn't really get to see much of this Restricted. So I want to talk a little bit more about now that we got to see it in that match, specifically going up against this Miraidon.
Yeah, so it's really cool that that was the first Miraidon I fought, and obviously it was really cool to have Koraidon versus Miraidon. It really sucked that I had to play my really good friend Aaron Trailer. Like, it was, as soon as I saw the pairing, I was just on the floor, like, this sucks to fight. Obviously, it's going to be a really cool stream match, but it really sucked. But either way, it was a really intense match. Like, Koraidon's able to enable Fluttermane and Raging Bolt, which are really crucial in that matchup, especially for Fluttermane, because giving it the speed boost means it forces Aaron to have to click Tailwind in order to like actually have Miraidon outspeed, and also means that Fluttermane actually outspeeds the Blood Moon or Selena even under Tailwind. So that's a very crucial thing, is that Koraidon's enabling my partners to actually be able to do a lot of work, and especially since like Miraidon's actually helping enable Raging Bolt even more, because it's boosting the power of its electric moves. Koraidon's boosting the power of its moves overall. So like you saw Thunderclap was doing like 30% still to like a really like bulky resistance of Miraidon. I was like, that's just insane. But yeah, no, Koraidon's just really crucial in like enabling your partners to actually like go through the match overall.
It's really interesting, specifically like with the Koraidon and the Miraidon, because
Yeah.
exactly like you said, of course, there is the opportunities where your opponent's Pokemon is actually kind of enabling yours. So how have you navigated that best during the tournament? Because the Koraidon, especially to setting the sun,
Yeah.
there's a lot of really strong Pokemon that take advantage of that.
Yeah, so the biggest trouble can sometimes be like opposing Raging Bolt. There's a lot of Raging Bolt in the field, so like typically giving them a special attack boost of their own is not the greatest thing, but obviously I have tools to deal with Raging Bolt. I have Chen Pao, which deals a lot of damage to it. I have Flutter Mane, which is a really, really good counter to it. My own Raging Bolt can be an effective Raging Bolt answer in a lot of situations. Koraidon can outspeed it and do a lot of damage with Collision Course, which can just put into range of a lot of things. So I have like ways to deal with like other Pokemon that get enabled by the sun. You sort of kind of have to keep those things in mind because like you're benefiting them just as much as you are yourself. So you kind of just like have to know to play around in those situations. Like if you're fighting like an opposing Koraidon or like Groudon, say you're like on the even playing field. Everyone gets the sun, everyone gets like the good boosts and all that. But so it's a challenge, but you just kind of have to be resourceful with like how you manage your resources versus how they're going to try and abuse your resources, essentially.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely have done a good job of that throughout this tournament run. And with the end of the tournament run here, looking back on this Koraidon with this brand new Regulation G meta, how do you feel like it's kind of stacked up against this field?
So overall, I'd say into a majority of like the restricteds and a majority of the teams right now, I think it actually has a really solid matchup spread. The key problem is the most popular restricted right now, Calyrex Ice Rider, is the worst matchup for Koraidon by far. All 3 of my losses that I have had today were to Calyrex Ice Rider. So it's if I can somehow figure out a way for that matchup to be manageable, I think Koraidon is insane. Like I think it matches up well into so many restricteds: Calyrex Shadow, Zamazenta, Zacian. Just like I think it just has such an overall really good matchup spread. It's really consistent. It just struggles versus really hard Trick Room teams, and opposing Rain and Calyrex Ice Rider typically has both of those things in tandem with each other. So if that matchup can be solved, I think Koraidon will go so far in Regulation G.
Definitely have some time to figure that one out. There's still quite like a couple of
There's
events.
still a few events, yeah.
So yeah, you got the time there. Before I let you go, hang out with friends for the rest of the day, any final words or shout outs?
I'm going to shout out Aaron Trailer. We talked a lot and we prepped a lot before the event. We kept hyping each other up about our dragons and we're like, this is going to go so good. This is going to be so awesome. So simultaneously awesome that we got to play each other on stream, but also it really sucks that it was a win-and-in situation. So it's very bittersweet. Shout out to Ash and my team building partner. We're gonna be testing a lot after this because I think we learned a lot and we have a lot to talk about on the car ride home. And just shout out to all my other friends and shout out to my family supporting me, letting me be here, and that's about it.
Sounds good. Thanks again for chatting. As for us, we're gonna have top 8 shortly. First, a short game. We'll be back soon.
That was crazy. That was crazy. That's all I gotta say.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
That's all I gotta say. What a match. And yeah, like I mean, love hearing from Luca. What a great guy. Yeah, it's also interesting to hear that he and Aaron Trailer, Dr. Aaron Trailer, excuse me, prepped together, both working on bikes, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps both driving on into the top 8. We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. Fingers crossed if you are fans of those players. And yeah, Aaron, I mean, what an incredible set, what an incredible day, and it's so exciting to think that in just a little bit, we're going to know the final 8 players in the tournament, which means that we know the only 8 players who have even a chance to win this entire thing.
Oh my goodness. Let's talk a little bit about what's been happening today, because I think...
All right, twist my arm.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, you know what's fine.
Okay.
Why don't we look at the day 1 Pokemon, actually,
Hey,
Aaron?
look at number 1. I heard you like that one.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Well, somebody likes him. 70% of the field likes him, Aaron.
70% Incineroar, 54%
That is shocking.
Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, seeing 3
50%
Pokemon above.
Amogus, 42% Raging Bull.
Huh? 3 Pokemon, huh? 3 Pokemon of 50% is pretty wild, to be honest.
I
Especially
agree.
in a restricted format when you consider that these Pokemon are kind of out of only 5 options, right? Because every team here has at least, well, has exactly 1 restricted Pokemon, right? So there's actually these Pokemon, the remaining Pokemon are competing for even fewer slots than they normally are. Normally you have 6 options to put Incineroar on your team. Now you only really have 5. And so seeing how high the top used Pokemon are, is really, really, really interesting. Like, I mean, Urshifu, Water, Amoonguss, and Incineroar, we've known how good these Pokemon are for a while, but I think it really makes sense because, well, Incineroar and Amoonguss have incredible supporting capabilities, which is a big deal when you're supporting even more powerful Pokemon. Urshifu, Water is one of the better Pokemon when it comes to getting damage that isn't from your restricted Pokemon. I think that's actually a team-building trap that I think a lot of the Calyrex Shadow teams fall into, is that they put too much pressure on Calyrex Shadow to do all of the damage work on a team, and so when Calyrex Shadow is a bad matchup, it can be really difficult, whereas with Urshifu, it's a great Pokemon that can do damage, especially against a lot of these restricted Pokemon. Like, although Koraidon and Miraidon obviously resist water-type moves, a lot of the other ones, Calyrex, Terapagos, Kyogre, like, doesn't resist water or fighting. Like, it has actually a pretty good offensive type spread.
Totally. I think the main difference between this and yesterday is that Chi-Yu and Dark Urshifu have fallen out of the top 12, and you've got Blood Moon Ursaluna at 16%. To your point, Wolf, it's really important to have offense outside of your restricted Pokemon, and Ursaluna continues to be an absolute menace. I mean, Hyper Voice and Blood Moon just deal so much damage, and Chien-Pao has actually snuck into the top 12 here, removing Chi-Yu, and so, yeah, otherwise, you know, the Pokemon generally are pretty similar to what we've seen yesterday, but even higher usage rates for some of the best ones. Fluttermane, I think, has dipped even a little bit lower.
Yeah,
and
shockingly.
So I'm curious how Fluttermane, you know, moves throughout this format because it, at one point was the most common Pokemon in VGC. But yeah, the king is back with Incineroar.
Yeah,
but
the king's been back, Aaron, let's be honest. Seeing Ferrigaf against above Fluttermane is pretty wild, but we've talked a bit about these non-restricted Pokemon, but I think the real stars of the show are these restricted Pokemon. And Aaron, quite a change up from our day one standings, with Ice Rider Calyrex sitting cleanly atop the throne at #1 with a usage of over 32% in day 2, almost a third of the field using Ice Rider Calyrex.
I'd say let the top 5 here make a lot of sense to me. Maybe I would have swapped Miraidon and Koraidon coming into this event, but otherwise I think, yeah, this is a snapshot that really, I think, resembles what people expected out of this metagame. I think Calyrex Shadow Rider, yeah, is still at #2, but I actually don't know if it performed super well today.
I don't know. I don't know how many we're going to see in the top 8. I mean, I truly don't know, but I would be a bit surprised because...
I think maybe 1 max, honestly. Yeah, maybe not.
I wouldn't be surprised to see 0 Calyrex Shadow Rider. It does seem like the Ice Rider is currently the #1 horse in this horse race of a tournament, if you get what I'm saying.
Terapagos here having a better performance, or just more people using Terapagos here than in the overall field yesterday. I think that was the thing that shocked me the most. We have not gotten to see Zamazenta on stream, but otherwise I think all of the other restricted Pokemon have been on stream at least once. Yeah. Groudon giving us a thriller of a match in the round 9 Swiss matches yesterday. And then, yeah, once again, going back to the Miraidon, like, this Pokemon's usage isn't super high, but its damage output has looked absolutely insane the couple of times we've seen it on stream. Although it felt like we finally found an answer to it, which is Assault Vest Raging Bolt, which was actually able to take a couple of big hits in that last one.
As long as you're not eating the Draco Meteor. Yeah. Then it doesn't actually work quite so well, I think. But yeah, lots of great restricted Pokemon. And what's interesting is that the usage doesn't tell the whole story, right?
Totally.
Like, looking at usage, we say, oh, Calyrex Ice Rider is the best. But if, you know, #1 and #2 are, you know, Terapagos or Miraidon or something else, right, then I think we'd be walking away from this tournament with a very different kind of understanding. But we have a lot more Pokemon to talk about. We've got a lot more Pokemon to watch. But before then, we unfortunately have to go to just a quick break. So we'll be back just as soon as...
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Please
don't go.
Please.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Please. Please.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Hey trainers, Joe Brown here to recap the Orlando Regional Championships. The Sunshine State hosted the farewell tour of Regulation F. After EUIC was won by a Trick Room team, analysts and trainers alike anticipated Trick Room to have a big showing in Orlando. Ben Grismer carried the freight for Trick Room, making top 4 with a unique team. But Ben's time in the sun would come to an end in top 4 as he faced reigning Orlando Regional Champion Wolf Glick, going down 2-0. On the other side of the bracket was Justin Karras, looking for his second regional victory. Justin had already beaten Wolf in round 7 on day 1, so he only needed one more win for the rematch. But his Psychic Terrain duo stood no chance against Rillaboom and Grassy Terrain. In Game 1 of the finals, Wolf's opponent pivoted well on Landorus' Earth powers, then Urshifu's priority Aqua Jet cleaned up the game. Game 2, Wolf came out on fire, making the right calls every turn, knocking out Ogerpon Hearthflame and then doubling into the Rillaboom. The championship hinged on one Pokemon for each trainer. Wolf had victory secured if Amoonguss could just keep Urshifu asleep, but his opponent tried one final time to wake up and walk out of Orlando with the title.
This is the turn that will decide your Orlando Regional Champion, and it is the Urshifu close combat instead of Amoonguss. It holds on! It holds on through that attack. Amoonguss should have plenty of time to return and knock out with that Sludge Bomb, and Wolf Glick is now your 2023 and 2024 Orlando Regional Champion!
Wolf Glick's hot streak continued with his second regional win of Regulation F. Will the rest of the field be able to catch up to him? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out what it takes to become the next regional champion.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
It has been such a great weekend so far here at the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships, and the competition is getting fierce now that we're finished with all of our Swiss rounds, and it's just top 8 left on the horizon. Cannot wait to get started, but of course we still have some numbers to crunch, some teams to check, and let our players get ready. So I'm here with Gabby and Aaron with the lounge to fill a little bit of time. So I have to ask you guys, have you ever seen the show Family Feud?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so you know where I'm going to be going with this. So to explain what we're going to do now, I have asked, and thank you so much for the people that have filled this out, 159 players, a barrage of different questions here about Pokemon and Regulation G. And then I have taken the top 3 answers, and I'm gonna have you guys try and guess what the community was thinking. So there is like a question or two that is, you're going off what the community's thinking, not the actual what the thing is. You'll understand when you get there. So we'll all understand everything good?
All good.
Yeah, I think so. Perfect. And because we don't have buzzers, I wish one day we can get buzzers, but I don't think that's on our budget right now. We're just going the old-fashioned way of whoever gets to yell this one out first. And we'll go in order. So if Aaron yells the answer out first, even if you're wrong or right, Gabby will get the next chance to answer, so on and so forth. Just wait until the question is finished being answered. All right?
Okay.
Be a little fair. With that, we're going to get underway with question number 1. What did our players think was the most underrated restricted Pokemon heading into Regulation G?
Can I go first?
Whoever yells it out first, go.
Yeah, just yell it.
Miraidon.
Wrong.
What?
Oh, okay.
Gotta get in the players' heads
Well,
for
they're
this
wrong.
one. All right, Gabby, you get the next chance to answer.
See, my gut was honestly saying Terapagos, so I'm gonna go with that.
Nope, I don't think people underrated it going into this event. It's not on the board.
Okay, so we keep going.
It's not even on the board?
We're not even on the board. We're going for top 3 answers here.
Zamazenta.
Let's go, Zamazenta. 15 players. People were all over the place. So I'm not gonna lie. 15. This was
Wait, out of
159.
So this is what, like the 3rd answer?
Yep. So we're yeah. It was all over the place. People were All right. So Aaron first on the board. Gabby, you have a chance to respond.
Can I say show me? Show me Koraidon?
You're like, I think this is the wrong show. It is also not on the list.
Okay.
All right, back over to you, Aaron.
Wow, this is tough. I mean, I'm trying to cross out everything from the top 8. Like, part of me wants to say Groudon.
It's also not on. We're having struggles with this one.
I'm gonna take a big swing.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
You think it was underrated?
Apparently. I mean, I don't know what 150 people are thinking, but what I thought they were thinking, they weren't thinking. So maybe they're thinking what I didn't think they would think.
All right, we're also wrong in
I'm
this
gonna give my answer, Rayquaza.
Gabby, I'll give you one more chance to respond, and then I'm gonna give y'all a hint for the next two.
I mean, who have we said so far? We've said Miraidon and
said almost all of them at this point.
Terapagos, Shadow Rider, Groudon.
I got another one. I'm ready for them.
Kyogre?
Let's go.
Okay.
Kyogre is in fact on there for underrated. What our players thought. That was also 15 players.
Are you kidding me?
So have not gotten the number 1 answer.
120 people picked something that we can't think of.
No, it's a top 3 answers.
Oh, okay.
So there is people that did say things like Groudon, but if it's not breaking into top 3, it's not included.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So number 1 answer with 26 players. Aaron, do you have an answer, or were you guessing the Kyogre here?
Zacian.
It's wrong. All right, I'm going to give a hint, and whoever can say the answer first out will get it, all right?
Okay.
All right. This Pokemon we got to see in our double restricteds that a lot of people seem to pair it with Groudon.
Zacian.
Yveltal?
No.
Wait,
Delicious? What? Okay, ghost type.
Not Gengar.
All right, no, you guys both. It was Lunala.
Oh my God.
#1 spot with 26. All right, we need a second.
I'm honestly shocked that that's #1. Wow.
Yeah, most underrated. Go ahead. All right. Go into something hopefully a little bit easier. All right. So, talking to our players, what did they think was the best held item in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet?
Covert Cloak.
Nope.
In all of Scarlet and Violet, not just
Yes.
this format.
Yes.
Focus Ash.
Perfect. Focus Ash coming in at number 3, 15 points. Aaron taking the lead here with 30 overall.
Booster Energy?
That was close. That I think was number 4 spot.
Oh, I'm actually surprised that's not top 3, honestly.
Yeah, it was very close. It was very close.
Choice Scarf.
Also close, but not quite cracking in there.
Life Orb?
Nope. No one actually really put that one down too much. That one was a couple on there, but not too often.
Safety Goggles.
Y'all are really good.
Wow, they're like, I don't care about Amoonguss.
Okay, gotta take a second into the players' minds.
Rocky helmet.
No.
Leftovers.
We're running out of
Please.
items.
Back to Gabby.
Oh my god. Okay. Choice specs?
Back to Aaron.
Citrus berry.
Back to Gabby.
Are you serious? That's like the go item of each.
Oh, okay. Shoot, we already said focus sash.
All right, after this answer, I'm gonna be giving a hint.
Give me one. I want one more guess before the hint.
One more guess before that. All right.
This is not it, but Mystic Water.
No, people did vote for that though.
Okay, that's
not
closer.
it.
That's closer.
Clear amulet.
Yes,
Okay,
Clear Amulet
yeah.
was 40 players.
That's like recency bias though, because I actually don't think Clear Amulet was that good before this format. You know?
I agree with
I'm
that.
just saying.
You gotta get in the players' heads though. You know, you can't
You're right,
trust
you're
the
right,
general public.
You're right.
All right, we're still missing that number one answer.
Assault vest.
There we go. 58 saying Assault Vest was the best item in Scarlet and Violet. And Assault Vest has always been there. I mean, back to Iron Hand days.
Fair enough,
so
fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Question number 3 here. Make sure I got my cards in order. We're talking back about restricteds, but it's not going to be the most underrated, but instead, what players had for their favorite restricted Pokemon in Regulation G? So no Xerneas or Yveltal guesses over here.
No Yveltal.
Regulation G. We're sticking to Reg G here, friends. This is favorite, so this could be anywhere on the board.
Calyrex Ice.
Perfect. Number one answer. 37 people saying Calyrex Ice Rider was their favorite restricted.
Okay.
Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Third place answer there with 23. Y'all,
something's at number 2. Okay.
Y'all are getting this now. Okay, we're getting into the groove of things. Gabby, back over to you.
You know, if the trend is going where I think it's going, I want to say Terapagos.
Perfect. They got it,
Me,
guys.
me, me.
They got it.
See, we're
Alright.
good now. We're good now.
All right. At
Maybe.
this point,
No respect for Kyogre.
no respect.
This
People don't
Kyogre
like their
slander.
misses too many order impulses. So ignore my absolutely terrible writing. But so far, this is where we are at.
Whoa.
With
I
our
got
points.
lucky with that
43-point
assault
lead.
vest.
Yeah, Gabby's got a nice little lead over here. I'm doing math on the fly, y'all. I had to try and show my work here.
I trust your math is correct, Sierra.
If not, someone in Twitch chat will say something about it. All right, we got 2 more questions left here for Aaron to try and take a lead. This one, the answers were all over the place for this one. I am not going to lie. So this one, I might have to be given some hints away. What people thought was the cutest Pokemon in Regulation G.
Like the whole format, including non-restricted.
And they really went whole format. Somebody said Marshtomp at one point. I don't know when we've seen that out there, but yeah.
It's just like the cutest Pokemon in general. What? Like?
Yeah, they went for it.
Terapagos.
That was number 1.
Boom!
Perfect. So Aaron said, all right, I'm behind. Bet. All right. Abby, you can no longer get the number 1 answer, but there is still some points on the board. And I will say these 2 have been competitively viable.
I do think Farigiraf is cute.
Unfortunately, the VGC public does not think so. Not on the board.
Y'all are wrong.
For it. All right, Aaron, back over to you.
Pelipper.
No, that is a cute one, though. Let's think back to Reg F and cute things. Gabby.
Reg F and cute things. That is tough because the Pokemon coming to mind from Regulation F are not my definition of cute.
Okay. General public, though.
General public, I don't know, Amoonguss.
How cute is Amoonguss, friends? We need
Let
to
us know, chat.
If y'all don't think Farigiraf is cute, I don't know, man.
It's not on the board, but hashtag play Pokemon on a scale of 1 to 10. How cute is Amoonguss?
Ogerpon.
Yes, number 2 answer at 17.
Yeah, okay,
Eric's catching up. Okay. We got 1 more Pokemon. You guys want a hint for this one?
Kind of.
It's a little Pokemon that we did get to see play at EUIC on stream. Just a wee little guy.
Oh.
I am completely blanking on small Pokemon because there's a lot of Pokemon that are tiny.
I know
will
the answer,
say.
I think.
You probably do.
You got to get this right now, Gabby.
I know, and I'm completely
try and take the lead
blanking
back.
on Regulation F because
Only
it's just
7
been
points
so long.
between y'all.
Clefairy?
Yes.
Oh, well
thank
done.
God.
Yeah.
Nice. Good stuff.
I wasn't
Oh, that's
stalling for me to
saved
think.
it.
I wasn't doing that at all.
We have one question
Oh,
left.
Wow,
Oh my
3
God.
point
3-point
difference.
difference between these two. All right.
This is not scripted, folks.
This is getting
This is
down
tough.
to
Pure
the
entertainment
wire.
at its finest.
All right. Our final question here. What our players thought on our top 12 usage graphic for day 2 was going to be the Pokemon in the number 12 spot.
Whoa, okay. Huh.
in the number 12 spot.
What they predicted was going to be there.
I get the first guess, right?
Whoever says it first.
Just
Oh, do we
say
just
it.
go?
You
Oh.
just
Go for
say
it.
it. You called it.
This is where in the show where they like axe you out for taking
Chi-Yu.
too much time. No.
Oh, wow.
All right, Gabby, your turn.
So I know it was actually Chen Pao, but I'm also gonna guess Chen Pao.
Fortunately not.
Darn it.
The VGC Public did not get this right. So.
Okay, that's fair.
Pelipper.
That is on the board, yes. So it was 19 people that thought Pelipper would be that number 12 spot. It actually clocked in at number 6 on our usage graphic
Yeah.
with 26% of the
Okay.
field. So Pelipper definitely overperforming what people thought.
Is this all just non-restricteds?
Non-restricted.
Okay,
We had different graphics for these, so we cut this one to non-restricted.
fair
only.
enough. Blood Moon or Saluna?
Fortunately
Good
not.
guess.
No. Good guess, but back over to Aaron.
Golden Go.
Nope.
Oh.
Ogre Pond?
Nope.
Wow. Huh.
Let me know when y'all are ready for a guess and reset.
I want one more. Hold on. Let me try to think of one more
right.
thing. Tornadus.
Nope.
Okay.
All right. Whoever says the answer first after the hint can go ahead for it. We're not going to have to wait. We have talked a lot about these two Pokemon. We've seen a lot of them, and they've definitely been featured.
Urshifu Single Strike?
No.
Darn it!
Amoonguss?
No, we're... All right. You have one more answer. Whoever says it first, Long Boy Neck.
Fergraph. Wow, that was
Aaron
literally
just
like...
beat you. So with
GGs.
that, Aaron, to take it, Fergraph was the number 2 answer. Number 1 answer was Raging Bolts.
They thought that'd be 12?
They thought it was going to be 12, and at 4th instead. I mean, the community looking at our top 12 definitely underestimated a couple of the Pokemon here.
That's actually really interesting, I think.
Yeah, because
for sure.
42% of the field.
Right, it's like, for something to be like number 12, it's around hovering in that like 8 to 10% range, and like Bolt is like 4x that.
I mean, it makes sense, though. I think coming into this event, I was expecting to see so much Pelipper, so much Tornadus, and Raging Bolt just has such a good matchup against those.
Totally. It's actually kind of funny looking at like the top row there, because
Actually,
Raging
yeah.
Bolt's like, hey, Urshifu, Tornadus, Pelipper, nice to see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Like-
it's like it just jumped right in front of them. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, you want to cut me off in line? I'm just gonna thunderclap. So please don't.
Yeah.
It has been honestly really, really cool to see with our restricted whereabouts it's enabled some of these Pokemon too. Even having spoken to Luca in the last match, that this Raging Bolt, I mean, obviously the photosynthesis hit the sun, you boost it, but even something like the Miraidon on the other end is setting the electric train to kind of just let those thunderclaps go nuts has definitely been really, really nice. So definitely quite a few of these Pokemon that have made their way into our top 8 here and are restricteds that are vying for a top spot here in our competition. And hey, I know who won our competition here over in the lounge with Aaron taking that first place spot. GG.
GG, that was a close one. That
Jeez.
honestly, we both picked up steam. To me, this is like a dual effort.
I
and
think so.
We were failing in the beginning. Honestly, some of the, like the most underrated one was a tough one. I
Yeah.
mean, Lunala being up there is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I would love to kind of talk about that more someday. Just like, not just know what the community's thinking, but like try to figure out why they think the way they think.
My favorite answered for the most underrated was the actual answer was Groudon's not washed. So you know exactly what they're thinking for that one. But of course, that's just what our players are thinking. But with our top 8, we have a chance to talk a little bit more about who actually has an opportunity and still has this run to try and take this top spot here. Because going into our top 8 and our bracket here, there is some stacked names, some that we've gotten to see throughout the competition already.
I know. I mean, looking at this matchup with Nick Navarre and Andrew Zheng, I mean, you have that Terapagos playing against Andrew's team, which is going to be really exciting to watch.
Terapagos Mirror.
Yeah, Terapagos Mirror. I believe Leonard is also running a really cool team.
I think it's Ice Rider, if I remember correctly.
Ice Rider versus Shiliang Tang, who's also running that Kyogre team with the Assault Vest and Iron Jugulus. We saw Rajan's Miraidon do insanely well. I hear Keanu has a Zamazenta.
Yep.
And then Justin Burns and Aaron's trailer to wrap that all up. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at how the restricted's panned out, right? Because you've got 2 Terapagos on the top. You've got Leonard using Ice Rider, I believe, as well as Justin Burns using Ice Rider. You've got 2 Miraidon here with Aaron Trailer and Rajan Ball, and then you've got Kyogre and Zamazenta. So critically, no Calyrex Shadow Rider here or Koraidon within the top 8.
Which is crazy to say too, because when Regulation G started, Shadow Rider was definitely one of the the most feared things. Like, well, this
the feared thing. Everyone's like, this Pokemon's broken. Like, it's gonna win the World Championships. It might still win Worlds. Like, once again, I don't want to be talking smack about it, but it is really interesting to see. I think it makes sense though because everyone was really going out of their way to prepare for it, right? Like, if you look at the team that Aaron Trailer and Rajan brought, multiple normal type Pokemon, so much to the point where when we saw Rajan play on stream yesterday, his opponent didn't even want to bring Calrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah. At this point, we know that the Calyrex Shadow Rider does not have the opportunity to win the event, but there's still so many restricted and so many skilled players that are still trying to make their way through, and our top 8 is about to begin. So time to head over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sierra, Gabby, and Aaron, for getting us ready for the top cut that we have ahead of us. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Wolf Glick to bring you through the first top 8 match.
Hi.
Are you Wolf?
Yeah.
Hi. It's nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Wow.
How did I end up here?
Fancy
I don't remember anything.
meeting you here.
Rosemary, I am excited, as I'm sure is everybody who can hear my voice right now, because we are getting very close to being able to start the top 8 of the tournament, the best 8 players by record and resistance in the tournament. And there are so many exciting matchups going on.
You saw the bracket. What was your favorite that stood out to you?
Ooh, I mean, Aaron Trailer versus Justin Burns is probably a really exciting one for me personally, because those are both established players. Like, Aaron is someone I work with a lot. Justin's been around for forever and is a really, really strong player.
Yeah.
Shiliang Tang versus Leonard Craft, another group of 2 players where, I mean, honestly, they're all so good. Like, Shiliang versus Leonard is just such an incredible matchup because they're both really established players that are really strong that I think are a little underrated personally. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize just how good those 2 are. And then at the top half of the bracket, we have Nick Navarre versus, I think it's Andrew Zheng, who is using Terapagos versus Terapagos. So,
oh, that's fun.
And of course, like, Rajan Ball, all the matchups are so good. So it's really hard to pick a favorite.
Did you ever think we would have 2 Miraidon in our top 8 cut heading into the weekend?
I mean, I kind of my initial impression of Miraidon was like, well, why would you use a Pokemon that just like loses to Rillaboom? And then I started seeing what happened when Miraidon faced off against Rillaboom a couple days before this tournament when Dr. Aaron Trailer was showing me his team, and I thought, oh, hang on, I better put this in my caster prediction because this thing looks pretty strong. So, yeah, no, I did not expect 2 Miraidon in the top cut. And do we have a single Calyrex Shadow Rider? I don't think we do. I'd have to double check, but I don't think that there is.
They said this, and then I wasn't listening.
Yeah, because the last restricted is Zamazenta, right? So it's so I don't think that there's a Calyrex Shadow Rider in the top 8 here. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But that's just ridiculous because that was the top horse going into this tournament.
I mean, seeing is believing, though.
Yeah.
Because like we sure are all Miraidon believers after what we've seen on the stream.
Absolutely.
And maybe Shadow Rider Calyrex.
I don't think it's like a bad Pokemon, right?
Stock's going down though.
I do think it's on Fraud Watch. I think someone needs to talk to Calyrex Shadow Rider's agent because the publicity is abysmal. You have done some damage this weekend, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and someone's got to have to fix it.
Good, get a good manager, and then maybe you could actually like
stop
fix
posting
the
online,
reputation.
like get in the gym, like go figure out some better partners, build a new team around you, and come back, and then we'll talk.
Oh my gosh, how much do you think is because like you made a Shadow Rider Calyrex team that people respected and started to run themselves, and Joe Ugarte was also one of the pioneers of the Shadow Rider Calyrex meta. Do you feel like that had anything to do with maybe how people approach the matchup or knew, I have to know how to deal with this Pokemon?
I absolutely do. I think that in a single restricted format, what's interesting is that you can kind of justify really like dedicating a Pokemon on your team to deal with specific like restricted threats, right?
Yeah.
Like just as we saw with Rajan and Dr. Aaron Trailer, how they both had 2 to 3 normal types on their team. Ditto doesn't really count because it turns into a different Pokemon. And so, yeah, like I think players were really, really focused on Calyrex Shadow Rider, and I think that like when you are playing against the team that you've practiced against, you're always going to have an advantage when the same isn't true for the opponent. And here we have a very interesting pairing between Leonard Craft and Shiliang Tang. Leonard, you can see with his Wobbuffet on stream. Look at him. Look at that smile. What a great guy. You can see his accomplishments here. Peoria Regional Top 8, NAIC Top 16 2023 for both of those. 2018 St. Louis Regional Top 4, and 2016 U.S. Nationals Top 8. So, I mean, I think he's an incredible player. I played him at U.S. Nationals in 2015, and I was very impressed. And actually, we see some interesting choices here. Electric Seed on the Frigoraph. It's really surprising to me. Coaching as well on the Urshifu Rapid Strike. No protecting the Amoonguss with Focus Sash. Rose, what do you make of this?
Oh my gosh. There's so many things that I feel like jump out at me as just really unique text to have in the meta, right? So, okay, that was
that was a holdover perhaps from our last set.
Right,
it is safety goggles.
All right, it's not Electric Seed, but I mean, maybe still Focus Sash on the Amoonguss.
Yeah, that looks correct.
And with no Protect, you have the opportunity for Clear Smog, which I feel like is maybe why Shadow Rider and Ice Rider Calyrex have been public enemy #1.
Yeah.
You have a move like that to be able to get rid of all of the boosts. And I think that still, we've seen a couple of people go with like choicing with a Choice Scarf on the Urshifu. Kind of interesting to see that in there, but yeah, I guess we didn't talk about this either. There's Uproar on the Frigoraph.
Not a very popular tech, but one that Leonard is using here. Allows him to not have to run the Terra Grass on his Calyrex Ice so that he can use Frigoraph to wake up Calyrex with Uproar's effect. Leonard is a player who probably knows more about the mechanics of Pokemon than anyone else. Whenever I don't understand something, he's the first person I message. On the other hand, we have Shiliang Tang, not only the 2023 Hartford Regional Champion, also placed top 4 at Peoria Regionals, 2022 top 16 at North American Internationals, and a top 16 at Secaucus Regionals. So adding another top 8 to his belt here and maybe more.
And that Secaucus Regional Championship top cut was like that tournament was crazy stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Shiliang a couple times last season, and I was very, very impressed with him. He's got some interesting techs here as well. Using a team similar, I think, to the team that we saw Justin Tang use on stream with this Hurricane Snarl, Iron Jugulus with the booster energy. You have Wide Lens, Taunt, Protect, Triple Axle Serena with Terra Water. The Assault as Kyogre is an interesting adaptation. Normally, Kyogre, we think of it as wanting to use either an item that boosts its offense or an item that boosts its speed, with Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, and Mystic Water being the most popular. Assault Vest leaning into this more defensive Kyogre, really saying, hey, if you're restricted Pokemon's a special attacker, I got tough news for you. And then supporting it with not only Tailwind, not only Taunt, but also Queenly Majesty, which is Serena tends to pair better with Kyogre because than Frigoraph, because Kyogre doesn't really want to be out of in Trick Room a lot of the time. Oh, and that's a nice fun fact. His VGC hero is Justin Tang, who we did see on stream earlier today. So these players obviously working together and good friends as well.
Andrew Zheng as well running the same team.
That's
so
right.
Just that whole building group has found so much success at this tournament this weekend. So really awesome to see that Shiliang Tang is the last remaining player of the building group, really hoping to bring it home
Trying
for
to
the
carry
rest
the team
of
on
the
his
team
back.
builders.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, both these players are so good that, I mean, I'm sure we're going to have a great match. I think something that's really interesting to me is the speeds of these teams, right? Where Leonard really wants to be in Trick Room. He's got 2 Trick Room setters. His team is overall pretty slow. And Shiliang kind of wants to be out of Trick Room, maybe in Tailwind with that Iron Jugulus. But the only real way that he has to stop that Shiliang has to stop the Trick Room is with this probably Taunt on the Sarina, if I had to guess. So here we go. We do see Kyogre and Incineroar from Shiliang Tang, and Incineroar and Raging Bolt on the side of Leonard.
Okay, so the Intimidates are not going to help out too much here, but both of them have the Fake Out, so there's a really good way to be able to maybe stop the... Ooh, interesting.
So
talk to me about the speed interaction you just saw there.
That's right. So Incineroar on Leonard's side, you can see it has only 190 HP. This is a very fast Incineroar. Not only this is turbo Incineroar. This is Incineroar, and he's been running on the treadmill every day. You know what I mean?
He's got those gains.
She's got the gains. So here we go. Fake Out coming out here, not worried about potential Sarina. Flinch from the Kyogre, so the speed order is actually Incineroar, then Kyogre, then Raging Bolt. Thunderbolt coming out doing a good chunk of damage. That's half of Shiliang's restricted Pokemon's health lost in a single turn, and all that Shiliang received in return was a drop on the Raging Bolt, who, I mean, it's good to get the drop, but it's not the restricted Pokemon.
Right, the damage trade is so nice here for Leonard, and I think you feel really good about maybe even seeing what else might be in the back. Shiliang is going to actually bring out the Zarina as that third Pokemon, so what do you kind of make of that?
Well, I think it makes sense here, right? You can potentially taunt the Incineroar to stop a parting shot, although you can also, it depends on if Shiliang has realized that Incineroar is faster than Kyogre. Shiliang's a great player, so he probably has. But otherwise, you might try to be thinking like, okay, like maybe I'll go for like a grass move and a water move into the Incineroar. Ice Spinner and a water move into Incineroar to punish whether it tears or not. But yeah, like I mean, it's like it really depends on who's faster between Incineroar and Sarina, because I mean, Sarina is gonna have Tailwind support. It doesn't need to be that fast in theory, and so it makes me wonder, like, yeah, maybe maybe Incineroar's faster than that too. We'll have to see here as Incineroar's deciding what it wants to go for here. There is the taunt that it has to worry about. It depends really on what Zheng wants to do here. It is faster than the Sarina. Incineroar's turbo fast, faster than Kyogre, faster than Sarina.
Is that max speed?
I mean, it has to be, right? Like, I mean, it could even be a nature that boosted speed. So the question is, what does Leonard have to bring into this, right? And it is, I mean, that's a pretty good option.
That's a really nice option to have.
Switching in here, of course, Sarina does have the option of going for a move like a Power Whip or something in exchange. It's just triple axle into the Raging Bolt with, I believe it is the Wide Lens item. This is, oh, that's
yeah,
whoa,
it should be.
Oh my goodness, that does a lot of damage.
It's a lot. I mean, especially when the power increases with every hit that you have too. As long as you hit all three, it's gonna feel nice. But the
parting shot
bolts
playing huge dividends, no freeze. This is not gonna KO without a critical hit, but that's a lot of damage, Rose. And all of a sudden, Kyogre, I mean, looking at Xileang's team, like there aren't that many Pokemon that really want to take Glacial Lance, especially if a boost is involved. So, yeah, I mean, like Calyrex Ice can come in here and start pressuring. Both players do still have access to the Terastalization, which is nice. Leonard can go back into Incineroar here saying, hey, you know what, I want to keep my Urshifu alive here. Going into Calyrex is like an option, of course, but then, yeah, Incineroar comes in and it can be a little bit messy. So why don't I just go back into Incineroar, make sure that my Urshifu can probably survive the turn. Even with the Wide Lens, we do know that it is possible for some of these.
Triple Axle Miss.
Exactly, for Triple Axle Miss, but also Power Whip. So, yeah, Leonard playing the slow, which I really like, accepting that Urshifu in the rain, like basically turning Xileang's rain against him, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen this a lot, though. Maybe players just tacking on even Thunder if they're going up into a bunch of rain matches where they expect to see that. But the Zarina's leaving the field, and we're going to end up being able to see Xileang switch in the Urshifu of his own. So the Surging Strike's here going to be enough to knock out this Kyogre, but when you're left without the Restricted, what can Xileang do here?
Yeah, I think it's time for Urshifu to start looking like a restricted Pokemon. Normally, you'd be thinking, okay, well, like even the Raging Bolt is low HP. I mean, it does still have Thunderclap. It can still do a ton of damage to Urshifu. Leonard actually opting for something that might end up really hurting him here, which is that his Calyrex Ice Rider is Terra Fire. We talked a lot earlier on the broadcast about the choice between Terra Water versus Grass. Fire has the benefit of, you know, like not being susceptible to Intimidate, but the downside is that you don't really have a good defensive type against the opposing Urshifu, and with Sarina potentially protecting the Urshifu from not only Fake Out, but also Thunderclap, this could get kind of messy kind of quickly.
It could. I mean, Xileang all of a sudden maybe looks like, yeah, well, Urshifu should have been the restricted Pokemon all along.
Yeah, Kyogre was really just saying, you know what, hey Urshifu, here's the rain, like, I'll Ice Beam the Raging Bolt, I'll get it kind of low for you, but yeah, you do the rest of the work.
Yeah,
I'm going to take a nap.
You got this. Well, the Ice Rider Calyrex is coming in first, and then we get a chance to see what Xileang wants to put next to it, so maybe it is going to be that Zarina, like you were saying.
Yeah.
And that's a really great way to be able to protect it, but it's just the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Because if Sarina comes in here, you have to choose between like taking a Glacial Lance, or like you still don't want to take Surging Strikes in the rain, especially like, again, both players have their Terra available. So Leonard actually is running the Terra Water on his Urshifu, so getting potentially a pretty meaningful damage boost here. So like, yeah, like just once Sarina goes down, I think that Urshifu is a lot more vulnerable to Raging Bull Thunderclap, to Incineroar, Intimidate. So I think it makes a lot of sense to go into Incineroar here and just try to buy a turn. Oh, this is interesting, Rose. I had missed this. Actually, it's close combat on the Calyrex, which not only never misses, but also does even more damage than high horsepower.
That would be really impactful, especially, you know, maybe not necessarily getting baited into hitting into the Incineroar, but maybe you do catch this Urshifu off guard, as it is going to Terastalize into that water type.
That's right. It's interesting here because both players like want the rain for their own Urshifu, but they also kind of want to tend so that the other Urshifu stops hitting so hard. We'll have to see who Fake Out targets down here. It is actually the Urshifu that makes sense. You don't want to lose Incineroar here because then you're going to be in some trouble. Here's the Surging Strikes into the Calyrex Ice Rider. It's going to do a big chunk of damage with the rain boosting it. Actually, that might be doing so much damage that another one, even out of the rain, might KO. It's going to be kind of close. It's going to be hard to say. We actually do also see, very importantly, that the opposing Urshifu moved before, like Xileang's Urshifu moved before Leonard's Urshifu. Oh, and this is very interesting as well, Rose, in that might be in range of Terra Water. That's probably in range of Terra Water Surging Strikes in the rain.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, it's interesting, too, because now I think, especially with the defense drop,
yeah,
maybe we have to take a look at how that Ice Rider Calyrex is going to fare in a couple of turns, but...
If it makes it there.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, if it does. But especially with a Choice Scarf, too.
Oh, it's a speed tie!
Wow!
Yeah, so the other Urshifu moved first last turn, but Trey says, you know what, I think you're probably about the same speed as I am, and so picking up a KO on the Urshifu, at this point, like, Calyrex Ice Rider may go down, right? Incineroar has the move Knockoff, which can potentially take out the Calyrex Ice Rider with the defense drop, as you pointed out. No way it will survive that. It can also go for a parting shot. It goes for a Will-O-Wisp actually into the Urshifu. I think that's a great play from Shiliang, but, like, Rose, there's still this full HP Incineroar in the back. How on earth is Shiliang going to get through Incineroar? Like, yeah, okay, you can probably deal with the Calyrex, the easy Pokemon. You know, it's restricted, but it's not, you know, it's just a Calyrex. But Incineroar, the main threat, how is Shiliang gonna get through that? I don't see a clear answer.
No, I think it's like kind of Incineroar and Zarina up against the world at this point.
Yeah.
To be fair, like Zarina does still have the Power Whip, so it is a way to be able to hit that Urshifu for super effective damage. But the Urshifu still has that Choice Scarf, which is going to be faster than Zarina.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we do see, Leonard switching out Calyrex into Incineroar, and like, Incineroar basically, like, of course there's two water Pokemon on the other side. You might think, well, you know, Incineroar, like, how much can it really do against Kyogre, you know, one of the strongest, like, legendary Pokemon, restricted Pokemon in history, and Urshifu, like, the strongest legendary Pokemon of today. But then you have Incineroar, and it's like, you know, like, I'll deal with your Pokemon some other way. I'll, you know, parting shot, I'll fake out. Here's the Terra, though, coming out for Shiliang. I think this makes a lot of sense. I mean, you need to use it at some point. It is the Sarina here, basically saying, I don't want to be weak to Ice. I don't want to be weak to Incineroar. I'm just checking if it has Flare Blitz. It does, so it's a good defensive Terra. My thought process is it might be a little bit too little too late.
I think so too, especially when you're going to have to take the Surging Strikes as well. Even with the burn into the Incineroar, it's still going to do a meaningful amount of damage. It's not going to do enough to actually get the knockout this time.
Be close, but I think you're right.
If you use the Flare Blitz, is there recoil that might just KO you?
That's true. That's true. I mean, Incineroar also can't really do that much. It can't like it can't really like burn. There's no good targets for being burned.
It doesn't have Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
But, you know,
here's Power Up. It does connect, so we do see the value in the wide lens there. A move is always scary to use, even with the wide lens going up to 93.5 or something like that. My math is, you know, roughly correct. So that's the end of Urshifu, but I think Urshifu's done its job. It KO'd Kyogre, it KO'd Urshifu, and it almost KO'd Incineroar. So knockoff is meaningful here. That means that Leonard is going to lose the Citrus Berry, which is a big deal. That is the first step, I think, in turning this game around. But yeah, like, I mean, you still have to deal with Raging Bolt. You still have to deal with, yeah, like Incineroar. It's getting kind of dicey, in my opinion.
Just, Thunderbolt this arena. You can't Thunderclap it because of Queenly Majesty, but we've also seen that maybe you just go for the Incineroar.
It's so funny to me. Like, you see all these Pokemon you normally expect to outspeed Incineroar, and Leonard's Incineroar is just like, actually, I want to go first. I'm going to go first, actually. So let's see who's faster between the, okay, it is Sarina faster than the Incineroar. So, I mean, in theory, Sarina with a Power Whip critical hit could KO the Calyrex. Like, and then, I don't see how it beats Incineroar, but you never know. You never know. Triple Axle means triple chance to critical hit, if you know what I'm saying.
That's true. That's true. I mean, 30... I don't want to do the math on that one, actually.
Anyway, Calyrex back on the field here. Going to be able to threaten with a close combat. If close combat connects, I think this game is over. But Leonard also knows he doesn't need to rush into it. I think a big mark of a I think something super good player and a great player like is the ability to close out games that are probably like in your favor, right? Like 90. Like, it's something, actually, Dr. Aaron Trailer told me one time, is that winning a Pokemon game, like, 85, 90% of the time is a lot easier than winning a Pokemon game 99 or 100% of the time. And that just that recognition to say, yeah, of course, like, I probably won't get critical hits, so I can just attack. Like, that's the obvious answer. But saying, you know what, like, protected parting shot is so much safer, right?
Yeah,
so,
you can't open yourself up to those small windows of which you would give over an additional win condition to your opponent.
Exactly. So I think the fact that Leonard, despite having such a, like, playing such a great game and having such a big advantage, is still, like, cognizant enough to say, you know what, like, yeah, I'm probably going to win this, but let me still play to the best of my ability. And look at him. What a great guy. Just a real gem, and someone the community is so lucky to have. If you're Shiliang, Rose, how are you thinking about adjusting? And how are you thinking about dealing with this Turbo Incineroar?
Well, how can you actually be faster than it? Maybe setting up a Tailwind with the Iron Jugulis.
That's a good point, yeah.
Because that's something that you wouldn't necessarily know unless you have played Leonard before to say, okay, wow, your Incineroar may just be max speed with a positive speed nature.
Yeah.
And I know that that's actually a tech that's been popping up in the last couple of days and even just the past week heading into the event, but I didn't think I would see it with my own 2 eyes.
In the top 8. I think also another thing to point out is that turn 1 was Fake Out into Kyogre, Thunderbolt into Kyogre from Incineroar Raging Bolt.
And it was like 50%.
It did exactly. So you have the option of Terastal and Kyogre. It's not great because turning into grass means that Calyrex Ice Rider starts becoming very, very scary, but there is the option of switching in that Sarina, right? I mean, if Leonard went Fake Out Thunderbolt and Sarina switched in and there was just a Water Spout, that's the end of Incineroar, and that could turn the whole game around. So Leonard really saying, you know what, I don't think you're going to switch right away, so I feel comfortable going for this. I think it makes a ton of sense, but also, like, I mean, it's not the only option that Leonard has available, or that Shiliang has available to him. Like, Leonard had to get the call right, and this is another option actually saying, you know what, like, Incineroar was a problem actually. Why don't I just lead with both my both my water types.
attackers.
By the way, Rose, something that's really interesting to me here is that because Leonard's Incineroar actually outspeeds Raging Bolt, you could go for Terra Grass and knock off into Kyogre and take out the... There's no way. There's no way.
No.
There's no way. No way.
Wait.
Oh. No! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Serena has got to be the switch in here saying, yeah, you're going to fake out one of them. Leonard says, you know what? Maybe I won't.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm not
Knock off
going to do
into
that.
the Kyogre. It's not even going to Terra anyway, so the
my
Solstice is
goodness.
gone. And
Here's
the Raging
water
Bolt.
spout. There's no way it survives this with
No
no
way.
bolt. Okay, that's the end of Incineroar, but Kyogre's going to take a ton of damage here.
Incineroar's already done his job.
Incineroar did more than his job. That was a critical hit. Maybe it mattered. I don't think so. And Volt Switch here, really, really important. Last game, the Raging Bolt, we saw how good it would have been against the Urshifu, but oh my god, it does so much damage. There's no more switching into Glacial Lance, Rose.
No, there isn't. Like, that's going to be so tough. Like, we don't want to see Urshifu take that. There's nothing else behind the scenes that you might want to be able to take that either. Maybe Incineroar?
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, I guess so. It's the combination of the water and the ice move. The Shilling does still have Urshifu to switch in, and this Serena, I mean, it is pretty threatening. We saw how much Triple Axel did to Raging Bolt last game. We also saw how much Power Whip did to Urshifu last game. So with a Terra Water, with defensive Terra, if you're willing to commit that, it can really change things a fair bit, I think. But the problem is that without Incineroar now that Trey has sacrificed, like Serena's a lot more threatening, and it looks like Serena is going to have to actually be the carry of this game as well. So we'll have to see kind of how Leonard deals with it. The only thing is that because the Raging Bolt is so much healthier this game, it's a lot less scary for Leonard to set up Trick Room because like Raging Bolt plus Calyrex, like that ice plus electric coverage is very, very, very threatening, especially with close combat to do even more damage to opposing Incineroar.
You can't just necessarily Terra the Serena,
That's right.
because then you are making yourself more vulnerable to that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, so I feel like how this game plays out really depends on if Leonard can find a way to get through both Kyogre, or to take out the Kyogre and deal with the Serena without giving up too much ground.
You're so safe here. It feels like they just go for the Glacial Lance, though.
You really are. The question is, what do you do with Urshifu, right? Because you can U-turn into Kyogre, bring in your Raging Bolt. Here's the Terra from the Serena, so both players... No, so Shilling has used the Terra now. Leonard is saving his potentially for Raging Bolt to get out of a tight spot, or yeah, like Terra Dragon can be pretty nice in theory. Here's the close combat, though. Not going after the Kyogre here, saying, you know what? I think that he's using the Unnerve. He's put both Pokemon into Glacial Lance range.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Zarina, though,
Taunt comes out.
take a look at the taunt. You can't go for Trick Room here, but it was the Glacial Lance that Leonard did opt into. So will both of these go down? Thunder into the Urshifu does knock it out, but it's about this Glacial Lance and whether or not it's going to get the double KO.
This Kyogre's probably got a lot of defense investment because it's the Assault Vest. It has a lot of HP investment. Luckily, we know it's not that fast. How much is Glacial Lance going to do? A double knockout. Calyrex Ice getting 2 boosts to its physical attack stat. Oh my goodness, what an incredible play from Leonard, saying, you know what? I think that you're going to go for Taunt or maybe Icicle Spinner or Triple Axle into my Urshifu, predicting the obvious U-turn. I'm going to take out the Serena, the biggest threat to my team, and now Raging Bolt's Thunderclap threatens that Urshifu immensely, and there's no defensive Terra available on Shiliang's side.
Wow, and with the Zarina out, there's absolutely no reason to you don't have to go for the Trick Room.
No mind games.
Yeah, you already were taunted anyway, but still, yeah, just priority spam.
We have not seen the last Pokemon, though. It is the Iron Jugulis this time. 2 Pokemon that I don't want on the field when my opponent is Raging Bolt, I gotta tell you, are Iron Jugulis and Urshifu. Raging Bolt probably close to being able to close this one out on its own. The question, though, is how much will Thunderclap do? Will it pick up a one-hit KO on the Urshifu? In past formats, Urshifu did train themselves to survive it, but with how much speed and attack you need to deal with Calyrex Shadow Rider, there's no guarantee anymore.
It's such a tough call. But I think, Aqua Jet to get around it is so smart because now the Thunderclap is going to fail.
That's right. Urshifu's Choice Scarf Sword is locked into that. The thing is, if Iron Jugulis goes down, there's no way that it will ever be able to beat this this Raging Bolt. Hurricane comes out, banking on confusion. There's no confusion. Glacial Lance comes out. Iron Jugulis will fall. Oh my goodness, Urshifu loses half of its HP, and Calyrex takes its 3rd KO of the match, and all but seals this up for Leonard.
Yeah, there's no surviving, I think, for this Urshifu. Even though you're locked into the Aqua Jet, the Raging Bolt could still just go for a Thunderbolt here, get around it, and get the knockout.
There's no option left.
Wow.
Leonard actually going for the Terastallization there, but Shiliang understands, just in case, understanding that the match is over, Shiliang does choose to forfeit. There we go, the handshake. Such good sportsmanship from both of these players. What an incredibly played set from Leonard. I cannot say how impressed I am with that. It looked actually like a pretty difficult matchup, right? The Assault plus Kyogre, the Urshifu putting on so much offensive pressure. There's no defensive type on the Calyrex ice. You can't set Trick Room up, which is like what it looks like the whole team is built around. And I have to say, like, yes, the restricted Pokemon did so much work.
Yes.
Calyrex ice did so much work. But really, I mean, kind of the star of the show for me was that, we don't know how fast it was, but that very, very fast Incineroar, disrupting so much, like parting shotting out game 1, knock-offing into the Kyogre, putting it in Glacial Lance range game 2.
Oh
just
my
that
gosh.
Incineroar really showing off why it's on 70% of these players' teams.
I was looking at like a couple of tweets heading into the weekend, and there were a bunch of players that were like, what kind of Incineroar do I have to prep for? The random one that has between, you know, like a really low EV trading, or like, do I have to prep for one that's like
normally
speed?
Incineroar only invests a couple of points in speed. Do I think it's going to be maybe 3 or 4? And Leonard's
How
like,
many
how about like
IVs
32 or like maybe even more? So just I mean, we're seeing why it's been paying off. And I have to wonder, you know, in game 1, turn 0, when the Pokemon were sent out, it was revealed by the order that the abilities activated that Leonard's Incineroar was faster than Shiliang's Kyogre. So it's possible that like Shiliang noticed. It's also possible that he didn't notice. But I think if you're Shiliang there and you didn't notice, I think that's like the kind of thing where I personally would be like a little frustrated with myself because you had information. That being said, I don't think Shiliang's plays don't make sense if you know that it's like I don't think Shiliang made any you know bad plays or anything. It's just like it's one of those things where it's so easy to miss because if you look away for a second, then you look back, it's like, oh, like what happened? Like I missed it. Like I mean, we've all of us who've played, we've
all been there.
We've all been there. We've all looked away during the photosynthesis boost, and been like, was it speed or special attack? Like,
Flutter, hello.
Oh no! Like,
Can I phone a friend?
Yeah, like and you don't want to ask your opponent and be like, hey. So yeah, but yeah, just really, really incredible play from Leonard, and I think Shiliang did a good job as well. But like I don't think Shiliang made really any obvious mistakes. Leonard just really was keyed into what he wanted to do, and I think that really, really paid off in the end.
Because I was wondering if there was a world where you just like play the mind game of like Iron Jugulis and Kyogre. You go for Tailwind Water Spout, but you still have the threat of switching into Zarina at some point. Right?
It definitely could have worked. I wonder if maybe, like because the Urshifu was so threatening in the first game, I wonder if maybe Shiliang wanted to preserve the Iron Jugulis' booster energy. Because without the Electric Terrain to reset the Quark Drive boost, I feel like I'm saying a lot of like words that sound made up, but I promise they're all real. But if the Quark Drive boost, without the Electric Terrain to activate Quark Drive, booster energy can only activate one time. There was no way to activate Electric Terrain in this game, so like of course it could have worked, but like giving up the booster energy could make you really susceptible to Urshifu. So yeah, I think Urshifu also kind of an unsung hero on Leonard's side in that match. Like it did a lot of work game 1 when it kind of looked a little bit dicey because Calyrex Ice Rider was not in a position in the first game to do as much work as normally you would hope a restricted Pokemon would be able to, which is also a testament to Shiliang and his friends' team building. So
for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this team has still super performed well this weekend, and so I hope they can be proud of at least the team building effort that they put forth. But
and top 8 at such a stacked tournament like this is an incredible result.
Wild.
Like it's hard because we are kind of trained to focus only on the wins, but you have to beat so many incredible players, and like everyone in this top 8 could win this tournament. I do believe that personally, and so yeah, when you're in a position like that, like 7 of these 8 players have to lose at some point, and even though we're taught to just look at the winner of the tournament, all of the players who've made it this far should be incredibly, incredibly proud of themselves because making it into the top 8 is no small feat. It truly is. Like, it requires a Herculean effort, so.
Top 8, top 16?
Yeah, making it into day 2, like, that's hard. Like,
absolutely.
It's really hard to make day 2 at one of these tournaments. Like, there are so many talented players, so I could go on, but I think actually, y'all have probably heard enough of me yapping about it. Let's see what Leonard has to say as we're ready for an interview with Sierra.
Thanks so much, you two. I'm here with Leonard Craft III, now making his way into top 4 here at the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships. First off, have to ask, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. My goal in coming into this event was to qualify for the World Championships. I had like 12 more points that I needed to get, so just anything would do. And to acquire that by getting minimum top 4 to regional is really satisfying. You know, sometimes when you get your Worlds invite, you maybe just sneak in just based on, I did pretty well at a bunch of different events, or maybe I did really well at a bunch of locals, but to have a solid regionals finish alongside one I had earlier this season feels really good.
I'm glad, and congratulations, by the way, for locking the Worlds invite. That's always super, super exciting, especially too, because we'll be kicking the Worlds off with the same regulation we have now, something you're finding success in. So talk to me about this team that you're running, because the Ice Rider is definitely really popular, but you have a little bit of a different version than a lot of this Pelipper Ice Rider that we're seeing out there.
Yeah, I think Pelipper is really strong. Originally, when I was practicing with my team building partner, Nick Borgi, we were trying to figure out how to reliably match up well into both Calyrex Shadow, and also we were having a lot of trouble with opposing Water Urshifu. Raging Bolt and Choreograph both fill those roles pretty nicely. The downside of not having Pelipper is that your Urshifu's weaker. You don't get Wide Guard. Wide Guard's a really good move in this format, and so I value that a lot. But Raging Bolt also has a nice bonus of being very good into opposing Pelipper. So into the mirror matchup, Raging Bolt's pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see, I believe Justin Burns was also running Raging Bolt on his Calyrex Ice team. So the Friggraphs is really good for Calyrex Shadow. You wouldn't know it because I've played only one Calyrex Shadow all weekend. I don't know the usage stats for day 1 versus day 2 here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Calyrex Shadow dropped off significantly.
It just didn't go up. So like the Shadow Rider was 18 on day 1. I think it's still kicking around 18, 17 for day 2, whereas the Ice Rider went up to like 30, 31.
Yeah.
So it's proven that one didn't even make top 8. It's only been the Ice Rider.
Wow.
Yeah. I do want to talk about the Friggraph that you included on the team. I won't ask you what Upper does. I saw your fact beforehand. I want to know how many people have asked you going into this weekend or have been caught off guard by it.
It wasn't too much. Like I say, normally the Friggraph is there. The Uproar helps as a sort of emergency spore answer. One of the things that Calyrex Ice struggles with is if you get sucked in Trick Room, you can burn through those turns and it's not very consistent. Uproar itself isn't a very consistent move, but it helps alleviate that a little bit somewhat, and it only costs a move slot as opposed to a full teammate like Alchemy would. Its ability Sweet Veil can block sleep.
It's been a long day.
Gotta think of my status conditions here. But Friggraphs was really solid. I had a match today where I was fighting against a Choice Specs Calyrex. It locked in Astral Barrage and couldn't take out my Friggraph in the end. So having a normal type, I think, on your team, or at the very least, multiple resists into Calyrex Shadow, because it's so strong, you can't just like get rolling.
No, it's definitely nice to at least make sure you have one answer to the Cali Shadow out there, because even if it didn't make top 8, some matchups were definitely really strong for it. I want to talk about this match a little bit, specifically in this game too, because right off the gate, I mean, there is the option for your opponent to be switching into Serena. So you had the Incineroar, you could have gone for the fake out and instead instantly knock off Volt Switch, taking a lot of momentum off that lead. Were you a little bit worried that maybe you'd be off the back foot if there was no swap, or are you just like, hey, I'm in game 2, I'm so ahead if I do this, I gotta lock it in?
I was pretty confident that the Urshifu was going to become a Serena. It seemed pretty likely that the Kyogre wanted to get off a really big water move. We saw in game 1 that early on, I traded a bunch of damage into the Kyogre, and then Xiliang had a lot of trouble dealing with my Incineroar in the late game. So it seemed pretty likely that Xiliang would be inclined to aggressively target that. By using knockoff Volt Switch, it did a couple things. One of the things that it did was remove the Assault Vest, so my electric attacks would do more damage. At the same time, if Serena comes in there and the Urshifu knocks out Incineroar, it's bad, but it's not the end of the world. I Volt Switched, so I can at least get my Raging Bolt back on the field if Incineroar had fainted. I can Volt Switch to the Urshifu again, or perhaps go for Thunderbolt. I had options. It wouldn't have been great if the switch had happened the other way around, but something in me told me that the Serena's coming in for the Urshifu, and so that early damage really helped a lot.
Sometimes you just gotta trust your gut and make the reads, and it's definitely been paying off so far. I definitely want to make sure you can get some rest before you get into your top 4 match, but before I let you go, do you have any final words or shout outs?
Yeah, I'd like to once again shout out Nick Borgi. He was very instrumental, team building partner in this. I'd say I was the lesser of the two, and we had played on day 1, and that was no fun. We were it was just a bunch of mirrors. I'd also like to shout out the Quincy guys, St. Louis guys, Kansas City guys. Thanks for cheering me on. I appreciate it.
Always got to shout out the guys, that's for sure. Congratulations again on the win. Best of luck for top 4. As for us, back over to the casters before our next top 8.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm going to be joined by Gabby for this upcoming top 8 match. And what a great start we already had to our top cut so far.
For sure. That match was really close. I was really excited to watch just how much it came down to reads at the end of the day. It really did feel like it could have been anybody's game. So shout outs to Leonard. That was very well played by his part.
Oh, for sure. I mean, hearing from Leonard as well, we get the insight on the team building, Nicholas Borgi being a really big part of that as well, and just love seeing the collaboration. I was heartbreaking to hear that they played each other yesterday, because I think we've had a lot of that happen amongst like friend and team building groups.
I I know. I don't think we had that in cut though, right? At least in cut, everybody's spaced out a little bit.
Maybe a little.
It's not by much, mind you, but it's maybe a couple extra inches on either side.
We'll have to wait and find out if that does get into anybody's head. But before we get ready for our top 8 match, we got a couple of tweets we want to take a look at. Thank you all so much for using that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Whoa.
Keep it coming. Oh my God, quick panic. Said to bring my shiny Lugia to my first ever VGC Regionals Day 2 appearance. Good luck, have fun, everybody competing today. Yeah, so quick panic. Kyle Wilkinson ended up getting Day 2 for the first time after playing in Scarlet and Violet for like 1.5 years. And so amazing congratulations to him. He actually brought a team full of like shiny Pokemon. So we had like shiny Regieleki, Mienshao, all Pokemon that he actually caught in game. It's really cool to see the Lugia there as well. I would love to know how many resets that took.
I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, that's from Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Whirl Islands. Like, that's a throwback for sure. Congratulations on your shiny luck, friend, because also Regieleki, that's a tough one to get.
He told me it took like 3,000 resets.
Wow.
So, wow is right.
All right, next we have Cypher tuned into the Indianapolis Regionals with Terapagos. Terapagos approves. I mean, he's just a little guy in this picture, but he's been making a big impact on the competition and also looking really stylish there with that suit from Sword and Shield.
I know, right?
Does Terapagos want to wear the suit?
I think Terapagos wants to wear the suit and the top hat and just all of the bells and whistles.
All right, so just throwing this out there, if we ever get Terapagos in Pokemon Unite, because that is the most stylish Pokemon game, let's be real, I think this Terapagos demands a suit holowear. So y'all take notes, okay? Make sure to hit social media
or give it a couple like turtle cosplays like Dreadnought, Torkoal, you know, do your thing. All right, we've got Nio who's playing in an MSS today, the UK's first Regulation G event. That looks so fun. I hope you're all having a great time.
Niall is actually, I think, the organizer or one of the judges for this event. So shout outs to them. Thank you so much for all that you do and all of our judges and staff here at these events. I would love to see the Pokemon usage from these locals because we've had so many unique teams here on stream. I just have to wonder how much are the locals cooking, because usually the locals are where you see some really cool team compositions.
Oh my gosh! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
We know what's in the $15,000 ticket box. Congratulations to Jared and Jess on your engagement. That is such a cute way to propose to somebody. Oh my gosh.
I know. The fact that you had the 2 partner Pikachu in their wedding finest waiting alongside of what I can only assume is the ring, which is also gorgeous, and some favorite partner Pokemon. I mean, Jared and Jess, I wish you both all the happiness in the world. Congratulations on your engagement. That is just so cute.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. We love that.
I love love, you know?
Well, Pokemon has brought so many people together.
Yes.
And it's been awesome to see just like those relationships form from the game, the friendships, like the family that you meet along the way. It's been something really special to watch over the last decade. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, it's been a very long time for me as well. But what we do have the pleasure of watching and thinking about is the upcoming matchup. This is our second top 8 match of the day. Rajan Ball versus Keanu Inosanto. 2 very different teams. So let's go ahead and talk about what these trainers are cooking.
Okay, well, I think the first thing that everybody's eyes are drawn to is Keanu's team, which we will get to. There is a Zamazenta and a Galarian Moltres on that team. You are not mistaken. But Rajan Ball is a player that we have seen on the Indianapolis stream already, but boasts a long list of accomplishments, really hoping to grab that regional championship title, though, this weekend.
I know, was top 8 in Charlotte just a couple of months ago, a few weeks, as Aaron said earlier. Time is not real, of course.
Time is not real, and time is a flat circle.
What is real, though, is the insane amount of damage that Rajan's Miraidon can put down on the field. If you go back to the start of today, when we had our highlights from day 1 of the competition, we saw Rajan's Miraidon terastalize, use choice specs and the electric terrain and its hard-on engine ability to do insane amounts of damage with a Volt Switch, with Electro Drift. This Pokemon is such a huge threat on this team. In addition to that, you also have the crazy amount of damage that the Ursaluna Blood Moon can put down on the field. They have your favorite Ogerpon, the Corner.
It is my favorite.
And you have the option for Tailwind and Trick Room speed control as well. I mean, Rajan really has taken every single possible support option you would want in this metagame, put it together with two of the most powerful special attackers, and then added an Ogerpon on the side just for fun.
Just insane synergy as well across the board to mold around that Miraidon. I'm even just looking at like the Terra Ground on the Farigiraf and just how well that will play. But we want to celebrate Keanu Inosanto because there is a top 8 accomplishment from this event, but how many more get to come, right?
Yeah.
I love being able to see players that are stepping up into maybe one of their first big spotlight performances and really seeing what they can make do with it. And with one of the wackiest teams we saw in day number 2, I'm so glad we finally get a chance to feature it now because that is a Latios, a Galarian Moltres, a Zamazenta, with 3 other Pokemon that we have come to expect in Regulation G.
So let's just talk about the elephants in the room, all right? So the Zamazenta does not have Iron Defense. Instead, it's running Wide Guard. You have the Galarian Moltres, which, yes, does have Fiery Wrath and Black Glasses and its Berserk ability, but also has Tailwind. And then you have a Latios with Soul Dew, with Luster Purge, but also with Icy Wind. I feel like looking at Keanu's team on paper, you know, a lot of these teams we've been saying protect the restricted Pokemon, you know, focus all your resources on keeping this attacker alive. I almost feel like Zamazenta is the supporting role in this case, and you have the Latios, you have the Galarian Moltres, even really the Pelipper to just deal some big damage. It's true that Zamazenta can do a lot, especially when it gets the defense boost from its ability Dauntless Shield when it hits the field, but it's not going to be stacking those boosts.
No, it's not. But hey, that's a beautiful looking Zamazenta.
Yes.
I definitely got my shiny Zamazenta and Zacian when I ended up doing the release that they had. But we are in this top 8 match between Keanu Inosanto and Rajan Ball. Rajan is going to be bringing the Miraidon and the Incineroar. And of course, we see the Rillaboom and the Zamazenta here for Keanu.
Rillaboom was a must-bring for Keanu in this matchup because you want to have an ability to remove the terrain off the field, and unfortunately for Keanu, the only other Pokemon that could really do that would be Qianpao, but it's running Icicle Crash and not Ice Spinner.
Well, not too bad start here, though, because you just get to go for a Draco Meteor into that Rillaboom. It is a Choice Band set, too, so that Assault Vest not there, as we would typically see, to be able to keep you safe from something like that Draco Meteor. So who needs the Electric Terrain when you also get a chance to have a Stab Dragon-type attack? One-hit knockout here, and Zamazenta not being able to move. Keanu does get a chance to switch into something else, but maybe the Qianpao going to help out here with that sort of Ruin ability.
It'll ensure that the physical attacks that the Zamazenta and the Qianpao are about to throw onto the field will do a little bit more damage. That being said, though, I think what Keanu has to play towards here is assuming the Miraidon is going to switch out. It just got that huge Draco Meteor off. It has taken a -2 to its special attack. There is no electric terrain on the field. And with 4 Pokemon remaining for Rajan, it does seem like a very likely switch. So you could have the option here to go for maybe a Sacred Sword or a Body Press onto that Incineroar, try and knock it out this turn, and then just hope whatever comes in is going to be more of a support for Miraidon, and then try to figure out how you're going to get through that Miraidon, because it is so insanely powerful, as we've seen.
Yeah, well, it is going to reset the boost now as it's left the field, and Rajan had a pretty difficult decision to make of what you're going to bring in its place. Ogerpon is nice because it has the sturdy ability, so if it's not going to be a double target into that slot, you should be able to stick around. But we also see this Incineroar go for its Terastalization, the grass type now coming out, and that'll be maybe a bit of a risk to take. The Qianpao does have Icicle Crash, but at the very least you are keeping yourself safe from the Sacred Sword as well as from the Body Press from this Zamazenta. But there's the sturdy ability activating, really coming in clutch here for that Ogerpon, but it's the double into that slot, so Ogerpon just goes down as soon as it comes in.
It's nice, though, that the Ogerpon was able to take 2 hits. I mean, if it wasn't for that sturdy ability that Icicle Crash would have been a one-hit knockout. Instead now, Rajan has the opportunity to send in both that Miraidon and either the Incineroar or his final Pokemon to the field to provide Miraidon the best possible support in the Sport State.
Yeah, the U-turn's so nice, and something that we've seen on the Aselphus Incineroar tech is just being able to have a pivot outside of Parting Shot is so necessary in order to cycle through those Intimidates, and even better when you have to help this Miraidon be able to switch around.
Some people might be wondering why U-turn over Parting Shot. If it wasn't for the Assault Vest, which obviously means you have to use a damage move and Parting Shot doesn't do damage, I also think that U-turn is a nice adaptation because we are seeing more clear Amulet, especially on those Calyrex Ice Riders. It just makes sure that you're able to switch around as needed and get those fake outs back on the field.
All right, well, as Miraidon comes back in, it is going to reset that electric terrain. But then you also have to think about what's going to be taking its place. It's because of the U-turn, and now it's the end of the turn. That's what's been the delay here.
You got to take every single second, though, to think through these situations because, you know, we talk so much about how trainers prepare for these tournaments. I do not think that anybody prepared for a Latios, Moltres, Zamazenta team. And admittedly, we've only seen the Zamazenta out of those three. You have to wonder, like, what is Keanu's final Pokemon?
I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out, but it might be pretty quick because this Chien-Pao is not too long for this battle. Depending on how they're trained though, Chien-Pao and Miraidon are in the same speed tier just because their base speeds are the same, 135. But we are gonna see a manual switch of this Incineroar leaving the field, Whimsicott taking its place, but Zamazenta is gonna take a Protect here. So what does this Chien-Pao end up doing? Because it is going to be faster, so the Icicle Crash into Whimsicott now is going to bring it down to its Focus Sash.
I really like the fact that Keanu went for the attack there. I think a lot of people would have been tempted to maybe protect that Chien-Pao, so that way if you get faked out plus an attack from Miraidon, you don't lose that Pokemon. However, by going on the attack and almost calling that the Incineroar was going to switch out to try and preserve the fake out for later on in this game, you are able to put that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash, and now it's realistically only going to get one turn. It's a tough decision to make though, because this Whimsicott in particular has access to Tailwind and to Encore, and that Zamazenta did just use Protect.
Yeah,
so
but I think you need the Tailwind here.
I agree that you do need the Tailwind for the speed control ultimately, but it's tempting.
Yeah, I do see what you mean, because it would be nice to lock that Zamazenta into having to Protect again, but then you run the risk of that Protect actually working for the second time, so it's not always the payoff as I think people would expect it to be. But typically we do see Miraidon is not trained to be as speedy as the Chien-Pao, even though they are the same base speed, so it's nice to know that you can set the Tailwind for yourself and make sure that you are going to have that speed in your favor. There is still Sucker Punch on the board here for the Chien-Pao, so that could not end up not mattering, but you can see the Volt Switch now is going to be enough to knock out this Chien-Pao. But Keanu did get this switch into the Latios, and we finally get to see what this is going to do.
Yeah, so Latios is a very curious Pokemon. It has obviously been around since Generation 3, as it was one of those rarer Pokemon that you could encounter in the Hoenn region. Way back in the day, the item Soldew was released, and at that point in time, it was so powerful that it actually wasn't allowed in VGC. Now that we are here in 2024, however, Soldew does provide a 20% boost to any Psychic and Dragon-type attacks. So if this Latios opts for a Draco Meteor or it opts for a Luster Purge, that's going to get an additional boost of damage. I'm not sure that Latios is going to have the opportunity to use those damaging attacks, though, as it is going to be slower than the Miraidon when it makes a return eventually to the field, and you know, potentially could be slower than this Incineroar as well, depending on how it's trained. I mean, I know you were just saying there are a lot of fast Incineroar out in the format.
Well, we just saw one on stream, so maybe it's a little bit of recency bias, but also knowing what I faced preparing for this event, I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe there are a couple of really speedy Incineroar out there, but for this upcoming turn, Whimsicott's going to protect itself, so whatever might be coming in its direction, like this Icy Wind, is not going to be affecting it this turn. But it's nice to know that you can start to keep this Incineroar in check in terms of dropping its speed. So even though it's in Tailwind right now, it might just give this Zamazenta a fighting chance as a body press just to help whittle away at this Incineroar's HP. But that U-turn is so much damage. That Latios just took half.
Latios is unfortunately the least bulky one when compared to Latios. You know, each one of them had their own specialty. Latios is very defensively bulky. Latios is very offensive in its special attack. So that's something that you have to keep an eye on here. Now that we're slowly starting to run out of Tailwind turns, it does make me wonder if this Latios may be able to sneak an attack in here, but if the Latios is taken down, I don't think there's much this Zamazenta can do to stop this Miraidon. So Keanu has been making some great predictions towards his endgame, but this damage is starting to add up for Rajan, and I think as long as this Miraidon can keep attacking, Rajan definitely has the momentum on his side.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a tricky decision here too. I think choosing between Electro Drift or Draco Meteor and maybe even just pivoting out. Because it's like you want to make sure that you're dealing damage into the Zamazenta, but also both of these Pokemon can protect. So you've got to kind of consider your options here. Miraidon is just not even going to deal with it right now. Really wants to play this safe. The Incineroar can come in, get another Intimidate drop down onto this Zamazenta, and hopefully this Whimsicott is going to be able to just knock out this Latios here and now.
Yeah, I love how safe Rajan is playing this. At the end of the day, you know, the Miraidon is the scariest Pokemon on his side of the field.
But we do have a terrestrialization here from the Zamazenta to Terra Grass.
We do. So now this Zamazenta will be a little bit more defensively suited for this board position. Grass typing does way better against electric type attacks. Unfortunately, though, dragon types are still very weak to fairy type attacks. And Whimsicott, even though it doesn't look it, has a really good special attack stat.
It does, it does. Those Moonblasts always hit a little bit harder than I expect them to. But now it's just 2v1.
Yep.
Keanu is just down to this Zamazenta, still has some pressure, but knowing that this Incineroar on Rajan's team still has the Flare Blitz, because of the Assault Vest, you know that it can still hit it for super effective damage, and a 1-2 punch here should be enough to get this Zamazenta out of here.
Yeah, I'm glad that you called out as well that it's really the Assault Vest that makes room for the Flare Blitz. If you think about a lot of the Incineroar we've seen throughout the weekend, a lot of times people have been running Will-O-Wisp as their fire type attack, which obviously doesn't do damage, which means you can't use it on an Assault Vest Incineroar. So it does mean that this Incineroar is going to be forced to deal damage, but in this situation, especially when you force the grass type terrestrialization from your opponent, this just works out very well.
Well, you at least sold out the Tailwind, right? So maybe you're still able to do a bit of damage to this Miraidon before it does knock you out, but Electro Drift is going to move first, and that is, even though a grass type and not very effective, that is the power of the choice specs, the electric terrain, and just this general stab from Miraidon being an electric type. Incineroar takes that body press like a champ, and the Flare Blitz into the Zamazenta. Rajan is going to win game number 1.
Zamazenta really did do its best here, but unfortunately was not able to match the sheer power of this Miraidon. And at the end of the day, I think that's what Keanu has to be thinking about going into game number 2. We saw that Miraidon initially on the field from Rajan. We saw that Keanu tried to anticipate that, try to force a switch at least that turn number 1 with the terrain, but Rajan, knowing that Draco Meteor was enough to get that one-hit knockout, that just wasn't the play. I think if you're Keanu, you do want to bring that Rillaboom for terrain control, but it's almost like you can't lead it, or you just have to commit to going for fake. It doesn't have fake out. That Rillaboom doesn't have fake out.
No,
so
it
you
doesn't.
can't even do that.
No, I mean, you have high horsepower, though.
True.
That is a nice option to have, but the problem is that Miraidon is going to be faster than you.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
it's like, you could do Grassy Glide damage, but even on terrain, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to do enough in that case. But leading the Latios in the front is also so risky, because you know that you're dealing with a Prankster Tailwind user in that Whimsicott. And so that does make things a little bit more funky to ensure that you get the Tailwind instead.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also have to consider the fact that if Keanu did try to match Tailwinds, I mean, his Tailwind user is the Galarian Moltres, which will also be taking super effective damage from Moonblast. I haven't done my Galarian Moltres calcs in a while, so forgive me, but it is possible that this Moltres could withstand a Moonblast, take enough damage to activate the Berserk ability, and then go for a very powerful Fiery Wrath.
Yeah, but Galarian Moltres is really slow.
Exactly.
Like, compared to everything else, knowing that Miraidon has a faster base speed, like, you just know that it's going to be a little bit tricky. And I'm thinking that even if, like, I don't even know if you actually get a chance to use Tailwind, because you have the Tailwind set first from the Whimsicott, and then Miraidon just might outspeed before you get to use the Tailwind. Power of Prankster.
It really is one of those things where it's up for Rajan to set the pace and Keanu to respond. Like, it's such a cool team from Keanu, and I love the creativity. It's just unfortunate that against Miraidon, you know, I mean, there's 2 bird Pokemon there. We saw that Draco Meteor take out the Rillaboom. This team, I think, was probably anticipating seeing a lot more Calyrex and fewer bikes.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's...
Yeah.
It got here, right? It's in top 8. It got here, and Keanu has been able to have just a great performance with this in the weekend. I really hope this is going to give some trainers some inspiration to actually use their own Zamazenta team. Because it's really cool that Zamazenta gets body press. Usually it is a huge hit into the Incineroar, if not a one-hit knockout sometimes. So maybe that's something that you get a chance to use heading into this game. As we get into game number 2 of this best-of-3 set in our top 8, Keanu is behind the 8 ball, needs to get a win on the board here in order to keep that top 4 dream alive. Gonna kick things off with the Zamazenta as well as this Qianpao versus the Ogerpon and Miraidon from Rajan.
As it is Zamazenta's first time on the field for this game, it will use its Dauntless Shield ability to boost its defense up 1 stage. It also has not been intimidated yet, which does mean that these body presses are going to be doing significantly more damage. There is a very easy target on the field here, I think, in the form of that Ogerpon, as we saw just how much damage Icicle Crash did to it in the previous turn. You also have to wonder, though, what this Miraidon is going to do and how it's going to match up against these 2 Pokemon. Zamazenta's bulky enough that I would be skeptical that the Miraidon could get a one-hit knockout on it. We also know that this Qianpao has Focus Sash, which means it'll also be taking 2 hits there. So I think Keanu has an opportunity here to get some good damage down on the board. It's just all coming down to targeting.
Yeah, but does Keanu get a chance to even let Rajan attack here? It depends, because there's no Protect, but the Icicle Crash on the Miraidon, it's a critical hit, which is so much damage, but the flinch is the important part! Miraidon does not get a chance to move this turn, as the Ivy Cudgel brings the Qianpao down to its Focus Sash. But the Zamazenta is going to be the one that still gets to strike back. Is this just going to be a knockout onto the Miraidon? And it is with the body press. And that is such a huge powerhouse Pokemon for Rajan down.
That Icicle Crash coming in clutch with that flinch. We didn't get to see Miraidon actually attack that turn, unfortunately, but had Rajan doubled into that Qianpao, we would be looking at a very different turn going into this. The Ogerpon is still at full health, which does mean it has access to the Sturdy ability, and Ivy Cudgel did incredible damage to that Qianpao, but Keanu is in a position now. Both of his Pokemon have Protect. He could potentially switch out that Zamazenta to drop the Intimidate if he's worried about that. This game is so much wider open for him now that Miraidon is gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much better position for the Zamazenta to be in, but that's what you've got to play for.
Exactly.
You know that Miraidon is fast, but you have an opportunity there to potentially get that secondary effect of the flinch from the Icicle Crash, and that played out beautifully. The work isn't done yet, though, because we still have 3 more Pokemon that Keanu is going to have to get through. Incineroar is going to stay on the field, as we do see a switch of this Ogerpon in favor of this Whimsicott. So Whimsicott, another way that you can really withstand some of these attacks, have that Focus Sash to be able to keep you around and maybe help you get that speed control, because you are going to be some of the slowest Pokemon on the field now. This Qianpao, though, is going to go for the Terra Ghost. Perfect choice if you are worried about a Fake Out coming in your direction, but the Fake Out is going to go into the Zamazenta. Means this Qianpao still gets a chance to go for another Icicle Crash. It's not going to miss, and just brings that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash right away.
That's okay, though, because I think this Whimsicott was switching in so that it could set up the Tailwind prior to the Ogerpon making a return to the field. I think the question, though, is just how do you maneuver this Ogerpon back out onto the field? We did see what Rajan locked into, and it does make me wonder if he's anticipating Keanu maybe focusing in on the Whimsicott with the Qianpao, so that the Zamazenta, which is dealing less damage at this point in time, targets into the Incineroar. But that's such a tough read to make as well, because you don't want to switch in the Ogerpon in a situation where it's going to take damage and then it's going to lose Sturdy.
Yeah, but I mean, I think at this point, Rajan is still really behind. Like,
yes,
you have 2 very powerful attacks on the other side that could head in that Incineroar's direction. It's going to be a protect here from the Chien-Pao, though, perfectly reading that this Whimsicott wants to try to take it down. Does open up Rajan to be able to bring in the Incineroar a little bit later, but the body press, like, see, is just perfect coverage because you know you're going to get super effective damage either way.
Yep. That's exactly right. I do like the Whimsicott trying to deal that last bit of damage to the Chien-Pao for the KO there, recognizing how the targeting would go that turn from Keanu, and I think realizing that there would still be one more opportunity for this Whimsicott to attack. You're in a tough position again, though, with what do you do with the Whimsicott. If you go back to game number 1, we were talking about Tailwind versus Encore, and you said, well, Rajan needed the speed control. But if you notice, Keanu actually switched out the Pokemon that could have been Encored into Protect regardless. So while I do agree that I think the speed control is needed here now, I do wonder if we're going to see Chien-Pao switch out rather than go for a Sucker Punch to try and ensure that it can land a KO onto the Ogerpon before it's knocked out.
I think like you just have to try to go for damage here, and already like I think no matter what Rajan does, it doesn't really help you. But Sucker Punch is gonna go first anyway because of the priority.
Yep.
So that's where you just go ahead and deal with that. Even though it gets encored into it, Whimsicott gets taken down by the body press, and it's just down to this Incineroar. So masterclass by Keanu. I know it's like it doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of a flinch like that, but that's the out you have to play for, and that is gonna bring us into a game 3.
It does make me wonder how game 3 is going to go. Like, if you think about it, you're absolutely right that Keanu playing towards that flinch was his endgame in this situation. Rajan brought the same 4 Pokemon that we saw from him in game number 1, and as a result, when the Miraidon was down, there was only so much damage the team could do, and things really opened up to Keanu. So then if you're Rajan, you have to wonder, well, I like these 4 Pokemon in this matchup, but is my opponent going to try to go for that flinch again? And if so, do I take that risk? I think you have to bring Miraidon. Obviously, I'm not saying leave Miraidon behind, but I am wondering if you anticipate another Chien-Pao lead, you just don't lead Miraidon, so you don't leave yourself open to that flinch, and then you try and utilize your Focus Sash Pokemon, your Sturdy Pokemon, to ensure that you can hit that back.
Yeah, but it still plays out differently if you don't flinch, right? We were even talking about that like if Miraidon gets to move and it was a double into the Chien-Pao just goes down. And so does that then open up the door to just be able to sweep the game? I get where it's like, okay, I have hesitations here, but also maybe you just still lead the Miraidon anyway because it's good coverage into everything.
It is. It's just, do you take that risk? At the end of the day, I mean, it's...
You miss the shots that you don't take, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I respect it. And I think if I were in Rajan's shoes, I would probably also continue to lead the Miraidon in hopes that my opponent, you know, if they do go for that strategy, it works out in my favor this time around. But it's top 8. I mean, that's a lot on the line. You know that this is Keanu's first time making cut in a tournament like this. You know that he's going to be giving you everything that he has. And at the end of the day, it's hard. Because when you play Pokemon as a competitive game, you want to play it in a way where you're minimizing risk. And it's almost like this catch-22 where you know what your opponent's going to try to do, but are you taking more risk by just assuming that that's not going to happen?
Well, one way to find out, and that's to get into our game number 3. We are tied 1 apiece in this top 8 match at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Both Rajan and Keanu hoping to be able to keep that top cut dream alive to move on to the top 4. And for Keanu, it's going to be bringing back this Zamazenta and this Chien-Pao, but Rajan going to be leading with the Whimsicott this time around, as well as that Miraidon.
And this small difference, literally, you can barely see Whimsicott hiding behind that Miraidon there, does make things a lot more comfortable for Rajan, because we've seen this Miraidon be slower than the Chien-Pao multiple times in this matchup. Whimsicott will be guaranteed to use Tailwind in this board state. You know you are going to outspeed, and now you don't have to worry about the risk of a flinch. You do have to worry about the amount of damage you're going to take after you attack, but you are guaranteeing yourself the ability to attack. And if there is any Pokemon that can do a significant amount of damage while also maybe pivoting to keep itself safe, it's this Miraidon.
Well, you're also going to be Terra Electric now.
Yeah.
So that is definitely one way you can also help yourself. It's going to also amplify the damage of this attack. But it's super nice here as well because hopefully whatever is in the back here for Rajan isn't going to be taking too much damage if you expect to see that come out. But there's also another terastalization, as Keanu is going to use the same mechanic, but this time on the Zamazenta. Zamazenta is Terra Grass, so it's going to help keep itself safe from any of these electric type attacks, and that's really valuable. You've got the defense boost, but you need a way to be able to deal with this Miraidon's damage output. Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind. This is going to allow the Miraidon to be able to move first, and with the Volt Switch, you get a really nice pivot.
You do.
And that's still a lot of damage.
It's not very effective, but it's very effective if you catch my Electro Drift. Being able to do that much damage to the Miraidon, or to the Zamazenta immediately, means that it'll be able to follow up with a knockout later on in the game. And talk about an additional adjustment here. The Farigiraf enters the field with Electric Seed to boost its defense.
That's perfect to have in front of two physical attackers, the Qianpao as well as the Zamazenta. I mean, take a look at that. Still going to be a lot of damage thanks to the defense boosts that the Zamazenta has to its body press, but you're also denying any of those priority attacks with the Armor Tail ability.
You are, and I do think that this Farigiraf hitting the field at this point in time as well buys Rajan enough time to try and get rid of the Focus Sash on that Qianpao. And it's taken enough damage in on the switch, honestly, that it'll probably be KO'd before the end of Tailwind, which will just be some really nice synergy. It's unfortunate that Farigiraf's role in this particular matchup is probably to helping hand or switch out and just otherwise provide support rather than maybe go for Trick Room or maybe do some more damage like we've seen from Farigiraf in the past. But in Regulation G, you support your restricted Pokemon. You make sure Miraidon can come back when it's ready.
I mean, there is a really interesting option here on the Farigiraf. It has access to Foul Play. So if you weren't already mitigating the attack output of the Qianpao and the Zamazenta, that is another way that you can use their heavy attack stats against them. But this time around, it's going to be the Moonblast into the Qianpao to bring it down to its Sash. And that does put it in range of just getting knocked out to the Fake Out next turn. No Terra on the board for this Qianpao this time around. But the Icicle Crash to the Whimsicott is going to do the same thing in return.
It is, and Whimsicott's also going to activate its Focus Sash, so we will see the Body Press finally hit its intended target, taking that Incineroar out in one hit. Even with that Intimidate, because the Zamazenta still had its defense boost from its Dauntless Shield, that was plenty of damage there.
Yes, that is exactly what has been intended for the Zamazenta, and why we have seen whispers of the Zamazenta being such a formidable Pokemon to have in a single restricted format when, I don't know, Incineroar's been at 70+% usage today in day 2.
I know, and if 70% of the time you get a one-hit knockout, it works every time.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely Joe Brown math right there. But Whimsicott still has a chance to hang around. We haven't seen Keanu make any switches, by the way. It's just been the Zamazenta and Qianpao combination, and Rajan has still had a very hard time dealing with it. There's no way to be able to mitigate the attack stats anymore because that Incineroar is down for the count. And even if you have the Farigiraf, yes, you could switch it in, but everything is already going to be so low. It's all down to this Miraidon to keep this damage output going.
We did see how much damage Miraidon was able to do with Volt Switch into that Zamazenta. Had it gone for an attack here, maybe an Electro Drift, that could have put it into KO range, but he timed out. We will see the
Electro Drift
come in.
Yeah, but if that's going to be the one that takes the Electro Drift there, and it's still going to be able to get a one-hit knockout because that's just the power of Miraidon and that Hadron engine, making sure it's going to really be able to get those knockouts. But the Moonblast 2 into the Zamazenta, this actually kind of works out nicely. Just a little bit of chip damage there with the Body Press to finish it off. This Qianpao does get a chance to come back in now without the Intimidate drops.
It does get a chance to come back in without the Intimidate drops. It does have the opportunity to threaten some good damage, but Tailwind is still active on Rajan's side of the field, I believe. We haven't seen that expire yet. If that is true, then the Miraidon is still faster than that Qianpao, and because it's the Farigiraf that is the last Pokemon standing for Rajan, you can't rely on Sucker Punch to try and threaten any damage prior to taking an attack. But we do see another adjustment here from Keanu. It is that Rillaboom now hitting the field, taking away that electric terrain. This Miraidon is still going to be crazy powerful, but it's going to be a little bit weaker.
But that's what Helping Hand is for. I mean, we talked about the Farigiraf being such a key supportive piece for this Miraidon, not just because of its ability, but also because it has access to Helping Hand, to Trick Room. You're really hoping at this point that you're just going to be able to get another knockout and bring in this Chien-Pao once again. So Helping Hand for the Miraidon with the Electro Drift that you still have your extra little Terra boost to. And that's a Assault. Yeah, that's an Assault Fest, and that's just another one-hit knockout. I don't think Keanu was expecting that, but that's 2 knockouts that this Miraidon has taken with not very effective damage. The body press at least gets rid of the Farigiraf. So if you bring this Chien-Pao back in, you have that opportunity to go for the Sucker Punch now that the Armor Tail is off the field. But the Tailwind is gone as well, which is very critical.
Now we know that Chien-Pao will be faster than this Miraidon. It is only an electric-type Pokemon, which means that it will be taking neutral damage from Icicle Crash or Sacred Sword. Icicle Crash does have the higher base power worth of damage, and honestly, in this position, you need to find a way to KO this Miraidon this turn. So if you think that you can connect the Icicle Crash, and I do think you need the extra base power,
oh, it was just a Protect.
It was just a Protect.
So reading, the Chien-Pao's just gonna go for the Protect here. And Zamazenta gonna double it too.
That's smart. That's very smart.
Electro Drift only has a certain amount of PP, so you've got to be smart about how you're gonna use this move.
You also get the opportunity to see which Pokemon that Rajan was prioritizing the KO on, and it was going to be that Zamazenta. So that does mean that if you think Chien-Pao can get the KO with Icicle Crash and Sucker Punch,
well, we're about to find out. Icicle Crash tries its best, but it's gonna miss the Miraidon completely. The Electro Drift now into the Zamazenta, as it was intended target last turn. And that is gonna be a knockout. It's just down to this Chien-Pao, and it's gotta make sure it's got its glasses for these last couple attacks.
That was a very unfortunate miss for Keanu there, as it could have been the difference here in this matchup. Chien-Pao does have another chance to attack.
It does, and the Icicle Crash is going to connect this time, but is it going to be able to get the flinch? Because that's going to have to matter. And the Electro Drift goes through, the Chien-Pao knocked out, and Rajan moves on to the top 4.
What a close set there at the end. Icicle Crash was able to find Keanu an opportunity in that game number 2 to bring us into game number 3, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short in the end. But it just goes to show you that this team that Keanu built can stand up to arguably the strongest Pokemon in the metagame with that Miraidon, with the terrain, with the choice specs.
Wow, I mean, Miraidon looks like an absolute unit right now, and I think people have all of their eyes on that Pokemon as maybe the new S-tier restricted again. I guess it's returning to that spot after... You know what, we're going to have to see how it does at the rest of this tournament, as well as Stockholm next weekend. But Rajan is making this Pokemon look like just absolute masterclass levels of good.
I know. I mean, just look at this damage. We saw
one-hit knockout into the Rillaboom.
We saw that. We saw it do half damage to that Zamazenta with a Volt Switch. I mean, we saw it also KO the Incineroar the other day with the Volt Switch. I mean, here comes another Electro Drift into that Zamazenta. Like, it just does so much damage, and I do think that it was very underappreciated coming into this tournament.
It really was. I'm going to be the first to admit I had it ranked a lot lower than what it's turning up right now, but I love to see that because I think Miraidon is one of those Pokemon that it has had a lot of different sets that it can run, but it's been this Volt Switch, this Discharge, this set that both like Rajan and Dr. Aaron Traylor were using that has made it look as dominant as it has. Poor Keanu, though, I just want to give major credit to him for making it this far in a tournament that has been so stacked. I really hope that he's not only proud of his accomplishment, but also we hope we get a chance to see him again at a future tournament, because that Zamazenta team was so much fun. And Rajan, you could tell he had to think really hard about how to actually approach that matchup.
He did. I mean, we saw him take a couple different approaches in those games. You know, we saw the Miraidon with the Incineroar. We saw the Miraidon with the Whimsicott. We saw the Ogerpon in the Whimsicott. Like, he really had to sit down and think through that matchup organically, because I don't think you prep for that matchup, quite frankly.
Like, we've seen a couple of times in tournaments where people will pick something that might not seem like the most meta at the time, but it's enough of a throw off to the other opponent that you go, wait, oh yeah, right. I need to know my calcs for Latios, and I didn't think that I would need to know them, but here they are. Although I guess if you're running Miraidon, maybe you don't think about calcs at all. You just think of, what are the things that Miraidon can't one-hit knock out with Electro Drift? That list might be shorter than remembering what it does knock out.
Well, if there's anybody that knows that list at this point in time, it would be Rajan, who's moving on to top 4. So Sierra, please ask us about those damage calcs. Is it really just does it KO or not?
We'll get there in due time. First, I have to talk to Rajan Ball about just how are you feeling? Did your heart stop during that match? That was the craziest game 3 I think I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I felt things I haven't felt in a while. It was a really challenging set, and all of the sets that my opponent had were extraordinarily off-brand. So unusual things that I'm not used to fighting against, so it was kind of difficult to really identify what pieces I needed, and I didn't think I had a great 4th Pokemon. So overall, I was just like, you know, if he plays this well, this is gonna be really awkward, and my opponent did very much play it well. So I really was happy to be here with you right now.
Yeah, because like looking at the matchup too, because you got to get that victory in game 1. In game 2, it looked like it could have started off on the right foot, and then the disaster strikes. Icicle Crash not only connects, the crit, don't think that one matters much, but the flinch in that moment.
Yeah, I didn't feel very good. Because I took game 1, I figured I had the opportunity to go for a lot of advantage game 2, and considering what my opponent did, I don't think I would have knocked out their Zamazenta with the Volt Switch from the Miraidon, but I would have done a lot of damage. And more importantly, I would have gotten off the field, got the Moonblast on the Chien-Pao, and then actually having the Miraidon would have made a world of difference. I kind of just played a couple turns after that. That didn't really matter. The game was over from turn 1 for game 2. So it was pretty disheartening. I tried to use the rest of game 2 to get my head back into it. Yeah.
It seemed like at some point in game 3, I mean, the match that maybe you wanted to play was definitely not the match you got to play with that timeout happening and you being locked into Electro Drift. It worked, but how are you feeling that moment?
So I think Electro Drift was fine, but I didn't click the buttons that I wanted to click. I got a little flustered by the end game, and I will admit, I don't think I played game 3 as well as I could have. I let my Incineroar get knocked out and miscalculated that, and then I don't think I played that game 3 as well as I could have. But fortunately, Pokemon giveth and Pokemon taketh, and I got lucky at the end, but I'm calling it even for game 2.
No, that's fair. Exactly. Yeah. It gives it a little, takes a little. I want to know then, once you're locked into that Electro Gift for game 3, I mean, it's kind of out of your hands at that point. It's clicking the same button over and over. And we got to take
I had to pick slots.
That is true.
Important.
That is true. I will give you the credit there.
Come on.
I want to talk about the damage.
My head's not completely out of it.
Okay. I want to talk about how much damage that Electro Drift was doing, specifically into the Rillaboom. Like, did you think that it was going to go on a tear like this?
If I didn't believe in that Pokemon, I would not be here right now. And I looked at every Pokemon on the team as a juice box for Miraidon. That's just kind of how the game works. Notably, my opponent's Rillaboom was Choice Banded, not Assault Vest, which really changed some things. It didn't have Fake Out, but it also feinted to Draco Meteor out of terrain. It had high horsepower, which threatens an Oko on the Miraidon if I don't have Intimidate. Even though the pieces look like ones that I should have been able to navigate around, I can say this, there's no more Zamazentas in this tournament. Zam is not a great matchup, I don't think, for my team, because I don't have that many great responses defensively into body press. It really threatens a lot of my Pokemon. So I actually did think that the matchup looked kind of rough, but I'm glad I got there.
Yeah, congratulations on navigating a tough matchup like that. Now find yourself in top 4. You're now top 4 of Indy, so how do you feel about that?
I feel great. I really do feel great. It's, there was a long stretch of time, especially around the COVID time, where Pokemon wasn't going the way that I wanted it to. I was not I was not performing the way that I had used to. Not to say that you're entitled to that, but like I was just having a long stretch, and it was really difficult to evaluate my place in the game and my ability to keep up, especially since all the players that started not post-COVID, but like when we had started like the post-COVID era, were really, really, really good. The floor has gotten really high with so many grassroots tournaments and so many players just putting up huge numbers off the rip, and it just feels really good to still be able to.
And being able to at a competition with so many players in a new regulation, it definitely shows a lot. So congratulations on that. Before I let you rest up, for real, give your heart a little bit of a break after that match. Any final words to the crowd?
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for chatting with me. As for us, it's going to be a quick break on our end before we're back with our top 4.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God. He's done.
We get a medic in the field. The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunderwave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And here we are in Indianapolis. I'm a little bit jealous of all the fun y'all are having out in the hall with interviews, with playing on stage, with pin collecting, all of that good stuff and some good sportsmanship to boot. My name is Gabby Snyder.
Oh, you faded me out.
What's going on in the lounge?
Oh no!
They're all being bitten, and the poor Psyduck as well.
No, Psyduck, get out of there! He's gonna get a headache. We all know that's not good.
No, if someone get Nurse Joy to the lounge, it's stat. We need some potions, and I think probably some ibuprofen as well.
Yeah, that's a good. That is an excellent prescription, if I do say so myself. Yeah, everyone out there looks like they're having a blast. We're locked back here. They won't let us leave. I keep trying. They've got gates and all of this. So I kind of feel like a monkey at the zoo, which is okay though because we've got some great Pokemon to watch back here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We are into the semifinals. 4 trainers remain. They each share the same dream of taking home the championship, winning for I think maybe all of them except for Justin their first ever regional championship, and yeah, claiming the glory of winning the first event of this brand new Pokemon format.
Andrew Zheng will be facing Leonard Craft III momentarily, and Rajan Ball, who you just saw win on stream, will be playing against Justin Burns. So shout outs to, well, first of all, Andrew for beating the first seed coming into this top cut. And also congratulations to all of our top 8 competitors. You know, even if you are out of contention at this point in time, we saw some really amazing Pokemon played by each and every one of you. So thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Making it all the way into the top 8 is a huge accomplishment, but these players want more, Gabby.
Oh,
they want to win the whole thing. They are so close. If they can beat 2 more people, win 2 more matches, they will be crowned the Indianapolis Regional Champion. The problem is that these might be the 2 hardest matches they'll play all weekend. And we do have actually neither of the matches feature a restricted Mon mirror. This is Terapagos versus Calyrex Ice. Our next match will feature Calyrex Ice versus Miraidon. But right now what we're interested in is this Terapagos and Calyrex Ice matchup. Here we have Andrew Zheng. Seems to be a relatively newer player in terms of accomplishments, finishing top 16 in Orlando and top 8 at this event as well. I was like, oh, it's kind of familiar. I actually played Andrew at the Orlando Regional Championship, and they beat me. They were actually using a very different style of team, using Tinglu and Dondozo. So no surprise after playing against them to see them again here, but what an accomplishment and what an interesting team, Gabby.
I know, there's so much more damage on the field compared to Tinglu and Dondozo. This time around, Andrew Zheng running the Urshifu Rapid Strike, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Terapagos, Amoonguss, and Torrent Incarnate. Most importantly, though, about this team, the Chi-Yu has Choice Scarf.
That's right.
The Urshifu Rapid Strike has Safety Goggles and Sword Stance, and that Terapagos has Choice Specs and access to Hyper Beam. I mean, there's so much damage potential. It makes me wonder just how he pivoted from running a very slow team to running something so offensive.
Yeah, I mean, in our games, like, we were running out of time in the first game, and so maybe Andrew was like, I'm tired of these games taking 20 minutes. I want them to end quickly. Yeah, I actually think this is a really smart adjustment. Urshifu in the past felt pressured to run Aqua Jet because it's just a powerful priority move. But the thing is, with the overall bulk of Pokemon increasing, there's Leonard with his beloved Wobbuffet, and love this. Maybe he's saying he loves Wobbuffet. He's sending us a message. Anyway, with the power level increasing, I think players can more easily drop Aqua Jet because it's doing less damage. Here we have Leonard, who's been playing for quite a while. You can see his earliest result is in 2016. I played him against him as well in 2015 at US Nationals. Played him a couple times, actually. He got top 4 at the St. Louis Regional Championships in 2018, and in last year he finished both top 16 at North American Internationals and got a top 8 at Peoria. So he's a really strong player. We saw him absolutely decimate on his earlier stream game, and he's playing a team that's a really unique take on the Calyrex Ice Rider team, where normally we've seen this team paired with Pelipper often, but Leonard has gone back to the more traditional Farigiraf. He also has the Assault Plus Raging Bolt, and we didn't really get to see a lot of it in the first match that we saw with Leonard, Gabby, but this Farigiraf has Uproar. And for those of you who don't know, well, we can't ask Trey because he won't explain Uproar mechanics to us, but Uproar will wake up a sleeping Pokemon's partner, or a Pokemon's partner that is sleeping. And so that should be really a big deal here, because if we look at, again, Andrew's team, it seems to rely really heavily on Amoonguss to discourage Trick Room, because there's so many fast, strong Pokemon like Scarf Chiyu, Tornadus, Speed Booster, Fluttermane, Specs Terapagos. And Amoonguss is like a real like, kind of like, hey, don't set up Trick Room, where Amoonguss is going to put all your Pokemon to sleep. And with Uproar, Leonard actually, and Safety Goggles, Leonard actually has a very interesting tool against that.
It's a really unique pick as well. On a Pokemon like Farigiraf, though, it does make me wonder what utility you're giving up to run the combination of the Safety Goggles and Uproar.
Yeah.
But if you look at his opponent's team, you know, Andrew's way to stop Trick Room in this matchup is either using Taunt on that Tornadus, or you bring your own Amoonguss and put everything to sleep. So just by having that one Pokemon, you stop Prankster moves and you stop Spore. Which does seem like it is the perfect fit for the team that Leonard brought here to
That's
stay.
right, that's right. Though he does have to watch out, because Chiyu and Urshifu and all these other Pokemon can exert so much pressure, and normally you might think, okay, well, if Chiyu's on the field, maybe I can Terastalize my Farigiraf to Dragon, or maybe I can Terastalize my Calyrex to Fire. But if you Terastalize, we haven't even talked really about Terapagos and the damage that Choice Specs Terapagos can exert here. And so it's actually quite scary for Leonard, because, like, you can use Incineroar to try and, like, buy yourself some time, but then the Chiyu is Terra Ghost, so then, like, you have to worry about that. And of course, like, you can Terastalize to kind of, like, Terastalize and have Incineroar, but, like, then you run into issues with the Terapagos, or maybe you, like, try to do Amoonguss and you run into issues with the spread moves. So it feels to me like a lot of this game is going to be out, can Leonard set Trick Room up without taking too much damage in the process? And there's not a lot of room for error, Gabby. One set and each of these players could be going home. So it's a really volatile matchup. We have kind of Tailwind versus Trick Room, the you know, kind of recurring like VGC storyline, but the Tailwind team actually has a lot of tools against Trick Room, and actually we're not even going to see a Trick Room lead. It's Incineroar and Urshifu.
Yeah, a very safe lead from both these trainers. You have the Incineroar and the Urshifu out on the field for Leonard versus the Terapagos and the Amoonguss on the field for Andrew. So that Amoonguss coming out in a supportive position with the Terapagos to redirect attacks and to help protect its partner.
Absolutely. Now, Leonard is pressuring Terapagos to not go for a defensive option here, or to not go for the Terastalization. He says, hey, if you Terastalize close combat, it'll do super effective damage. You will lose that Terra Shell, and also I can pressure that Terra Shell with Fake Out. So on the one hand, like, you've got a lot of pressure on the Terapagos, but you don't have that much pressure on the Amoonguss. Here's the Fake Out. It is just into the Amoonguss here, so it's going to take a little bit of damage, but it's also going to do a little bit back with the Rocky Helmet. As Urshifu, let's see what it wants to go for here. It's just going to be the U-turn, actually. I like this a lot. You're doing not too much damage to Terapagos, but you're breaking that Terra Shell, and that's going to be very important for Leonard later on.
You're also pivoting out the Urshifu prior to it taking any damage this turn, and as Leonard's Urshifu is running Choice Scarf, you have to imagine that it may not be as invested in bulk compared to some other Pokemon. Raging Bolt, though, from Leonard's side of the field, does have plenty of bulk with Assault Vest, and could have taken this Terra Starstorm a little bit more comfortably.
Oh my
Unfortunately, though, Andrew making the correct call there, targeting down that Incineroar and just getting a one-hit knockout onto it after the Rocky Helmet recoil.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see that. I think, you know, we saw earlier how valuable it was that Leonard was running an Incineroar that was super fast, and here we see the exact opposite of the drawback. Like, you only have so many stat points to use in your Pokemon to train them, and by putting them into speed, you're losing them in bulk. I'm shocked that that wasn't even a critical hit. Raging Bolt and, you know, Calyrex, they are good Pokemon here, but the thing is, like, you've lost a Pokemon, and now there's nothing really stopping just the damage from Terapagos. So Leonard definitely feels like he's on the back foot here.
Yeah, I think Andrew also very smartly not terastalizing that Terapagos turn number 1. If you did get flinched by the fake out, you would still have a lot of health and a lot of bulk, and you could then also save your terastalization for later if things went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
But now that the Urshifu is off the field, now that you have this opportunity to go for the terastalization, you have to take it so that you can do big damage with the Terra Starstorm, because at the end of the day, if the Amoonguss gets to attack at all this turn, it's not going to be able to match the damage.
Absolutely. Here's Terastal Storm. You can do a fair bit to both Pokemon with the choice specs, but it is slightly weaker than when it was not terastalized. You see it actually doing not a ridiculous amount of damage. Here's Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt coming out here, doing actually a meaningful jump to Terapagos, and Glacial Lance coming out here. Is this going to pick up the Amoonguss? It depends on how it's trained, but that chip damage might be pretty impactful. It is. Amoonguss goes down, and all of a sudden I feel like Leonard's kind of back into this. He did take some damage on both his Pokemon, but they're both so tanky. Calyrex getting an attack boost here, and Raging Bolt is now threatening a Thunderclap here, which could be a really big deal.
The Terapagos at such low health, using the choice specs as well, means that if Leonard decides to go for that Thunderclap, the only way that Andrew can protect that Pokemon would be switching it out. But is that a risk you want to take?
The question here is, how much is Calyrex Ice going to take from Urshifu? Because if Calyrex Ice can get Trick Room up here, we know that it's running close combat and it has an attack boost. And so with Chi-Yu, with Terapagos, with Urshifu, these Pokemon all take so much damage from Calyrex. And you know what? I bet like maybe close combat and Aqua Jet might pick up the KO, right? And maybe Surging Strike plus Aqua Jet, it might get the KO on Calyrex, but there is no Aqua Jet. Andrew has opted to run Swords Dance, which is an incredible move and is really, really strong, but runs a huge risk here if Trick Room goes up. So what will Andrew go for here?
A huge risk is being taken as Terapagos switches out of the field and Chi-Yu takes its place. While the Beads of Ruin ability will help strengthen Terapagos' attacks later on in the endgame, it's gonna have to stick around, but Leonard goes for the Thunderclap into that Urshifu, gets a one-hit knockout, and this Calyrex Ice Rider foregoes the Trick Room. This is a Glacial Lance with the attack boost, single target is not enough to pick the KO Chi-Yu, but it's Choice Scarf, the Terapagos' choice specs. Raging Bolt has a great decision to make here as to who you Thunderclap first.
Leonard Craft won this game in that single turn. He identified that the obvious play was to go for the Thunderclap into the Terapagos because, as you mentioned, Gabby, it's holding a choice item, and we are seeing the choice item's downside here, which is that you cannot switch moves, meaning you cannot use a defensive option like Protect. So Thunderclap into the Terapagos would have been a very safe move. It could not protect, but Leonard identifies, hey, I just saw that Terastal Storm didn't even, like, it doesn't do half of my health, so I can actually make a prediction that's somewhat safe, because if Urshifu goes for Protect, well, it's like you're not really taking that much damage, you'll still survive the Terastal Storm, and Calyrex will get a second attack boost, and if you go for the obvious play of switching out the Terapagos and attacking with Urshifu, then I will win the game on the spot. So Leonard showing that the threat of Trick Room actually applied so much pressure and actually used Raging Bolt offensively with Calyrex to just close out that game, but that just takes so much guts, Gabby, because it felt like Leonard was in control. It felt like he had a safe Thunderclap into Terapagos and Trick Room, and something that sets, again, good players apart from great players, and something that could catapult Leonard into the finals of this tournament is his willingness to respect his opponent, to say, I know that you know that I have this option, I know that you are good, I know that you will respect me, and therefore, I'm going to act as if you are good, as if you are a great player. Andrew says, you know what? I am a great player. Thank you very much. And Leonard says, no, actually, thank you.
I'm glad to hear they're polite about it at the end of the day.
Two very polite trainers from what I can tell. Again, I am wired directly into their brains, so.
Of course. I mean, that explains so much, and I'm sure we'll talk about that later.
We don't have to. Anyway, we're jumping into game 2 here. These players, look at how dialed in they are. I mean, that's how you have to play. That's how you have to be. There is so much on the line. These are these players' dreams, right? It's a Pokemon battle, yes, but it's a Pokemon battle that these players care so much about. And the title, the opportunity to win the title of regional champion means so much. Leonard showing a Pokemon adjustment already here, swing out of the gates with Farigiraf and Incineroar, a Pokemon that we did not see in the first game. Farigiraf as Andrew switches up his leads as well.
Unfortunately, though, for Leonard, Farigiraf is not going to appreciate the presence of that Chi-Yu on the opposing side of the field. Beads of Ruin is in play. Terapagos will be the fastest Pokemon on the field behind that Chi-Yu with the Choice Scarf, and once this one turn of Fake Out is gone from Leonard's side of the field, I feel like we're going to start seeing some big damage fly.
We can, but the interesting thing here is that the Chi-Yu is Terra Ghost, and so if you want to go for the Terra Ghost, you forfeit your ability to turn Terapagos into the Pokemon that is the most scary version of it, with that Terastal Storm that's a stellar type move that hits both opponents. So actually, Terapagos doesn't want to lose the Terra Shell, switching into Amoonguss, and Andrew's saying, I don't think you're going to fake out my Chi-Yu. He's correct. Fake out goes out into the Amoonguss, the threat of Terra Ghost keeping Chi-Yu safe as Dark Pulse comes out. Is it enough to pick up the KO on Farigiraf? It's not! Leonard survives! Will it flinch? It does!
Oh, that Farigiraf had the opportunity to go for an attack there that turn, but thanks to the secondary effect of that flinch from the Dark Pulse, it was unable to move. Now you have this Amoonguss on the field, which really appreciates the fact that Farigiraf is at such low health, as when we were talking about this in Team Preview, Leonard's anti-Amoonguss Pokemon really is that Farigiraf.
That's right. That was a huge, huge turn. I mean, without the flinch, I think this game could look very, very differently. And yeah, I mean, a good call from Leonard to know that he would survive a Dark Pulse, but yeah, it's not going to take a second one, I'll tell you that much. Farigiraf going down there, that 30% chance to flinch coming up huge. And now what is Incineroar going to do? Because if Leonard does not have Amoonguss in the back, something is going to be falling asleep. Here's the Flare Blitz coming out into the Amoonguss, not picking up the KO. That's a bulky Amoonguss, and it's actually going to do a lot of damage in return with both the Rocky Helmet and the Flare Blitz recoil. Incineroar hasn't been attacked yet except by Amoonguss's Rocky Helmet, and look at how much health it's already lost. Over 60%, forced to eat the Citrus Berry, probably far earlier than it would like to.
Yeah, and with no safety goggles available to it either, as Farigiraf was holding that item, that Incineroar is put to sleep.
Yeah, this is looking bad for Leonard.
To Leonard's benefit, he does have the opportunity for a Pokemon to come out onto the field now, and you are going to outspeed the Amoonguss at least.
That's true.
With the Chi-Yu locked into Dark Pulse and looking at Leonard's Pokemon, I mean, you have to assume we're going to see either the Calyrex Ice Rider or the Urshifu from him.
Yeah, I think it could also be, Raging Bolt is the other option. Like, Urshifu's obviously extremely, extremely good, but Raging Bolt felt like it did so much work that last game that I do understand the desire to bring it here. I mean, it makes sense, right? The problem really isn't the Pokemon on the field, it's the Pokemon in the back, right? Like, it's this Terapagos mostly, because if it weren't for the Terapagos, you could have brought in Calyrex Ice Rider, maybe Terra had gone for the Trick Room or just gone for a KO on the Chi-Yu and then figured it out from there. Terapagos switching in here, getting the Regenerator ability on Amoonguss, saying, hey, I know that you don't have great ways to hit it. Here's another Dark Pulse. It is being boosted by the Beads of Ruin. It's his first turn of sleep, and Incineroar was guaranteed to take that. The question is Raging Bolt going to be able to attack here? It is Thunderbolt. It is going to be weakened by the Terra Shell here, so Terapagos losing the value out of that Terra Shell. A Paralysis could turn this around. It is, oh my god, that actually did a lot of damage thanks to the Beads of Ruin. So, yeah, the Terra type on this Raging Bolt is electric, actually. I almost wonder, Gabby, do you think there's a chance that with the Terra Electric and the now not super, like the neutral damage and the Beads of Ruin, is there a chance that Terra Electric Thunderclap could knock out Terapagos?
I mean, if anybody would know that, it would be Leonard Craft III, who is arguably the most knowledgeable Pokemon trainer out there in terms of mechanics. And I think beyond that, honestly, this is a shot that you have to take.
He's going for
Your
it.
Incineroar is asleep. You probably aren't going to wake up this turn, but you know that if you attack with the Thunderclap, and if you go for this Terastalization, you're guaranteed to hit one of these Pokemon, as again, they're both holding those choice items.
Yeah, if this works, Thunderclap comes out, will it KO? Terapagos just got so much tankier, but it is a very powerful move. Well, not very close, unfortunately. Dark Pulse coming out here as well. It is worth noting, this game is not definitely over. Like, there is still a way for Leonard to get back into it. This is going to KO the Raging Bolt and will do a lot of damage to the Incineroar. I mean, it might KO. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, yeah, I think this game is over, Gabby. We're going to Game 3. I do think that was the right play from Leonard, though, identifying that, hey, you know what? I'm so far behind. That flinch just put me so far behind. The only way back into this is I need Thunderclap to KO Terapagos, and to his credit, he would have got it with a critical hit. If he'd gotten a critical hit, woken up with Incineroar, gotten a parting shot off, this entire game could be different. And so we do see his final Pokemon here is the Calyrex Ice Rider. But yeah, unfortunately against the 4 Pokemon left, there's just nothing Leonard can do. And this is one of the weaknesses of Farigiraf, is that it's very vulnerable on that setup turn. And one of the strengths of Terapagos is that Leonard did not want to Terastalize his Farigiraf turn 1 to take less damage from the Dark Pulse because of the threat of Terapagos. So it's a 4-0 victory for Andrew Zheng here in the second game of our best of 3, meaning that whoever wins this final game of the set will be advancing towards the finals.
Yeah, I really do like how Leonard tried to lead the Farigiraf in this game number 2, to just respect the fact that, yes, Andrew did lead Amoonguss both games, and really just say, hey, I want to make sure that this Amoonguss is essentially neutralized before I try to go for my speed control, before I try and go on the offense. But unfortunately for Leonard, there just wasn't enough enough time, and Farigiraf took too much damage from that Dark Pulse.
Yeah, I think the turn one was really important there, right?
Yeah.
Where Fake Out, if that had gone into Chi-Yu, and I think on a Terapagos team, you can risk it going into Chi-Yu there because of the Terra Ghost being so costly. Terapagos' stats improve in a meaningful fashion when it terastalizes, and both its HP and special attack stat become significantly higher, as well as Terastar Storm becoming a spread move. And so, yeah, it can be a pretty big deal to get that Terastar Storm and the terastalization off. And so, because of that, Terapagos players rarely want to terastalize another Pokemon. It does happen occasionally, and of course, Leonard might have felt like he needed to respect the option, but you can typically be a little bit more aggressive with the, like, assuming that the other Pokemon are not going to Terra because the cost is so high of terastalizing a Pokemon that is not Terapagos.
So then that begs the question, though, if you go for the run back with the Incineroar against the Chi-Yu lead, do you go for the Fake Out into that spot, or do you think that Andrew Zheng's just going to take a huge swing and go for that terastalization?
It's tough. In a game 2, when you're up a game, it feels like that's the time to risk it, right?
Exactly.
Say, you know, this is already a niche move, but in a game 3, I mean, how many games this weekend have we seen by a player making an incredibly aggressive play, kind of betting, going all in on a Pokemon, on like a specific play, calling a specific option. And so now that it's game 3, especially because you revealed what happened the last game, I would be a lot more nervous to go for it here. And we see that Leonard probably agrees, as he does lead off with Incineroar and Raging Bolt against Urshifu and Amoonguss.
So once again, we do see the Amoonguss on the field for Andrew, but it's going to be the Urshifu next to it. A Raging Bolt is a great adjustment here as well because it will be able to at least threaten the Urshifu pretty well. We saw how well it could take the attacks from Terapagos and Chi-Yu, but unfortunately, I think this Incineroar is in a bit of a tough spot here. You want to try and flinch the Amoonguss so you don't get put to sleep, but then you're going to be taking a Surging Strikes from that Urshifu.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very dangerous position for both players because right now you're being threatened by Fake Out and Thunderbolt. There was the option for Swords Dance, protect both, go for a Swords Dance, but not what Andrew's going for here. Surging Strikes comes out. It does a lot of damage. The thing is, this Incineroar is holding the Citrus Berry, and if I know Leonard, it might have been trained to survive the Surging Strikes after the Citrus Berry, but the Rocky Helmet might make things a little bit more complicated. Second hit of Surging Strikes, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think the Rocky Helmet is actually going to put Incineroar, it's going to make the difference here. Incineroar goes down after a single Surging Strikes, but what did Raging Bolt go for? Will it KO this Urshifu in a single hit? Because if it does, this could change the game immensely. The move coming out is Volt Switch. I don't think it's going to be enough damage.
No,
oh my goodness, it is! Is it a critical hit? It's not.
No.
Raging Bolt has a ton of special attack investment, or maybe it just, yeah, like somehow picks up the KO and Raging Bolt is switching out here. But Gabby, I don't think that's that bad of a trade for Leonard.
I don't think so either, because now Leonard has the opportunity to get that Farigiraf out on the field in a situation where the Incineroar could then maybe come, or the Incineroar was just knocked out, but still you can have that support alongside of that Pokemon, so you're not in as bad of a position as it was in game number 1. You do have to respect the threat of this Amoonguss here, but we know Calyrex Ice Rider will outspeed and could potentially knock out from this range.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, Ice Rider, we saw in game 1, Fake Out plus Glacial Lens was enough. Most times that should be enough, unless the Amoonguss has a ridiculous amount of defensive training. As Raging Bolt comes back in here, I love this positioning from Leonard. What this is saying is, hey, you can Rage Powder, yes, but that means that I'm going to get your Amoonguss, and if you don't Rage Powder, then Thunderbolt will break the Terra Shell. Oh my goodness, we are seeing something extremely unexpected as Terapagos. Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. So Hyper Beam is different than Terastar Storm. Terastar Storm actually becomes weaker when Terapagos terastalizes because of the fact that the move turns into a Stellar type, so it's not getting the same type attack bonus from Terapagos being a normal type. Hyper Beam, on the other hand, keeps not only the same type attack bonus by being a normal type move, it also gets a Stellar boost on top of that. So here's the Stellar Terra from Andrew. We saw how quickly Andrew locked in. Seems very confident that it will pick up the KO here if Andrew decides to go for it. Here's Terra Stellar from Terapagos. This turn could decide the game, Gabby.
This turn could decide the game. A big risk, though, as you are not able to attack next turn with Terapagos. Hyper Beam, though, into the Ice Rider. That's a one-hit knockout. That Terapagos was able to make that work. Can take the Thunderbolt as well here, and with the Raging Bolt put to sleep by Spore, Andrew might have just found a way to break through Leonard's strategy.
It all depends on the last Pokemon. If it's Farigiraf, Leonard does have a way to wake up, and he has a way to attack around the safety goggles, but if it's Urshifu, I don't know if it's going to be possible for Leonard to get around this Amoonguss. Leonard taking his time, he's thinking things through. We also haven't seen the Amoonguss on Leonard's end. I don't know how good that would be here, but it is the other option. But it really comes down to this last Pokemon. We saw Urshifu in game 1, we saw Farigiraf in game 2. What is it going to be from Leonard?
taking a moment, I think, just to process the gravitas here. I mean, if you think about what's on the line, the winner of this match will go on to the finals. The winner of this match will get championship points, will get prize money. There is so much on the line here for these trainers, and that's exactly why you saw Andrew reach for that Hyper Beam.
Yeah,
that was the out, and that could have been the winning play. Here comes a Rage Powder just to keep the Terapagos safe this turn from any damage. Close combat, not very effective, going to drop the defense of that Urshifu, in addition to taking some recoil damage from Rocky Helmet. Raging Bolt does not have the opportunity to wake up this turn either, but really, as long as Amoonguss is around to use Rage Powder, that Terapagos could go for another Hyper Beam.
Yeah, the thing is that Hyper Beam is only, I believe, 90% accurate, which means that if it misses a single time, this entire game could turn around. Chi-Yu only has the move Heat Wave to hit multiple targets, so if somehow Leonard were to deal with these two Pokemon, Chi-Yu could find itself in a lot of trouble. We do see actually a really risky play here from Andrew, choosing to save Terapagos. Leonard has a way back into this game. There is a 1 in 3 chance that Raging Bolt will wake up. And if Leonard targeted down the Chi-Yu with a close combat and Raging Bolt wakes up and goes for a Draco Meteor, this game could be turned completely on its head.
Beads of Ruin will take a moment to activate here to ensure that special attacks do more. Here comes that close combat. It's a one-hit knockout onto the Chi-Yu. What will Raging Bolt do?
It's a 1 in 3 chance, Gabby. Raging Bolt, this is your moment. If you want to win this tournament, you need to wake up right now. It stays asleep. Unfortunate for Leonard as Andrew fires off with a Spore here, going to put Urshifu to sleep, and it's still not over, actually. Leonard still having this full HP Raging Bolt means that he does have a way back into this game. It's going to be so hard against these powerful Pokemon, Amoonguss and Terapagos, but it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet, and Terapagos does get the opportunity here to change the attack that it's using, so it will not be relying on Hyper Beam anymore. It looks like Andrew is switching to Terra Starstorm, which should be a knockout onto that Urshifu, but will take a couple more turns for this Raging Bolt. But as long as Amoonguss is there to protect its partner in that Terapagos, it is going to be able to go for these attacks.
How much is it going to do, Gabby? Terra Starstorm coming out here. It will KO Urshifu. The question is, how much does it do to Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest? That's not that much damage. Raging Bolt, if you wake up this turn, if you connect a Draco Meteor, you can win this game. Raging Bolt stays asleep.
We're just going to keep asking Raging Bolt to wake up here on the field and go for that Draco Meteor. But even if it does land the Draco Meteor against the Amoonguss,
it's probably
will it be able to follow up with a knockout onto that Terapagos? The odds are just getting slimmer and slimmer in this match.
Yeah, Leonard's only chance is that he can tank 2 Terra Starstorms that are now stronger by being single target, and I think that that's not going to be enough here. There is still one way forward. Draco Meteor comes out. If it KOs the Amoonguss, there is one final out. It gets a critical hit.
All right.
Not sure if that mattered. Gabby, let me tell you, the only way that I see that Leonard can survive, can win this game is he has saved his Terra to the very end. If he goes for it here, he can go for Terra Electric, Thunderclap, and it will not KO unless he gets a critical hit. Critical hit, Terra Electric, Thunderclap, roughly a 1 in 24 chance. That is Leonard's only way back into this game. Raging Bolt terastalizes. Leonard identifies that it's his only way to win. He knows Raging Bolt won't make it through this turn. Thunderclap comes out 23 out of 24 times. Raging Bolt will be losing and Andrew will be winning, but what will it be here? Well,
that was not the critical hit, unfortunately for Leonard. It was a perfectly calculated turn, but just did not turn out right. Raging Bolt will be KO'd by the Terra Starstorm, and Andrew Zheng is going to be moving on to the finals here in Indianapolis.
Congratulations to Andrew. A very, very well-played game. Something I want to highlight is I loved his decision to switch out Terapagos into Chi-Yu, to reset it before being forced to use Hyper Beam over and over and over again, understanding that Hyper Beam can miss, understanding that there's always a chance that, yeah, like with the recharge turn, things get a little bit wonky, and saying, you know what, Chi-Yu is good here. It does outspeed Urshifu, but I think that locking into Terra Starstorm ultimately is going to be what drives into victory. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened. So I think he's a very deserving first finalist. He's really showing off the power of this offensive Terapagos team with Pokemon like Chi-Yu to boost its damage output, Tornadus to boost its speed, and Amoonguss has insurance against Trick Room. Gabby, I don't think we saw Trick Room go up that set.
I don't think you can run Trick Room, honestly, just because of the Chi-Yu. I mean, in a different matchup, maybe where the Chi-Yu was a little bit slower, or maybe it wasn't so...
Me too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you, players.
I think we got
great to hear you.
A little bit of the replay there. The players chatting there. Yeah, the Incineroar fainted a lot this game in one hit, but it still did a lot of work, I think.
All right, let's listen in, actually. Maybe?
Oh. Good play. Thank you.
Leonard is such a good sport. Just such great attitude. Such a nice player. And this is the turn I was talking about. It's hard to choose to sacrifice one of your Pokemon, especially when it's still at full HP. Let's see here. I think the players have something else to say here.
All right, let's hear.
Hello.
Sorry about that. That's okay.
Yeah.
Aww.
I think you probably win that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was probably sweet.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. I mean, just such good-natured players. You know, Andrew apologizing because he knows that the return sleep wasn't guaranteed, and Leonard acknowledging, hey, you know, I don't know how much it actually mattered. Like, you were probably going to win this one anyway. So I think both these players played phenomenally. They're both definitely deserving of making it to the semifinals, and Andrew making it all the way to the finals is a huge deal. I believe this is his best performance ever, and so, yeah, how exciting that we could get a fresh face as a regional champion.
I know. I really wish we had the opportunity to talk to these trainers again, because I would love to ask Andrew about how the transition from Tinglu Dondozo has been into this Terapagos team. But unfortunately, we are going to give our trainers a bit of a break before finals, and we still do have one finalist to determine as well.
That's right. We have another semifinal match coming up.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching again. We're just going to be taking a quick break before our next top 4 match, so please stay tuned.
I'm here with Chase, attended his first event competing here in the VG division. I gotta know, how has it been so far?
It's been awesome. It's been great to meet so many just incredible players, so many people welcoming to the community, just helping each other learn not only from a gameplay aspect, but just from the overall atmosphere. I mean, if you've never been to an event, it's so different than just playing on the ranked ladder online, and everybody just wants you to do well and have the best time you can.
It is honestly such a great experience. So I'm really glad that you got to experience that. I know you unfortunately didn't make it to day 2, but how did your day 1 run go?
Day 1, I think, went really well. Ended up 4 and 5 on the day. I think towards the latter half of the day, a lot of my games went to game 3, so it was really a battle against like mental fatigue more than anything. Not to discredit any players, played a lot of very strong teams, a lot of good builds. Very happy with the run. First event overall, first time really putting pen to paper with VGC, and I think it was a great time, and I'm looking forward to doing better at the next one.
Especially, too, this is the first event, but you're planning on going for a Worlds invite next year. So I want to know what kind of inspired you to start playing VG and just throw yourself right into it to try and chase that title.
Chase that title. I see what you did there. So I've been a big casual VGC fan my entire Pokemon career, I guess you'd say. Always thought about maybe doing better in it, you know, maybe not playing some casual singles with friends, and really just came down to, you know, this seems like as good a point in any to get into it. I think a lot of the in-game abilities that you have to just get a better team a little bit maybe quicker than you could in prior generations really alleviates just the skill level to get in. And I had some good conversations with my wife and was like, I think now's a good time to try it. I've always had an interest in it. Let's see what we can do. I can either do well, and this is the next phase of my Pokemon journey, or I can say, you know, I left it all on the table. I did my best, and I can get the itch out of my system.
Hey, yo, you got to go for it at least, right? And you're talking about, too, that you've been a VG fan for a while, and I want to know if there is any competitive players that have maybe tried to inspire you or help you out along this journey.
Oh, absolutely. So I got to give first foremost shout out to Joe Ugarte. He had reached out on social media about maybe offering some coaching up to some more casual players like myself. I was lucky he reached out and thought it was a good idea. We had some coaching there. Chup Across, we've had some good conversation about really just kind of best of 3 matchup headspace going into an event there. Those are the 2 biggest players that come to mind. Moxie Boosted Marcos is my GOAT. Love working with him, love talking with him, and just keeping things casual, keeping things friendly, keeping the energy high. And then from a not comp player standpoint, I do got to give a big thank you to my wife for letting me go last minute. It was a real spur of the moment, week of decision to come. So those are all my shout outs.
You have to make sure you can bring her out to an event next season, get her on the road for a invite, right?
Absolutely.
Love to see it. Best of luck, of course, going on for the next season, and hope you enjoy the rest of today. As for us, we got to get back to our competition.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing our journey through the top cut of the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships. And I am so excited to be here alongside Aaron Zheng to bring you through this next top 4 match.
I cannot wait for this one because we get to see more Miraidon.
More! This is such a cool Pokemon to watch, though.
It's really been super fun, and it feels fitting that it's going up against one of the best restricted, last time restricted Pokemon were legal in the Calyrex Ice Rider. And I think it's going to be an electric matchup here. We've got Rajan Ball against Justin Burns. A quick recap of the bracket so far. We just saw Andrew Zheng defeat Leonard Craft III in order to secure a spot in the finals. He's taken down some big names there in order to make it to his first finals.
Really has. And on the flip side of things, too, I think both Justin Burns, Rajan Ball, throughout this entire tournament have looked like front runners. And so the two of them meeting here, it feels almost too bad that they're not meeting each other in the finals.
Yeah, what are the odds also for Justin, because he played Aaron Trailer in that first round of Top Cut in Top 8, and Aaron Trailer and Rajan are actually using 5 to 6 same Pokemon. They built the team together. The only difference is Ditto on Aaron's side, and then Cornerstone Ogerpon for Rajan. So both players are seeded, and we're going to just jump right into this matchup.
If you've missed it, Rajan Ball is going to be playing with the Miraidon team alongside the Blood Moon Ursaluna, as well as that Terra Ground Frigoraph. And for Justin, a Ice Rider Calyrex team that we've seen run around in some of the tops of these community tournaments leading up to this regional championship.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting one because both of these players actually already fought against each other in round 11 of this tournament. Rajan's still chasing for his first major victory. You can see he's finished top 8, he's finished top 4, he's finished in the finals of regionals, and of course started the season off with a top 8 finish at Charlotte Regionals and is looking to get that first major championship victory.
And really could do it because this Miraidon team has been taking some numbers. This Miraidon has been so elite. The Hadron engine, the Terra Electric, the choice specs, it's been dishing out a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's one of the most creative teams from the early meta, and the idea is that it's super oppressive to play against. Miraidon just does ridiculous amounts of damage when you have helping hand support from Frigoraph. There are a lot of cool plays you can make with this team, and if you ever make a mistake against it, and Whimsicott, for example, pivots in while something is protecting, Encore can really trap you in as well. So many tools to work with here. Discharge, a move that used to be very popular in VGC way back in the day, hasn't seen too much use more recently, but works really well with this team when you've got that Ursaluna Blood Moon as well as that Ground Terra on Frigoraph.
There's no Earthquake, though, this time around.
No, yep, just Discharge.
And that's going to be pretty valuable as well. You have a couple of other resists on the team, which makes it nice to also be able to bring in. But Justin Burns, this is another player that is hoping to add a regional championship title, another one, into this long list of accomplishments, and another player that's also been around for a really long time.
Yeah, he got top 4 at NAIC back in 2022, and Justin was one of the most prominent Calyrex Ice players in that format as well, actually pairing it with Palkia. And so it's no surprise to me that he has returned and using Calyrex Ice Rider once again. Of course, this is kind of the default Calyrex Ice Rider composition that a lot of players have opted in for this tournament. That Raging Bolt slot is normally the one that is most flexible, but you've got a ton of offense. You don't necessarily need to rely on Trick Room because you've got Pelipper and Urshifu as well as a fast mode, and you can deal large amounts of damage with Pelipper protecting Calyrex as well. And so a lot of things to pay attention to in this matchup, but I think turn 1 and turn 2 will heavily dictate how the battle goes, because often you want to just lead Incineroar Miraidon here if you're Rajan and look to just put on massive amounts of pressure immediately.
So then do you lead the Ice Rider Calyrex if you're Justin?
I think so. Ice Rider Calyrex and Amoonguss is one lead that he can go with. Urshifu plus Amoonguss is another lead that I know he's gone with in this matchup. And there it is, Amoonguss and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Okay, so for
and
Justin,
that's his
leads of choice, and I think they heard you, and you're just that good, Aaron, because you also called out the Miraidon and the Incineroar here for Rajan.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if these players have already gone with the exact same leads against each other before. So there's actually a lot to consider here, right? Normally against Miraidon, it looks pretty easy to just go for a Protect with both Pokemon, but one thing Rajan can do is hard switch the Incineroar out into Whimsicott. Whimsicott then applies Encore pressure. However, Justin can counteract that by going simply for something like Glacial Lance and Pollen Puff and immediately knock Whimsicott out if it switches in. And so there are a lot of mind games here on turn 1. That's why I heavily emphasize where I think like the first 2 turns of this battle will really dictate the pace.
I really wish we had seen more of those games,
yeah.
Right? Because having those 6 games under Justin's belt can really help figure out maybe how Rajan might want to play this, and if you can get into that mental game of figuring out those moves.
Totally. So yeah, I think there's so many options from both ends here. One of the key decisions is, first of all, do you want to Terra with Miraidon? You can see that Rajan's considering it, opting for that Volt Switch. Oh, looks like it's thinking about going for that knockup onto Calyrex, so splitting damage here immediately. We're not going to see any switches from either side to start the battle.
Yeah, so after we see this terrestrialization on the Miraidon, we get a chance to see how Justin is going to react to this. Because as you said, like, so many options, but we're going to feel out how this turn one's going to go and see where that's going to take us in this course. But it's a terrestrialization on Justin's side, too.
Yeah, so if you're going for this on the Calyrex Ice Rider, of course, it gives you that grass typing that allows you to resist electric type attacks from the opposing side. That's a really, really big deal because Miraidon just does way too much damage. So now at least you have 2 Pokemon on the field, both which resist electric type attacks.
But we've seen what this Miraidon is capable of. Even though it's going in with resisted damage, this Volt Switch into the Amoonguss is still going to do over 50%. Like, that is enormous. Grass typing is not helping you at all.
Yeah, that is so much damage, and that's one of the things that makes this Pokemon so effective. Of course, also setting up that electric terrain in the beginning of the game means that you don't have to worry about Spore right now, which is a really big deal. And so Furgraf is going to switch in. It is going to get that defense boost from the electric seed as well.
And there's no way for Justin to be able to shut off this terrain either.
Yeah.
And that's definitely going to be a big deal. That knockoff going to remove this clear amulet from the Ice Rider Calyrex. If you get a pivot in later, you can actually stick those Intimidate drops. But with the Pollen Puff as well, right into the Incineroar, just helping to whittle it away, but calling us, you said, trying to get that Whimsicott if it switched in.
Yeah, I think Rajan here doesn't fall for it this time around, and I suspect that may have happened in previous sets before where Rajan now recognizes, hey, Justin knows this is a play that I can make, right? And so, yeah, ridiculous amounts of damage done into the Amoonguss immediately. And now we're in an interesting spot where Incineroar does put on offensive pressure onto both Pokemon from the opposing side. Getting rid of that clear amulet is also nice because it means you could potentially consider cycling Incineroar out and back in, and suddenly Intimidate will actually be effective. It's going to be Amoonguss starting things off with the Rage Powder just to make sure Flare Blitz does not go into the Calyrex slot.
Yeah, but it's gonna also take this Terra Blast from the Farigiraf. It's not gonna be enough to remove it though, but imagine if it did and left that Calyrex vulnerable. The U-turn though, nice to be able to get that Incineroar out.
Yeah, so safe play there, get rid of the Amoonguss, now allows you to pivot Incineroar out and then back in. And that's a really big deal, right? I think it's weird that we don't see Intimidate happen very much into Calyrex Ice Rider anymore in this format because of Clear Amulet, but actually removing that can pay dividends. First of all, though, it's going to be Whimsicott coming out.
And that's super nice. At least you have the Focus Sash here to keep this Whimsicott on the field. So maybe you're able to go for something else like the Tailwind or even just an Encore, but it also kind of feels a little bad.
You can see how Justin is kind of playing around the threat of Encore, though, right? You just mentioned Encore, which I think is a really good point. And imagine it's like, oh, maybe you want to think about setting up Trick Room, right? Because everything is so fast on Rajan's side. But then if Trick Room gets set up, well, then you can just get Encored right into it. So the Whimsicott being able to pivot in can make this matchup really scary. But I think to Justin's credit, he's done a really good job of distributing damage so far with this Glacial Lance. Urshifu is now out on the field as well, and that does apply a lot of offensive pressure. And so for Rajan, it's all about trying to get Miraidon back in position properly where he can just sweep the game. But you've got to put in some work in order to get to that spot.
Right. And especially because of the Choice Scarf, though, even though we're going to see the Farigiraf switch out and the Whimsicott's going to go for the Tailwind, this Urshifu still gets a chance to actually strike back as long as it has maybe even opted into trying to Surging Strikes the Incineroar, for example. But the Intimidate coming back out, landing onto the Calyrex. Here's the Tailwind now that we saw, and what is Urshifu going to do?
Yeah, I think this is getting a little bit scary. It's actually going to be U-turn coming out here instead of a Surging Strike. So, of course, there was the possibility of Surging Strikes Glacial Lance. You just get a double knockout there. It would cover for Farigiraf switching out as well. But Rajan opting to go for that U-turn, wants to get the Raging Bolt in, or Justin going for the U-turn, getting Raging Bolt in safely. And I think, yeah, a lot about this is also how do you properly position Miraidon so that it can actually do enough damage to knock out everything in the end game. Trick Room is actually going to get set up here, so it seems kind of counterintuitive when you have Choice Scarf on the opposing side, but now you've got this Raging Bolt under Trick Room, and Tailwind was just set up, so the speed advantage is definitely on Justin's end. However, you of course have to watch out for the Encore that can come out right now.
But Raging Bolt's also on electric terrain. So, like, think about more damage it gets to do as well on top of the special attack boost it's getting from that booster energy. And so it feels like Justin continuing to play into this matchup super well with all of that knowledge.
Yeah, I think one of the main things I'm watching out for here is the Encore mind games, right? You know your opponent is Encore, so is there any chance that you say, you know what, you're not actually going to click it, like, you know I have it. I think right now from Justin's end, he's got really good positioning, especially with Raging Bolt out, but Calyrex is kind of caught in a weird spot where you really don't want to just get Encore locked with that, right? So like this turn, I think the decision making with Calyrex is going to be really, really crucial. It's Moonblast as the lock in there, and Calyrex is going to swap out, does not want to get Trick Room Encored.
Okay, so it's going to be the Urshifu that takes its place, though. And so if the Whimsicott doesn't go down here, it's going to be taking this Moonblast from the Whimsicott. As Incineroar switches out, we do see another pivot back into the Farigiraf, but that could be huge if this Whimsicott doesn't go down.
Yeah, it's going to be Thunderbolt immediately into the Farigiraf slot, boosted by that Electric Terrain, just gets the knockout immediately, and critically, no Encore coming out. So, yep, it's going to be a Moonblast here into Urshifu. Will this get the knockout? It will!
Wow, a one-hit knockout onto the Urshifu that had to take that Calyrex's place. Where does that put Justin now with this Incineroar coming back in?
Yeah, this is interesting because you do get the Intimidate off, but where's the damage going to come from Rajan's end right now, right? Like, Whimsicott can Moonblast, but it's not doing... I mean, it'll do decent damage in Raging Bolt, but you're also slower than Raging Bolt, right? So right now, Incineroar has the ability to click Fake Out, of course, but this is really scary for Rajan because as soon as you get another knockout, like the Miraidon just has to come out and you can't protect with it either, right? So you can still see there's 2 turns of Tailwind, 3 turns of Trick Room, so Justin just has the absolute speed advantage. I really like how he approached this game where he's like, I don't want to set up Trick Room immediately, but as soon as he found the opening, he went for it. And Urshifu fainting there actually benefits him because you just get the free switch him back into Calyrex. So Incineroar can Fake Out to buy some time this turn, but the problem is that you also have to deal with Raging Bolt on the opposing side, and this Incineroar can't even protect.
Yeah, it's so tough. Like, the Assault Vest is also not really helping you here, I feel like, because the Raging Bolt still has so many boosts to its electric-type attacks.
Yeah.
And with that Farigiraf down as well, you're threatened by that Thunderclap. There's no way to be able to stop that priority attack. So Justin already having the speed in his control. Rajan's really struggling to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, I don't really see too much of an out here unless Justin makes an egregious mistake. It's just going to be Fake Out here to start onto the Calyrex. Encore here now, yep, onto the Raging Bolt, but I think Raging Bolt's happy about that, right? Like, it's free to just keep clicking Thunderbolt right now, boosted by that Electric Terrain. Calyrex is going to flinch this turn. I do think that's the right target, but here's Thunderbolt coming out, targeting the Incineroar, and that's going to get a knockout.
And now, the exact situation as you were saying, Miraidon has to come back in, and it's not going to feel very good about that. And at least you get to set up the Electric Terrain again. Does that actually help you, though, when you can't protect in front of these Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, the Encore was really nice, actually, to at least deny Draco Meteor this upcoming turn, and so, like, you can, Trick Room is about 10, and there's still 2 turns, I think what makes this really difficult. Like, Miraidon can't protect, right, and so, it's, like, right now it's very easy to just go for Glacial Lance plus Thunderbolt, I think. That's super safe. For Whimsicott here, I think Protect is absolutely the right call. You need to Protect and then maybe go for Moonblast next turn. So then, my question is, how much does the Miraidon take from this Glacial Lance plus Thunderbolt? Because you should get a knockout in return this turn, at least.
Right. So Glacial Lance, I guess we'll figure out how much it does, but I'm really curious about that Raging Bolt for sure. As the Miraidon's going to take about 40, maybe 40% from that, and the Thunderbolt follow-up is going to bring that Miraidon down to just a sliver of HP.
That was a critical hit.
That's wild. Draco Meteor does hit, though, so the Calyrex is going to get knocked out, but that's wild.
Okay, so yeah, committing to the Draco Meteor, which is exactly the move you need to lock into. You don't want to go for an electric type attack because then you're just going to lose against the Raging Bolt from the opposing side. And so there is an opportunity here. I mean, Tailwind Preacher's out. Raging Bolt still has one more turn of Trick Room right now. It's also Encored. So I think what you can do here is just Thunderbolt into the Miraidon slot, and then, like, you could target Whimsicott here as well, but then you risk, like, Draco Meteor, for example. The thing is, Encore ends after this turn, right? So if you knock out Whimsicott, you expect to survive Draco Meteor. What you can do is just Thunderbolt Whimsicott here, then Thunderclap the Miraidon. And so it's a question, I think, of how confident Justin is with how he's trained. He's going to opt to target the Miraidon instead, saying, I'm willing to take 2 Moonblasts. So is there any chance that Moonblast will be able to get 2 knockouts here?
Well,
or a 2-hit knockout?
Yeah, if it does over 50%, then we're feeling really good about that if you're Rajan, but Whimsicott using the Moonblast, he's going to bring that Raging Bolt down to below 50%, and now that the Encore has ended, oh man.
I'm just wondering now, the mind games, right? Is there anything... I'm trying to think, like, if you Thunderclap, for example, and with Encore, is there any way for this Whimsicott to actually pull it off? Obviously, if you click Moonblast right now and Raging Bolt just clicks the Thunderclap, you are just going to feint to Thunderclap. So we're going to see Protect here. I think the Protect might, you try to maybe bait out Thunderclap, and then you can try to Encore into Thunderclap. Like, there's some weird shenanigans going on here right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, Thunderclap does have a certain, like, a pretty low amount of power points, right? So maybe you just Protect now, bait it out, Encore it, and then you stall it out with, like, a cycling between.
There's the Thunderclap, though, so here we go. Now you can Encore into it. Yeah, oh my goodness. I think we're actually going to see Whimsicott take this first game. This is absolutely wild.
Because, yeah, you just stall it out now.
Yep.
Protect, Tailwind, cycle through all of those status moves to make sure that that Thunderclap is going to fail. Oh my gosh.
This is a wild end to this first game. The Whimsicott trying to do its best. Thunderclap comes out again. Oh my goodness. And like you said, yeah, now the goal is you are aiming to stall out the... Okay, yeah, we're going to just try to stall out. You go for Tailwind here. The idea is to just keep not going for attacking moves because you know the Raging Bolt has to click Thunderclap.
Yep. Oh my gosh. I haven't been keeping a tally of all the Thunderclaps that have come out. Maybe I should have done that.
I think Encore Mind Games, or Encore in general, creates these like really weird situations. And yeah, you could see that Justin was a little bit disappointed when he saw the Protect come out, right? In that position, you could try to go for example, a Thunderbolt and then Thunderclap in the subsequent turn. But yeah, this is really, really dicey now. And so I'm trying to think, because there are some weird mechanics with like Thunderclap and with Encore and PP and Struggle as well. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But for the next couple of turns, it's just going to be stalling out Thunderclap and then going for Encore once again.
All right, well, there's another one. Oh, what are we at, 4 now, I think?
I think that was
4 or 5? 3? I don't know anymore.
Oh, we saw one on, or we saw Thunderbolt earlier onto the Miraidon, so. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Okay, so now you go for Tailwind again. You stall out another turn of Thunderclap, and then you Encore again. I think the main thing I'm curious about is whether or not Thunderclap was PP maxed.
Yes.
This is like one of those very unique situations where there's like a reason to actually not go for full PP max, specifically to get around like Encore shenanigans.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking back to like Mikael Kelsch is one of those players that did do that
at
for
the World
World team. So
that's correct.
Yeah, I remembered. Maybe taking a page out of the book, but I don't know. If I were Justin, I would have made sure that that was PP max.
Yeah, and I think like the one other thing to consider is like Justin theoretically could win on timer, but I don't think enough time is like passed in this game where it can come to that win condition right now. But that's just something to think about as we get to this end game. But this is wild. And it's very clear for Rajan what to do, right? It's like you Encore as soon as the Encore ends, you go for non-attacking moves in those couple of turns, and then you're looking to just stall out Thunderclap. So I don't remember. I'm thinking the times, like whether or not Thunderclap is PP. I would assume it is PP maxed here, and so if Rajan is keeping count, then yeah, you'll know exactly, at 8 hits, you just stall it out perfectly and then attack on the final turn.
Yep. My goodness.
This is so tense, though. I really thought like Justin was in such a winning position after getting that Trick Room up, but Rajan, finding this Draco Meteor, connecting onto it, surviving that double up, removing that Clear Amulet early on to get that Intimidate was a really big deal as well onto a Calyrex Ice Rider.
And we've seen him come out of so many like tough situations. I even just think back to his top 8 match that he just played.
Yeah.
And that was so wild. Top 8, top 4, just all of it has been absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, the key thing that you have to do right now if you're Rajan is just make sure you are keeping track of the number of Thunderclaps that have happened.
If I have the notebook out, I am actually putting tallies down.
Actual
for
tallies
every
down, exactly,
one.
yeah.
Yes. Because then you know exactly when to attack. But it's hard because does he have that knowledge from any of their previous games that Justin would have had the full PP?
Yeah, I'm also just wondering like how much time has elapsed in this game. Like the early game felt so explosive and fast that I don't think timer will end up being relevant here, especially because of the way, with like your time as well. Even if you take, for example, like 45 seconds in a turn, you only can take up to like, 2.5, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes max. And so, of course, there's like the animations in game as well, but I don't think that's enough time to actually buy a win here, right? And so we'll have to see. But for now, it's just another Tailwind coming out to stall out another Thunderclap PP.
Oh my gosh. What is that, 5 now? I actually did stop counting. Because I'm like, it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah,
but there's only one more turn of the Encore left. There's tons of Tailwinds available for this Whimsicott to go for. So now you just start thinking ahead to the second game, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, like in a situation like this, you don't give up if you're Justin, right? Because it's like all it takes is one mistake from Rajan's end, and you could maybe actually still end up winning. It's just. Yeah, you're like trying to take as much time as possible because the timer win condition certainly is a possibility. And like we said, I don't expect it to come into play here, but who knows? We'll have to see if like the 3-minute mark comes up on screen at any point. But
haven't seen it yet.
We're just kind of watching right now, slowly and surely, as the second round of Encore is about to end as well. And so I believe it was one Thunderclap PP committed initially. As Whimsicott's gonna go for the Tailwind there.
So here's
There's
another one.
Thunderclap, yeah. So that should be 7 Thunderclaps committed at this point, I think, because there was the first one, Encore ends, so now you just Encore again. Yeah, and then you Protect, and then you Moonblast, I think is the sequencing here. So
Still taking the time, though.
Rajan's got to make sure he's counted it properly,
right?
though.
And now we get a chance to find out whether or not that was actually everything, I guess. If there's 8, then we'll know.
Yeah, I think it's once you go for this Encore, like the main thing you want to make sure you don't have happen is you lose to Struggle, right? Like if you end up tailwinding when there's no more PP and then you faint to Struggle, that would feel really, really bad. And so I think the proper sequencing here, yeah, it should be Encore, Protect, Moonblast, and that should end up securing Rajan the game, actually. So let's just see, you know, at this point it's just making sure that you don't make the mistake of miscounting, but like you can do the math backwards here, right?
True. Ooh, a Protect.
Okay.
Okay, does this change anything now? Because Whimsicott gets to use the Encore into the
You just Encore into the Protect then, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think you could just go for that and then
Does it stall more time?
Yeah, that's
you
true.
You got triple Protect?
Totally, yeah. I mean, that's the out here. So Raging Bull is going to go for the Protect. It's going to fail.
But
Here's
it goes
Encore coming out.
into it too. So if it fails now, then it is going to be able to Protect next turn.
That's right.
Stalls for any more time, but we are starting to run out of your time. You can see that Justin only has 51 seconds remaining, and we still have yet to see that 3-minute timer pop up. So another Protect, but it might be an out here if you get 3 in a row.
Yeah, 2/3 chance now to just win the game immediately with Moonblast. We have reached the 3-minute timer, but the thing is, like you called out, Rosemary, your time is running dangerously low on the opposing side. So this turn alone can decide the game, right? Does the Raging Bolt get another Protect off right now? If it does, we might be in for a more interesting endgame. And so, oh my goodness, it's gonna go for it. It's not gonna get it. And Whimsicott's Moonblast here will be able to secure the knockout on Raging Bull. What an endgame we had here.
No way.
This was like an endgame that like Rajan theoretically should pretty much always win if he doesn't make mistakes. But
what if?
It's still really stressful, right? Because all it takes is like you miscounting one thing or making one slip up, and Justin can still win. So that's why you don't give up from either player's position. But wow, that was such a fun game.
So tense, so fun. I don't know how they're feeling about that. Rajan's probably feeling pretty good about it, though. Just being able to play out that end game, because it can still be really stressful. And I know you've been in situations like this before, but like, does that stress ever get to you? Do you feel like mentally?
I think, you know, it totally does, but you just have to remember to control your nerves. There's so many small interactions that made a big deal in this game. Like the first one was knock off into Calyrex Ice Rider. You get rid of that Clear Amulet, so Incineroar's Intimidate greatly reduces the damage output of that Glacial Lands. We also saw the Encore onto the Raging Bull. What that meant is that Raging Bull had to lock into Thunderbolt, which meant that it could not go for Draco Meteor, for example, onto the Miraidon as well. And so like both of those small interactions actually played a really, really pivotal role. The last thing I was wondering is if whether or not the Raging Bull could survive a -2 Draco Meteor, because if so, then what you do is just simply Thunderbolt knock out Whimsicott and then Thunderclap knock out Miraidon. So that damage calc is the one thing I'm actually very curious about.
It would be cool if we were able to figure that out maybe in this next game.
Let us know in chat. Do that calculation, because I don't know.
Somebody do the math for us, because we're not about to do that mentally from broadcast. But I also go back to even just the first turn. You were talking about Whimsicott potentially switching in on Rajan's side, and Justin actually played around that. Just targeting into that slot, maybe hoping that that would be a knockout if the Whimsicott came in, but it didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a play that both players have seen before, so I wouldn't be surprised if like the line that Rajan took in that game was very different from maybe how he's approached the game previously, because at this point, Justin, once again, to reiterate, has played against Rajan 3 times, now 4 times after this game. Justin also played against Aaron Trailer in top 8 in a 3-game set as well. So this is game number 8 against this composition, right?
Wow.
And there's the one key difference between Rajan and Aaron's team is that there's the Cornerstone Ogerpon here. And so Ogerpon could also be a difference maker because Justin did not have as much experience fighting against it in his previous round. But that was an exhilarating first game. Like, I cannot believe that Rajan was able to pull that one off. It was incredible after Justin set up that Trick Room.
Yeah, it was super, super well played, and why Encore can be really impressive. Whimsicott stocks are going up right now as maybe the premier Tailwind setter. But even just looking at the Encore as a utility feels super nice. Justin, in the second game of this best-of-3 set, is going to be bringing the Ice Rider, Calyrex, and the Amoonguss, and Rajan with the Incineroar and the Miraidon once again.
Yeah, I think this is kind of just the default lead for both teams, and so once again, we have a lot of mind games immediately on turn 1, right? I think like at this point, you probably don't really want to think about Protect. Like, you've got to be worried about the option of the switch in here. Calyrex is going to switch out. We saw a Draco Meteor being launched into that slot. It's Raging Bolt!
Speaking of that calculation you wanted to figure out, we might be able to get it if it's going to be able to hit.
I wanted to know the -2 calc. This is definitely going to get the knockout, like, without a doubt. You just have to connect on it. What an incredible play. Amoonguss goes for the Protect. Will Rajan start this game with an immediate lead? Fake Out is going to go into the Protect. You need the Draco Meteor to connect here. It's an absolutely incredible prediction to start. Does he get it?
It is going to be the hit. Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt. A huge lead on this turn 1.
Oh my goodness. What a play by Rajan. Specifically expecting the Raging Bolt to come out. I mean, Draco Meteor also just does a ton of damage on a Calyrex Ice Rider, but to get the Raging Bolt feels so good because now you've cleared the one Pokemon that resists the Miraidon or has a 4x resistance to it, right? Like, yes, there's Grass Terra, yes, there's Amoonguss, but these Pokemon still take so much damage from a Terra and Miraidon, and so that's such an early start to the game.
And there wasn't a Rage Powder or anything either.
Yeah.
Even still, Draco Meteor is going to do a lot of damage to that Amoonguss by itself, but that's still a huge Pokemon lead to take. The U-turn is going to come through into the Incineroar, so we get to see the 4th and final Pokemon for Justin in this game already.
Yeah, the U-turn here instead of Surging Strikes allows for some pivoting to go back out into Calyrex, but you're still staring down so much offense from the opposing side, right? And the Amoonguss feels so bad when there's Electric Terrain up. That's one of the reasons why Miraidon is such a great pick. Not only does Electric Terrain boost your damage out, but you also stop Spore. That's a -2 Draco Meteor. It still does 60% to the Calyrex Ice Rider. U-turn here also going to deal super effective damage, and so things are looking really tough for Justin already as Rajan has played the first 2 turns, I would say, perfectly.
Yeah, this is lights out right now. And even get a chance to see an adjustment here from Rajan to bring the Cornerstone Ogerpon into this game.
Yeah, I honestly don't really see much of an out here, especially with Pollen Pup going to Miraidon rather than self-target, because now Ogerpon just walls the Calyrex. You switch in a Whimsicott, you just keep targeting the Calyrex slot, you ignore Amoonguss, right? And Ogerpon doesn't care for Rage Powder, so even if Urshifu comes back out, you just go for Tailwind, you go for Power Whip. So the only way I can really see a loss at this point for Rajan is if it has to start with a Power Whip miss, honestly. And this Electric Terrain is just paying dividends, making Amoonguss feel so bad. But Calyrex here at least is going to pivot out, so the Urshifu here at least will be able to resist the turn, but you still have to deal with Tailwind plus Power Whip into that slot next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough. Like, look at this Ivy Cudgel. It's already going to do like even a sizable chunk, even though it's not very effective. The Pollen Pup this time around from the Amoonguss, at least it breaks the sturdy ability, but with the Tailwind as a response, just making sure that this Ogerpon is going to be faster. Still a call, though, that Rajan's making. Do you want to even just commit into the Urshifu with the Power Whip?
Yeah, I think Tailwind Power Whip is really safe. It is actually important to note, though, that it is Ghost Terror on the opposing Urshifu, and so, like, you do theoretically have a defensive Terror right now. I'm curious if it actually allows you to survive Power Whip. Depending on how Urshifu, I don't know, like that Ivy Cudgel did do a decent amount of damage, and so we'll have to see. There's also the option of just going straight for Moonblast here as well, but of course this is Choice Scarf Urshifu that you are staring down, and so looks like Rajan actually thinking about going for the Follow Me option. The reason to go for this is because you don't want to risk missing a Power Whip, right? And that's what I was talking about earlier, like the fear of that. It's going to be the Terra coming out here. I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to Terra the Urshifu here. Yep, there it is. And so it's going to turn into Ghost type, and the logic here is so that you don't faint to hopefully Power Whip. But as we saw, it also covers for Moonblast here.
Yeah, nice to be able to get rid of that super effective damage, but the Follow Me too, I think you're okay with sacrificing the Ogerpon. It's kind of already done a lot of damage, and you get a chance to get a free switch into the Miraidon a little bit later. And the Whimsicott's getting away scot-free, because it's the Surging Strikes that this Ogerpon is going to take.
Totally, yeah. And Moonblast will still do reasonable damage. If this were Sludge Bomb Amoonguss, I actually think this game would look pretty differently, especially if Amoonguss were able to like get a Poison here immediately, for example, but it can only click Pollen Puff. Now, the thing is, you can side Pollen Puff into the Urshifu. That Moonblast does do a lot of damage.
Oh, and it is!
It is going to be side Pollen Puff. Okay, so a really nice turn by Justin there. Yeah, I was really curious if Tailwind Power Whip like just gets the knockout there. However, now you can switch into Miraidon, and what you can do is go for, I think, Tailwind, Electric Terra, Discharge. Like, obviously, it doesn't feel great to go for Discharge onto your own Pokemon, but at this point, it just does so much damage across the board. Amoonguss doesn't have a Citrus Berry either. You still have Terrain up, and so I think that's what I would opt for. The key thing here, though, is there's only one turn of Terrain left, and so what you can do is then switch out the Urshifu and a Calyrex Ice Rider, sacrifice it, so then at least Electric Terrain is gone. Looks like here, Rajan is actually considering just the option of Tailwind and Volt Switch here, but it's a little bit vulnerable to Rage Powder and Surging Strikes.
Yeah, I mean, the Rage Powder is already going to redirect away that Volt Switch, but even without the Electric Terror that we've seen on the Miraidon, it's still going to do a pretty good chunk of damage. But I think importantly as well, like we still get to see this Urshifu go for another move.
Yeah, I think critically here, so Rajan's saying, you know, you might maybe switch Urshifu out into Calyrex Ice Rider. I don't care if you Surging Strikes or Close Combat into Incineroar. I mean, you have to click Surging Strikes because you're Scarfed. But if you knock out Incineroar, well, that's great because I just get the free switch him back into Miraidon. And what's so important about using Miraidon is timing your Electric Terrain turns perfectly. And so this is actually a dream scenario because now at this point, you get the Miraidon back in, you set up Electric Terrain once again. And I think at this point, you're actually free to just go for Electric Terra and start discharging everything. So I think Discharge this turn probably also would have won the game, but essentially the idea is to cover for Urshifu switching to Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, just make sure you're not opening yourself up to unnecessary outs. This is like what you were talking about with the Power Whip miss. It would have been even more of a way for Justin Burns to be able to get back into this match.
Yeah.
But Miraidon coming back in, gets a chance to set up the Electric Chain once again with its signature ability. And it might be time to finally go ahead and hit that Terra button.
I think so. Here we go. Terra Electric Discharge. I think we're just going to see 3 knockouts in 2 to 3 turns right now.
Yeah, nice that the Whimsicott gets a chance to keep its Focus Sash by going for the Protect as well. So you're at least able to stop yourself from hitting your partner for 1 turn. But we have seen this Discharge Terra Electric combo do so much damage from this Miraidon.
There's no chance this is either of these are surviving, I think. I mean, Amoonguss took so much just to begin with from these. This is why it's like I don't really call it a resistance, right? And honestly, even if Amoonguss survives, what is it going to do? It cannot even click Spore right now. So a beautiful endgame setup here by Rajan. It's going to be Protect from the Amoonguss, but that's not really going to help because now you can just Encore the Protect in the subsequent turn. Discharge is going to come out. There's no chance the Urshifu is going to survive. Calyrex then come out. And then you try to protect with Calyrex, but then you just get Encore trapped anyway, right? And so I just don't see an out here at this point. I think the Miraidon will just pick up every knockout.
Well, let's go ahead and watch the spectacle as Urshifu is going to be the first to fall and Justin forced into bringing in his final 2 Pokemon, that Ice Rider Calyrex, having to take its place.
That turn 1 Draco Meteor, once again, was so beautiful. You do not get to get away with this if the Raging Bolt still exists, right? But with Raging Bolt getting eliminated immediately, it completely opens the door for Miraidon. So I just love the conviction to go for a play like that immediately. And I really like the Ogerpon adjustment here as well. So yeah, very free to Encore now. You click Discharge, and Miraidon's just looking to pick up every knockout. Justin recognizes, I've lost this. And Rajan, with his Miraidon team, will secure a spot in the finals as he chases his first regional championship victory.
Wow, what a great fight by Justin, though. This entire tournament being able to show off why everybody has put Ice Rider Calyrex as one of the most powerful single restricted Pokemon in the format. And especially as just being one of the dominant Ice Rider Calyrex players in Sword and Shield, really great to see his own take and his own expertise behind a team like this.
That end game of game 1 still was
can't
so
believe
wild.
it.
The fact that the little Whimsicott could pull it off is so impressive, and Encore is a crazy move. That's what I was worried about when I saw the Thunderbolt get targeted into the Miraidon slot rather than the Whimsicott slot. And wow, what an end game that we had there.
I mean, I even think about like Encore Screamtail as maybe some of those threats, but just a niche pick from a while ago.
And then that Draco Meteor prediction on turn 1 was just
wild.
Absolutely beautiful.
Because if it doesn't hit, like I don't know how far behind you are if you're that Miraidon.
I don't think you're behind. I think it's a really safe turn 1 play to go for. The main thing you're worried about is Calyrex Ice Rider staying in and just going for damage immediately like a Glacial Lance, right? Because the like the Fake Out, I believe, went into the Amoonguss slot that turn, but it was relatively safe to. I mean, yeah, I think you risk, like, obviously Calyrex attacking on the opposing side, and to be able to just get Draco and get rid of Raging Bolt is so beautiful. I think, like, Raging Bolt is a really tough Pokemon for Miraidon to fight against, but it feels like every time I see Miraidon versus Raging Bolt, the Miraidon is able to just predict the Raging Bolt, right? Like Volt Switch when Raging Bolt Terras is something we've seen, and then to just nail the Raging Bolt as it's switched in there. I mean, a beautiful, beautiful play.
I'm ready to go practice with some Miraidon teams. After seeing Rajan play, I gotta do it. Like I've got to be a part of the sauce.
Honestly, like I think when people think about VGC tournaments from high-level play, there's like 2 different approaches, right? A lot of people take the approach as, okay, I'm gonna just use what I think is standard and like people can't really beat. So, for example, Justin's Calyrex Ice Rider team was exactly that. That core and really those 6 were already very, very well known and established going into this tournament. So I think it was on top of a lot of players' lists as, okay, either this is the team to use or this is the the team to be. Rajan's team, on the other hand, utilizes an underutilized restricted Pokemon in that Miraidon. This team was definitely not on a lot of people's radar, and that's what we often call like trying to find like the call, right? Like, are you able to build an anti-meta team that counters what you think will be popular? And I think, yeah, both Rajan and Aaron Trailer being able to pilot it to top 8 and now Rajan representing it in the finals is incredible. And I love that for our first finals, it's going to be Miraidon versus Terapagos.
Right? Two of the newest restricted Pokemon that we have coming into Scarlet and Violet, and we really get a chance to see them on display. Would have been even more fitting maybe if it was Miraidon versus Calyrex, but like Miraidon really outperformed its counterpart.
It did, yeah. I think like Calyrex was used, I feel like in the games that we saw more as a sun bot, where it's like, oh, I set up the sun so my Flutter Mane and my Rajan Ball get to have fun. Miraidon's like, oh, I'm gonna do like 600% to you and you're not gonna be able to respond to it whatsoever. I mean, like, its damage output has just felt absolutely insane throughout the course of this tournament. And it's also exciting because it's gonna be Choice Specs Terapagos against Choice Specs Miraidon.
True.
So turns out when you use some of the strongest special attackers in the game, you give it a really good item that boosts its damage output, it can be nuts.
I mean, I'm just even thinking about that, right? Because like taking a look at what this finals is gonna be, I also wonder about the Chi-Yu. How does that come into play, if at all, if Aaron is gonna bring that in next to the Terapagos?
Yeah, I mean, Chi-Yu has been a really strong Pokemon for Andrew's team, and it's going to be like really fun because first of all, it's a testament to how many strong special attackers exist, right?
Yeah.
You've got like Chi-Yu, Flutter Mane, Terapagos, Tornadus, Miraidon, Farigiraf, Ursaluna, Blood Moon.
Oh my God.
And then you've got Urshifu
Yeah.
one side of the field and then Ogerpon on the other. But huge props to Justin as well as we quickly recap the bracket once again. I think, you know, Rajan was able to defeat Justin in Swiss. Justin got a lot of experience fighting against his team, but I think there's so much context to that set that we did not get to see, right? And both of these players have thought really, really hard about what they should do. And so I think those games probably look very different from like the first iteration when these players fought against each other initially.
Well, especially when that Calyrex Ice Rider team, just the core concept of it has been so prominent in all of those online tours too.
Totally.
You have to know that Rajan has had a lot of experience and has prepped game plans into that team.
There's one other crazy thing I want to call out here, which we didn't note during Game 2 because it was so hype. The Amoonguss on Justin's team is Fairy Terra. So imagine if it went actually for Fairy Terra on turn 1, that completely makes the Draco Meteor useless, and then the Miraidon is caught in a really awkward spot on turn 2. The conviction to actually go for Draco Meteor is really hard, or go for Fairy Terra is really hard because Rajan had consistently kept clicking electric type attacks, right? It's so easy to go for Volt Switch or Electro Drift in that position. And so when you're already down a game, do you really want to bank your Terra immediately on turn 1 just for the hope that Draco Meteor is going to come out? Probably not. But of course, if we saw Fairy Terra, the other thing is like there was also Fake Out onto that slot on turn 1, right? That's actually why Fake Out went into Amoonguss to cover for a potential Fairy Terra. But it's like, you know, what if like Double Protect had come out on turn 1 and then you Fairy Terra on turn 2, for example, Rage Powder Trick Room, then the game also could look really differently. But I'm sure Rajan felt like he already could taste the finals as soon as that Draco Meteor connected on turn 1 of a game.
Oh, for sure. Oh, what a great set. What a great top cut that we've had so far.
Wow, and Miraidon is in the finals.
I can't believe it. We've got a Miraidon and a Terapagos finals here for the very first regional championship of Regulation G. These single restricteds have been amazing. The competition is so fierce. But we're going to have to take a short break before we get into that final match.
I don't want to wait, Rosemary. I need more.
No, well, this is not my choice that we're doing this.
Please.
I know, we cannot wait to be able to see how this regional is going to end. But that'll have to be after the short break, so don't go anywhere.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Chuppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority Tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Sword gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water, just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before was Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Flutter Mane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Flutter Mane adjustment there from Chuppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to like look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't like last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision,
it's about time to get underway with the grand finals here at the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships. Rajan Ball and Andrew Zheng about to face off, and the crowd has been great. So, of course, have to talk to them with who they think is going to be taking the title, who they're cheering on. All of y'all, thank you so much for being here with me. Say your name, who you're rooting for, and why.
Hi, my name's Adit. I'm rooting for Rajan Ball. I've rooted with him for the last 2 regionals I went to, and he's a really great human being, a great person, great player, and I know he's been working really hard on Miraidon, so I'm excited to see him electrify the competition.
Nice one. I appreciate the joke you got in there, too. Okay, take a step forward. Who you're cheering on? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Owen, or Doc Fusion online. I think I'm going to root for Andrew this time around. The Miraidon on the other side, while it is like an instant nuke button a lot of the time with the Electro Drift and the Volt Switch that we've seen, I think the Terapagos being able to shut down that terrain and seeing as Miraidon almost always Terra's electric, that Terra Starstorm is going to be doing big damage. So I think Terapagos, all of its tools are just perfectly countered, that Miraidon's going to struggle a lot.
All right, 1 for 1 so far out here in the crowd. All right, going to the other side. What's your name? Who you're rooting for?
Hi, my name is Robin. I'm going to be rooting for Rajan. I think it was really cool to just see how Miraidon has been such a nuke button. Watching it do over 50% to an Amoonguss with Volt Switch was kind of leaving me just awestruck just being in the audience seeing that. I also think that Ogerpon Cornerstone is really neat. We haven't seen it like much at all since the DLC came out, and I'm glad to see it finally get some time in the spotlight.
Making sure the new regulation, everyone knows the time to shine. Thank you. All right, what's your name? Who you rooting for?
Hello, I'm Daryl. I'm rooting for Rajan. I just believe that Miraidon, I'm a Miraidon lover. Even though some streamers and pro players rate it a little bit lower, I love it's finally getting the shine it loves. Terra Electric has just been so OP.
It really has been. All right, first off, love the cosplay. What's your name? Who you rooting for?
My name's Autumn. I'm rooting for Rajan. I ran a Miraidon team myself yesterday with Terra Electric. I love the damage that it does, and I've got my friend here that I won yesterday. So I think Miraidon all the way.
We need some more love for Andrew out here is all I'm saying. A lot of love for Rajan and the Miraidon. What about you over here? Who you rooting for?
Brody, I'm going for Rajan because I've just been a Miraidon supporter since the beginning of the format. I've been saying Miraidon's gonna do it. I've seen people rate it lower and lower and lower. The boy's gonna do it.
All right, we're so close. What about who you rooting for?
My name's Matt. I am also going to root for Rajan because Miraidon and I have, he's taken me everywhere through the whole Paldea region on his back, and I am, however, also looking forward to seeing a Terra Hyper Beam come out of the Terapagos, though.
All right, well, we definitely have a Rajan crowd over here. I'm hoping we got some Andrew fans out in the crowd, but it's time for our grand finals to head on over to our casters.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the finals of the Indianapolis VGC Regional Championships. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zheng, and I'm joined by Wolf Click to close out this tournament with all of you, and I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited.
That's Wolf Click to you. I want a middle name as well.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse you. Yeah, Aaron, what an incredible tournament we've seen here. We've seen so many incredible matches, a really big diversity of these different restricted Pokemon, and you can see the bracket here, so many talented trainers.
This is an incredible one. There were so many ex-regional champions actually within this top 8. Nick Navarre, Shilian Tang, Justin Burns, Aaron Traylor, but in the end, we're gonna crown a brand new regional champion. This finals features Andrew Zheng against Rajan Ball. Neither have won a regional championship before, and it's gonna be such an exciting way to kick off this brand new format because there's no Calyrex Ice Rider.
I was about to say, there's no
Calyrex Shadow Rider.
No horses.
No horses.
The horses have been lost. If you have lost your horse, they're not here, I'll tell you that much. We are going to be dealing with, here as we see the teams on screen, Terapagos versus Miraidon, 2 of the new restricted Pokemon actually added in Scarlet and Violet and the DLC.
Both of these players are using Tailwind with specs on their restricted Pokemon.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's just, let me push Tailwind, let me just start dealing massive amounts of damage immediately. But, Terapagos and Miraidon are actually fairly different Pokemon. And for Andrew here, he's got in top 8, of course, at this Regionals, top 16 actually at Orlando Regionals. And so, of course, playing now for his first regional championship victory. And I'm so excited.
Yeah, imagine taking home your first regional top 8, right? The first time that he makes it into the top cut, he could be winning. He is one of our 2 finalists, and his team is really, really interesting. We've seen Tornadus paired with Chi-Yu before, but I'm sorry, Terapagos paired with Chiyu before, but having Tornadus for Tailwind and all the speed support is really interesting to me. You have the booster Speed Energy Flutterman with Icy Wind, Choice Scarf Chiyu, and then you also have this really interesting Swords Dance Urshifu to kind of punish teams that rely a little bit too much on a Moongus. And so I think that there's actually a lot of really interesting choices on this team, despite the fact that like it is some Pokemon we've seen before. I think these specific choices, both in the Pokemon, the moves, the items, etc., are all really unique. We saw how much work Hyper Beam put in that semifinal set.
Absolutely. Now taking a look at Rajan's accomplishments. He is no stranger to being in the finals before, losing in the Toronto Regional Finals back in 2018, having finished in top 4 and top 8 of regionals. He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
Absolutely, and Pittsburgh Regional top 8 was 2023, but it was this season, so this is actually Rajan's third
top 8. Wow,
yeah, I
that's
know because
right.
I knocked him out. Sorry about that, Rajan, but here he has another chance to take home the title with this really cool Miraidon team that we've seen a couple of times on stream. It's a restricted Pokemon that people were underestimating going into this event. People said, hey, Miraidon, not only is it not really top 5 restricted, it's not even better than Koraidon, but Rajan and some of his friends have, I think, shifted that narrative quite a bit, and we've seen the power of this Terra Electric Choice Specs Miraidon when paired with these other powerful supporting Pokemon, Whimsicott, Farigiraf, Ogre Pond, Incineroar, as well as the supplementary damage from Ursaluna, Blood Moon.
This game will be a lot about speed control. There's a lot of speed control from both sides. Fluttermane with Icy Wind, Tornadus with Tailwind on one hand, and you've got Whimsicott with Tailwind and Trick Room with Farigiraf on the other hand. So whoever will get an early speed advantage, I think, can really snowball the game out of control, right? Rajan has a lot of different leads that you can go with. For example, you could go with Whimsicott plus that Miraidon. You could go with Farigiraf plus Miraidon as well. So one of the questions for Rajan is, do you want to commit to Tailwind or do you want to commit to Trick Room, actually?
That's right. I mean, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Trick Room is so scary for Andrew's team, but can he get there? Incineroar and Miraidon are the leads from Rajan against Terapagos and Fluttermane on the other side from Andrew.
So right now, I think the Terapagos slot is in a kind of spooky position, right? Because it's Choice Specs, and so Fake Out can easily get launched in that spot. Miraidon can start just dishing out massive amounts of damage. The idea behind this lead is ideally to just go for like Icy Wind and then start going for Terra Starstorm, for example. You do have to worry about Fluttermane obviously being able to deal super effective damage with that Moonblast, but this is a little bit speedier of a Fluttermane, not exactly the most offensive variant.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because normally we've seen a lot of players be just really willing to hold their Terastallization because they don't want to get knocked out because with Terra Starstorm. But here, it's actually a little bit different because Miraidon, it's not so tank. Like it'll probably take some chip damage at some point, and so maybe you don't really mind just like, I don't know, like becoming weak to Terra Starstorm. You could probably afford it a little bit more here. So there's a lot going on here. Miraidon's threatening a KO with Terra Electric Volt Switch. You can also use that to get out of Fluttermane, but it can take some damage in return. Terapagos can Terastallize to overwrite the terrain. The turn is starting here. We do see a Terastallization right out of the gate. Which Pokemon is Terastallizing?
It is going to be the Miraidon to start.
That's right, Miraidon going to Terra Electric. I like this decision a lot. You not only increase your damage output, but you also turn off your Fairy weakness with Miraidon. I think Miraidon's probably got to be the star of the show here. Totally. And on the other end, here we see a Terastallization right away on turn 1 before any Pokemon is even attacked. Here is Terapagos Terastallizing, turning off the Terra Shell, saying, you know what, I don't really think I need to take it off very effective. I'll probably take a Fake Out this turn anyway, and importantly, removing the Electric Terrain. One of the only abilities, maybe the only ability in the game, that can actually remove the terrain. So Miraidon just lost a huge chunk of its damage output.
Here we go. It's going to be Fake Out. That's really safe into the Terapagos slot. Moonblast is going to come out, but because of that Terra, Miraidon will survive, critically actually doing less than half, and so could have survived anyway, but Volt Switch now, of course, will do increased damage here. Actually targets the Terapagos, and that's a lot of damage on what is the star on Andrew's team.
Where did Terapagos' health go? Aaron, it was there a second ago. Where is it now? Well, that might look pretty bad. Okay, it is pretty bad. Oh, an interesting Whimsicott switch in here. The thing about this is that, like, Terapagos can still probably get an attack off because it's you know, still got a decent chunk of health left. The problem is that, like, Incineroar with the Assault Vest is actually a really good matchup against this Terapagos, just taking meaningfully less damage. So Whimsicott can set Tailwind, but the Icy Wind from Fluttermane could make things a little bit difficult. Like, it's also unclear if Incineroar will pick up a KO from here. I feel like it probably won't, but it's Incineroar, so you never really know. So
I was going to say, if it was like really invested in attack, like Flare Blitz actually gets that knockout and you just remove the Terapagos immediately.
It's Assault Vest, so it could be, right?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Terapagos taking that much damage and not getting anything off in return doesn't feel great, but Whimsicott's going to offer the Protect here, so this, of course, will conserve its Focus Sash. We're just going to see another Terastal Storm come out, but like you mentioned, Wolf, it's Assault Vest on the Incineroar, so really don't expect it to do that much damage.
Yeah, we saw a non-Terastar Storm KO an Incineroar earlier one hit. I think this will do meaningfully less. Let's see, does this Choice Specs boosted? How much is it going to do?
Oh my god, that's really
it's
not
not
very
a one-hit
much.
KO, and U-turn coming out. I love this from Aaron. Aaron basically saying, you know what, Incineroar, Rajan. I got confused with all the Miraidon we've been seeing. Rajan saying, you know what, yeah, Incineroar, I don't think it can get the KO, so I'm actually going to use Incineroar to switch in another Pokemon safely. Miraidon hits the field once again. The Tornadus does not have Protect. It also does not have the Focus Sash, so Rajan just has so much offensive pressure here.
Do you ever just Tailwind and Discharge?
Yeah, I do, baby! Let's go, Miraidon. Let's see a magic trick. I would love to see some Pokemon disappear here, because there's no way around that. Yeah, you can also go for Tailwind and Volt Switch, which is pretty safe, but it feels like removing the opponent's speed control in a single attack just feels so valuable. And we're actually seeing something really interesting. You can see there's Chi and Fluttermane in the back for Andrew's side, which means there's no physical attacker, which means
that's right.
Incineroar is
looking
very
so
dangerous
good
with that Assault Vest. Yeah, we're seeing kind of one of the weaknesses of loading up on having all one type of attacker, physical or special. Obviously, Andrew does have the Urshifu, but if he doesn't bring it to the battle, there's not that many Pokemon that can hit these bulky Assault Vest Pokemon.
Totally, and Chiyu can't Protect either. It's a Choice Guard variant, so you're just going to get dunked on. Tailwind is going to come out, so I think right now from both ends, you just have to kind of set up that Tailwind, right? Make sure that you don't get outsped by the opposing side, so very straightforward decision. Is it that Discharge we were talking about?
It's a Volt Switch. I think this is a safer play, right? You can serve when it's called Focus Sash. And actually, Aaron, something we didn't mention is that by leaving Tornadus alive, Rajan is now exerting Encore pressure.
That's right.
Tornadus, it does have Terra Dark, but Terapagos is already Terastallized, so it doesn't have that option. There's no Mental Herb to stop the Encore, so even though like Miraidon, yeah, like it didn't, you know, like it doesn't actually like KO both Pokemon, maybe it doesn't need to.
It helps, if anything, because now Tornadus is in this awkward spot where it's like, yeah, you're out on the field, but you're facing down Encore. You don't just give Andrew 2 free switch-ins into Fluttermane and Chiyu immediately.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the question I also had is, what do we think Rajan's final Pokemon is here? Because I think you could make a good argument for, of course, that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you, of course, could also bring that Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah, and
there
the Ogerpon.
That is a really good final Pokemon in terms of offense.
Really nice. Yeah, Chiyu, it takes a lot of damage from a super effective Ivy Cudgel and even Fluttermane. I mean, like Fluttermane, it doesn't have the booster energy anymore, and yeah, like I think it's possible it could actually take a meaningful bit of damage from the Ivy Cudgel. With a critical hit, it would definitely KO, and I think we've seen even some Fluttermane go down without a critical hit, so it feels like Rajan is really in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and so you can see the Icy Wind hover here and the switch into Chiyu. The idea behind this is so that you don't get Encored, but Rajan could go for something like Encore plus the Ivy Cudgel into the Tornado slot. I think that play is relatively safe.
Yeah.
If you do that, of course, you do end up eating up the Icy Wind, but you still have all of your Pokemon, so maybe you're okay just getting a knockout right now.
That's right. Yeah, I think that like Rajan, because he didn't discharge into his own Whimsicott's Focus Sash is still intact.
Right.
The reason that's relevant is that Rajan, if he plays his cards well, he might be able to set up a second Tailwind and allow Miraidon to fully
just sweep. If you get another Tailwind up when Tornadus' Tailwind is gone, that's
I mean, Discharge will end the game on its own, right? And also, crucially, Aaron, something you pointed out earlier is that, yes, Fluttermane Moonblast did not KO the Miraidon because, actually, no Encore coming out here. I'll get back to that Miraidon point in a second. Incineroar coming back in here saying, you know what? I think you're going to switch out. I have even if you don't switch out, Ivy Cudgel into that slot, most likely will pick up a KO and just preserving the fake out pressure for another turn because Incineroar is so safe here. What's it going to do? Take a Moonblast from no item, no boost Fluttermane? It's not in any real danger here. As Chiyu switches in, the question is, we know that Fluttermane went for the Icy Wind here. It most likely will move first. The question is, what did the Ogerpon go for? Spiky Shield. Actually, okay. It's a bit of a surprise, but actually Rajan preserving the sturdy and stalling out the Tailwind.
Critically, exactly. You were just talking about the point of setting up another Tailwind. Well, this stalls out a turn from both ends, but now Chiyu is awkwardly stuck on the field. Fake out plus Ivy Cudgel now into Chiyu feels really safe. What do you do to get around that,
There's no Ghost Terra because Terapagos has already used the Terastallization. There's no real way around that, and if you switch into Tornadus to try and survive, well, then you've lost your Tailwind setter. I mean, your Miraidon situation we talked about becomes a lot more threatening. So I love that play from Rajan. He does not know what the last Pokemon is. It could be a Moongus, it could be Urshifu, and so he says, you know what? I'll get fake out pressure this way. Like, I'm not in any danger. Let me just make a really smart and safe switch. And you can see Andrew reacting here saying, I can't lose Chiyu. It's like one of my only offensive Pokemon. If I lose Chiyu, I've got Fluttermane with, not that much special attack, and Tornadus, who only has a flying move and is clearly very bulky. So, yeah, like, feels pressure to save the Chiyu, but now, if Tornadus goes down this turn, This could
Tailwind
be-
just from Whimsicott.
Yeah, like Tornadus needs to survive
Oh my
here.
goodness.
Incineroar might even be able to take another one. Fluttermane is one of the strongest new Pokemon introduced, but Incineroar doesn't care about the Assault Vest.
Ivy
comes
Cudgel
out.
gets the KO onto Tornadus. That's not really a surprise, but that is huge because Rajan has conserved his Whimsicott. So it is a 4-2 lead for Rajan right now. Andrew, however, does have two really fast Pokemon, but the problem is you have to deal with a potential second Tailwind from that Whimsicott. You've got to deal with Miraidon that's waiting in the back as well. Electric Terrain is slowly going to expire, but Rajan's done such a good job of setting up Miraidon as soon after Terrain expires, right? And so I think Rajan has all the pieces right now to win this game.
That's right. Rajan said, you dealt with my first wave, but here's number 2. Spiky Shield comes out. The Spiky Shield U-turn play is completely perfect here. There's no way for it really to get punished because even if Incineroar were to faint here, which, you know, is a possibility, right? It doesn't really matter because then you get a free switch into Whimsicott as the Tailwind expires. Tailwind, Ivy Cudgel, and Chi-Yu is completely safe.
And the game's
you can
just
see the
over.
Ice Wind. I don't think that
This is not going to KO.
but
There's no way.
Yeah, Rajan has just managed his resources exquisitely here. And
Perfectly,
actually,
honestly. Oh my goodness.
yeah, absolutely. Something really interesting is that Rajan has basically 2 Focus Sashes with the Focus Sash on Whimsicott and actually the Sturdy on his Ogerpon.
Yep.
So he has 2 Pokemon that each need to take 2 attacks to get KO'd, and yeah, just like with so much, like he doesn't have that many defensive switches, but he has so many Pokemon that need to take like multiple attacks, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Whimsicott, that he was able to really control the speed of the battle at the pace that he wanted to go.
I just love watching this. Like, Tailwind just peters out, so Whimsicott comes out just at the right time. I mean, at this point, like, Miraidon maybe isn't even necessary to win the game, but you just go for Tailwind, you go for Ivy Cudgel into Chi-Yu. There's no way Fluttermane's going to be able to pull it off, and so Andrew recognizes that. To me, this game just started off with turn 1. The fact that Terapagos ate up like 60% of its health and did no damage, you can't let that happen again, and I think Amoonguss not coming out from Andrew's end punished it a lot because he had no defensive switching on turn 1.
That's right. There's the only Pokemon on this team who really feels even remotely comfortable taking a Volt Switch, let alone could possibly survive one, is that Amoonguss.
Yeah.
And I really like Rajan's decision to say, hey, like this Fluttermane, I could Taro and Volt Switch it, but I think I'd rather get the damage on Terapagos because once your restricted Pokemon takes a ton of damage, it just becomes so threatening. And also using Incineroar to position, we're seeing the value out of having a Pokemon that can switch after your opponents have already moved. Whimsicott, Miraidon with Terra, Ogerpon. These Pokemon don't want to take Choice Specs, Terastal, Storm, but with Incineroar, they don't have to. Incineroar can take that damage and then switch. And so it was just such an effective strategy, I think, and I'm not surprised to see Rajan taking game 1 here.
Yeah, I think like one of the things we were talking about before this game started and before we started casting was, you know, Amoonguss. Amoonguss feels really weird to bring into a matchup when your opponent has Miraidon, but you have that Terapagos to get rid of Electric Terrain for one pivotal turn. So if you're able to do that and land a key Spore, that could be huge. What you obviously then have to worry about is, let's say Miraidon's out on the field, you get rid of the terrain, but then Volt Switch comes out, Amoonguss pivots in, and then suddenly, or Ogerpon, right?
Yeah.
I think the fact that there's Whimsicott and Ogerpon, 2 things that are just naturally immune to Spore, is a really big deal in this matchup. And Incineroar also looked amazing in that game. I mean, it soaked up so many hits and was able to apply so much pressure.
I mean, what you're talking about is you're saying, like, hey, I feel like Andrew needs Amoonguss to deal with the Miraidon, but you're also saying, hey, I think he kind of needs Urshifu to deal with the Incineroar.
Right.
And that's 2 Pokemon that didn't come to the battle. And, I mean, Fluttermane was good. I feel like Chi-Yu didn't, I mean, it wasn't really given the opportunity to do much, but, like, if you start bringing Amoonguss, Fluttermane, Tornadus, like, Terapagos, you can quickly run into a position where if anything happens to Terapagos, your damage output is so limited. Fluttermane with no, like, it's not trained to be offensive, it's trained to be support. Tornadus trained to be support. Amoonguss trained to be support. And a lead switch up from Rajan, switching to Whimsicott and Miraidon.
And this time Amoonguss has hit the field, so the Amoonguss here does 2 things, right? First of all, if you are able to go for the Terastal Storm, or go for the Terra, get rid of the terrain, then you can Spore, for example, right now into the Miraidon slot, but Miraidon could just Volt Switch and go out into that Cornerstone Ogerpon that's in the back, and so, here we go.
Walking in quickly. Andrew, this could be your tournament life on the line.
This is huge.
Take some time, think about your moves. Like, this could be it. Maybe you have the feeling. Maybe you say, I know that this is going to work.
Okay,
and
I think he heard you. He's taking it a little bit slower now.
Okay. Thinking about the move a little bit more, taking a second to lock in, that's important. These players, this is their dream. They came here and they said, I want to win this tournament. So many players came in hoping, wanting, praying to win the tournament, and this could be the moment. Andrew is still in this. He's down a game, yes, but it's not over. Interesting. Terapagos terastalizes first. No terastalization from Miraidon. A different tact from Rajan this game.
Okay, so this is going to get rid of the Electric Terrain for 1 turn, and of course Miraidon will be able to potentially Volt Switch and then bring it back in. But critically, there's no Spore coming out here anyway. I expect Volt Switch. Ooh, okay, Whimsicott protects. I was going to say Volt Switch here and then go out into Ogerpon seems relatively safe, which would cover for Spore. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And that's still so much damage, but this time there is that Pollen Puff coming out.
That's right. The crucial thing last game was that I'm totally blanking. Terapagos took too much damage. Ogerpon switches in. Rajan does not know that Andrew went for the Spore, and he almost did go for the Spore. So he brings in the Ogerpon, saying, I can't let a Pokemon fall asleep here. Terastal Storm is going to do a ton of damage and will break the Sturdy on the Ogerpon and Amoonguss. If it had gone for Spore, this game would be extremely bad. Just a lot of damage. But Pollen Puff keeps the Terapagos' health high, and all of a sudden, Andrew is in the lead.
I love that self-Pollen Puff. I think it's, it feels so tempting to go for that Spore, but you saw Ogerpon in game 1, so it's so likely that's going to be in the back. There's no way Rajan just lets you get that Spore off, and so really great decision-making to end up going for that Pollen Puff. The problem for Andrew in that first game was that Terapagos just ate up so much damage and then was just kind of one hit away from getting knocked out, essentially. Now you're applying a lot of pressure. That Starstorm will get the knockout onto Ogerpon. You could just Pollen Puff into Whimsicott here as well, and so what does Rajan do right now?
I think he Terra rocks Ivy Cudgel and Moonblast into the thing, the Terapagos. It could be a mistake, but you're not going to Rage Powder in front of 2 Grass-type Pokemon, right? The thing is, that's the question for Rajan, right? We as casters, we have the very nice advantage of we're not under the same pressure as these players. As Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, it looks like Rajan wants to go for an Ivy Cudgel into the, looks like the Amoonguss actually.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so a good bit of damage on the Amoonguss here. That might be Terra Electric Discharge range, and because Terapagos is already Terastallized, the advantage of that for Rajan is that there's no other clear way to override Electric Terrain anymore. There's no Rillaboom on this team. Aaron, where did Whimsicott go? Where did Ogerpon go?
It's about to go back in its Pokeball, and we're going to see the final 2 Pokemon. We know Miraidon's one of them. So.
Oh, man, what a play.
This is so different from game 1. I love it. What a finals we're watching right now.
And it all hinged on that turn 1. If that had been Spore, this game, I legitimately think would be over.
Yeah.
I think if it had been Spore into the Ogerpon switch.
Because you double off onto the
Moonblast, Ivy Cudgel, there's no risk.
Exactly.
Like, you switch it, anything switched in would get KO'd because Amoonguss is the only Pokemon that can switch into the double up. I think Miraidon comes back out. We already knew this. Is it Blood Moon or Saluna, or is it Incineroar? What did Rajan switch to?
It's Incineroar, okay.
So that means that there is no ability to go for that discharge here unless, well, I shouldn't say no ability. It's just not an ability that I would...
Solvent's Incineroar. How much do you think that takes a discharge?
No, I can take a discharge, but I probably can't take multiple. We have a full HP Terapagos here. We have Amoonguss still very healthy. This game is not over. We have seen what Miraidon can do, but Rajan probably has to end this game before the Tailwind expires, or I think that there's going to be a lot of trouble in Miraidon land.
Yeah, I think this turn is really key to pay attention to. It's just like, what does Andrew do to respond, right? Because like Rajan has gotten the setup that he's wanted. You've gotten the Tailwind up, you've gotten Miraidon out. I think Miraidon in an end game when you don't know exactly what's in the back can be a little bit spooky, but the upside for it is that just really strong electric type attacks are so consistent to go for. And so, yeah, I think right now for Andrew, you're looking to just make sure you don't lose too many resources too quickly. And so protecting is one way to start with this, but looks like he's considering going for a Pollen Puff as well. To protect makes sense.
Yeah, this is also a bait, because if Rajan decides to go for a Terra here, then Miraidon will no longer be able to survive the Terastar Storm. So Rajan has Fake Up Pressure only available on this turn. Here's the booster energy. Did Miraidon Terra? This is the first trap. If Rajan fails it, he will most likely lose the game. Let's see what happened here. There's no Terra, but who did he target? This is important. He probably needs to take a KO this turn. Fake out into the Amoonguss.
Okay.
I feel like it has to. Oh no, to the Fluttermane. I'm sorry. Is it Electro Drift? It's Electro Drift.
Oh, but it goes into Amoonguss.
Ah, that might be a problem, Aaron.
I think so, because another turn of Tailwind now gets stalled out for nothing. You can protect Fluttermane now, even sacrifice Amoonguss, then bring out Tornadus, for example, set up Tailwind, and so, yeah, I mean, to your point, there was at least no Terra from Miraidon, so it's not like you get baited into it, but yeah, like you're really looking to just stall out the opposing speed control. There's 2 turns of Tailwind left right now, so the question is, can Rajan make enough out of these 2 turns? He's still applying a lot of offensive pressure right now. We're actually just seeing the Icy Wind hover here. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like
just
you
Rage
have
Powder.
such a big lead that you probably can turn this around. The question is, how do Miraidon and like, it's a little bit tricky because Miraidon here, if it takes an Icy Wind, then it's probably slower than the Fluttermane, but it's still probably faster than Terapagos. Rajan's got to make a lot to think about this turn. The other question is, how offensive is this Incineroar, and can it potentially pick up a KO? Rajan is deciding to lock in his Terra. He says, you know what, it's now or never. Turns off his weakness to Ice, turns off his weakness to Fairy, gets a damage boost, but I mean, unless Icy Wind misses, he's going to be very vulnerable in the next turn to this Terapagos, especially with, we saw Tornadus being able to Tailwind is still available on the other side.
Yeah, Rage Powder is going to come out, and so Electro Drift should get the knockout onto that.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe just barely.
Yeah.
It is a resisted hit.
there is no true resistance against Miraidon is what I've learned after this weekend, and it is going to demolish that Amoonguss. Amoonguss is going to faint, but I think it's done kind of what it was aiming for. Critical hit.
Maybe a little overkill.
Just insurance.
Amoonguss might need 2 trips to the Pokemon Center to recover from that one. Amoonguss going down here. The question is, will Icy Wind connect? It is 95% accurate. That is not a guaranteed Pokemon. It does connect on both. So the speed modifiers are getting a little bit wonky here, folks. Miraidon is at -1 speed, which is 2/3 of its original speed stat, but it's still
got
double
1 turn of
speed,
Tailwind,
so
that's
it's
right.
4/3, I think, of its
Flare
original
Blitz
speed
comes
stat.
out, and it does not knock out Flutter Mane. Not super surprising, especially with these speed booster flutters, but this now gives you another turn. You can bring out that Tornadus, you can even protect the Flutter Mane, set up Tailwind, then get the Terapagos out, and with Terapagos still being relatively healthy, this is going to be really tough for Rajan, I think, because all you're looking to do is just get Terapagos back in, and then Terra Starstorm once again.
Yeah, the only question is, let's say that this turn, let's say that somehow Miraidon and Incineroar were able to take out Tornadus and Flutter Mane in the same turn, and the board state stayed relatively even. Could Incineroar possibly, with the Assault Vest, with knockoff, is it possible
that it beats the Terapagos?
1v1 the Terapagos? I don't think so, but you know what? I've learned not to doubt Incineroar. That's another Pokemon I've learned never to count out. So
I was gonna say, like in this position, you intentionally double up onto Flutter Mane, exactly, so you don't give the free switching. Because if you give the free switch into Terapagos, Tailwind is set up, Terra Starstorm comes out.
It's over.
That's over.
Yeah. So Rajan has the awareness for that. Here's the protection of the Flutter Mane. Let's see what Rajan went for. I do agree that I think that if Rajan goes for the Electro Drift into the Tornadus, this game is most
immediately
likely over.
I think so.
I think so as well. So actually, Rajan wants to not take a KO this turn.
Yeah.
Good job not taking the
Drift
KO.
into the Flutter Mane. There it is.
It's still going to be so difficult, but Rajan has kept himself in this game a little bit. Let's see here. Knockoff as well. That makes sense. Like, oh, a critical hit. It probably doesn't matter, folks. I'm almost wondering, I was like, oh, could he side knockoff? But it doesn't help with the speed issue, right? That's the end of the Tailwind from Andrew's side, and we see the value here in speed control. Just like you called out, Aaron, you said this battle will be determined by speed. This battle is being determined by which Pokemon moves first, and Andrew decided to put all his eggs in the Terapagos basket, bringing basically 3 support Pokemon, and it's paying off in a major way.
So much damage.
And Aaron, I don't think that Incineroar is going to be able to do this one on its own.
Yeah, speed drop to add. It should be a double knockout this turn, but then Terapagos comes out and just clicks that Terra Starstorm. I love the adjustment to Amoonguss. We were talking about using it mainly for that Spore, but actually just one single Pollen Puff on turn 1 alone was huge.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Flutter Mane finally faint here, but yeah, I think it's more than happy with what it's accomplished in this one.
Flutter Mane did his job. That Icy Wind was important. The stalling of the Tailwind was important. Knockoff comes out. I actually don't think he's going to pick up KO.
Ooh, yeah,
just
full
barely
HP.
hangs in there. To be honest, even if it had KO'd,
Terapagos just wins anyway,
like you have full HP Terapagos, and the reason why that full HP is so important is because it means that Incineroar can never kind of 1v1 here, even if the circumstances have been a little different. Like that Pollen Puff turn 1, that was the play that I think ultimately decided it. And it feels like, Aaron, both these games have kind of been decided by how turn 1 went.
Yes. I feel like watching this Miraidon composition play out, it's like the decision making behind what you do with Miraidon on turn 1 is so key. If you get it right, you just blow up the game and get such a big lead. But if you get it incorrectly, you can lose a lot of momentum because Pokemon like Incineroar and Whimsicott can deal a lot of damage in certain scenarios, but it's not like they can just threaten everything on the field, right?
That's exactly
often Miraidon is volt switching out in order to go to something else. I also wonder how differently this game would have looked if there was a Blood Moon or Moon in the back.
Incineroar. It feels a little bit surprising to leave it behind, but it was an option if Rajan knew that he was going to kind of be forced to play in the Tailwind or Bust kind of mode. But Aaron, we are going to game 3. After that game 1 was so dominant, I thought, well, you know, maybe Miraidon just beats Terapagos. And now after game 2, I'm thinking, well, you know, I feel like Terapagos might actually be pretty good against Miraidon. These players have got to feel so incredibly nervous. They are under so much pressure. It's one thing to start the set and say, hey, you know, I can afford to lose 1 game. Neither player can afford to lose a game anymore. Both players have their dreams on the line. They have their hopes, everything that they've worked towards, the thing that they have been chasing this whole weekend. And it all comes down to this moment. 20 minutes or less will decide the winner of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Each of these players' first regional victory and the first tournament of Regulation G.
And there are so many mind games. What are the lead adjustments do you consider if you're on Rajan's end, bringing that Blood Moon Ursaluna instead? What's also been interesting is kind of the lack of the early speed control, right?
That's
right. For example, in game 1, like no Tornadus, no Whimsicott being led, and there's some adjustments here. For example, like you could just go with Whimsicott plus your Miraidon. You could go with Tornadus plus the Terapagos and just exert a lot of pressure immediately. And so there's a lot of different things to consider here. Amoonguss felt like a really key adjustment in that last game, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back because that single Pollen Puff actually changed
the game
everything.
Completely. I could not agree more. As you said, Rajan needs to get the positioning right right with his Volt Switch Miraidon. He needs to take the KOs he needs. He needs to do the damage. He needs to switch into the right Pokemon at the right times. And that Amoonguss offsetting that first initial Volt Switch changed everything. So we are getting ready to jump into Game 3 here. This is it, folks. This is the game that will determine who wins the tournament. Rajan going back to what he used Game 1, Instant Miraidon, and a new lead out of Andrew, Tornadus, and Terapagos.
Oh, the Terapagos slot right now was once again exposed to the combination of Fake Out plus Electric Terra and Volt Switch, for example. So I wonder, I mean, like, do you just eat up that damage again? Because that feels so bad.
It's so scary, Aaron, because let's say you are like, oh, Terapagos, I can't risk it. Switch out into Amoonguss, Tornadus takes a Volt Switch. That's your speed control.
That's it.
And that was how Andrew won the last game. So Andrew locking in so quickly. He knows what he wants to do. He feels it in his heart. He feels that he knows what is best. But Rajan taking his time. Will Rajan get this call correct? This turn could determine who has such a huge advantage going on to the rest of this game.
Yeah, I think I give Rajan the advantage right now, honestly, because the Terapagos is so exposed, right? And so, yeah, the question is whether or not, like, you know, Rajan doesn't really have a reason to click Fake Out onto the Tornadus. There's that Cobra Cloak, so Terapagos is going to switch out. We know it's Amoonguss coming out, but this means no offensive pressure from Andrew's end this turn.
No Terra, Fake Out into Amoonguss. Gonna take a little Rocky Helmet chip here. What is Tornadus going for? It's most likely the Tailwind. It is the Tailwind, so that's 4 turns of Tailwind on Andrew's side, but what will he give up in exchange?
There
It's
the Volt Switch into Tornadus, and so that's an immediate knockout, and of course that first turn of Tailwind, you don't really get anything out of it, and so a quick knockout here. This also means that you can pivot back out into that Whimsicott and now protect 1 turn, stagger Tailwind by 2 turns, and then suddenly you have so many extra turns of Tailwind to work with, and so I personally expect a Whimsicott to switch in here, and there it is.
Good call, Aaron, and we haven't even talked about how this Incineroar is still a massive threat.
Yeah.
It's already done a good job of pressuring the Terapagos, and something we haven't seen just yet is using Knockoff to remove the Choice Specs to remove the real damage from the Terapagos. Terapagos is strong, but it really wants some kind of a boost before it starts doing massive damage, and so here it's pretty risky. The other thing, though, that we have to consider is that this could be Terastalize, Terapagos, and Spore the Incineroar.
Yes. That would be, I don't know, I'm like thinking about it and I feel like Andrew's honestly pretty far behind in this game right now, so I feel like maybe you need to make a big play, especially because this is the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, so I would not expect Terra Starstorm to get the knockout right now. And so, I don't know, I do feel like Andrew is pretty far behind after that turn 1. It's so important to pay attention to when the Terra comes out here, because removing that terrain just for 1 turn can have a huge, huge payoff. We're seeing Andrew considering a bunch of different options. He's going to offer Rage Powder and Terra Starstorm. So we'll see. I mean, like, here I would expect maybe Protect and Knockoff, maybe Protect Flare Blitz, but I think Protect is really safe. You don't want to feint to Terra Starstorm plus potential Pollen Puff, and what this allows you to do is now have multiple extra turns of Tailwind in this end game.
Absolutely. It was a little bit risky from Rajan, but saying, hey, you know, even if you do Terastalize, like, that at least makes it so Miraidon can be a bit stronger later. I don't have to worry about my Retrain being removed. The knockoff, redirecting the attack there, that actually could end up playing a role, because Electro Drift, despite being a special move, actually makes contact, therefore activating the Rocky Helmet. But the thing here, Aaron, is that you've burned another turn of Tailwind, and if you want, you can actually Encore the Whimsicott and say, hey, I'm going to make it so you can't Protect next turn, and I'm going to make it so that you can't KO my Whimsicott this turn. I think it's an Encore the Whimsicott. Encore the Amoonguss, excuse me, to ensure that your Whimsicott's Focus Sash remains intact.
Yes.
So you actually have a couple of options here, and I think that which one Rajan decides to go for could really, really be important. His Incineroar has taken a ton of damage, but Andrew this time actually saving the Terra, not wanting to use it preemptively, not wanting to give up that Terra Shell or the ability to overwrite the terrain.
Yeah, that's really important because that's your one big chance in this game, right? And so I think if you commit to it too early and then the Miraidon just comes back in, that's it. No more potential for Spore for you. So makes a lot of sense. Also, of course, you get that single target damage. Incineroar's actually going to pivot out.
Right?
Yeah.
It is Ogerpon. Interesting. Okay. Ogerpon switching in, and actually we didn't see Andrew Terra, an amazing play, and the Encore from the Whimsicott. That's amazing, Aaron. Not only does he switch Ogerpon into a resisted hit because this is a normal move until Terapagos Terastalizes, he's Encored Amoonguss into a move that can't work against his 2 Grass-type Pokemon.
That's right, and so Amoonguss now is completely useless. You call the Encore potential earlier, now Amoonguss is in such a bad spot, but what do you do? Are you really going to switch it out into your final Pokemon?
It's so risky. I'm not sure you can. And do you use your Terra now? Looks like the answer might be yes, you do. But also, Aaron, this is the final turn of Tailwind, and Whimsicott has zero ways to go down, except if Rajan side targets. But probably won't be doing that. That means that Rajan will not only be able to match the Tailwind, he'll be able to overwrite it basically with his own. He's got such a huge advantage in the speed of the battle, but he needs to find a way through this Amoonguss so that Miraidon can do the damage that it needs.
Yeah, I'm wondering in this position, like, you're not at risk of getting knocked out, so no need to set up Tailwind with Whimsicott yet. You could theoretically, like, Moonblast plus ID Cudgel into the Amoonguss spot. And I think that probably just knocks out Fluttermane, right?
Yeah, probably. So Amoonguss is going to switch out here. It's going to activate that Regenerator ability. It's possible it can take a powerful electric move later. Fluttermane switching in. This is another option for speed control, but it won't outspeed Miraidon in Tailwind, so it's only, you know, somewhat there. Let's see what happens this turn. We are probably, I think we saw, seeing the Terastalization from the Terapagos. Andrew waited so long, he conserved it so well, but now he feels like he needs it. He needs the spread damage. He can no longer wait to overwrite the electric terrain. He needs to go for this now, and frankly, I agree. I think this is the only way back into the battle. And for me, the question is, will Ogerpon go down to this Terastar Storm?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it did so much damage that first time around.
There's also the option for a Moonblast drop, I realize.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Oh, Terastar Storm is just going to come out immediately. Does it knock out the Ogerpon? We didn't see Tailwind come out here. Could have been Tailwind Ivy Cudgel. Ogerpon will faint.
Oh, man. That's a huge knockout. The Ogerpon goes down. What does Whimsicott go for? It's Moonblast. We know for sure. It's Moonblast into the Terapagos. How much is it going to do?
Not a lot.
Not a lot, but that definitely puts it in the range of a Miraidon move as the Tailwind ends. So, oh, Aaron, we're so close to the end of this battle. The question is just how much damage is Miraidon able to do? Rajan is betting it all on Miraidon. He can go for Tailwind and Electro Drift into either Pokemon, picking up a KO. If he commits Terastalization, he'll most likely get the Amoonguss that switched in as well. But if he goes after the Terapagos and Amoonguss switches in,
and then Icy Wind from
then he might
Fluttermane.
lose the speed advantage.
Yes.
And so that's something he has to consider. He can also go for Discharge, but the question is, even with Terra Electric, will it KO the Terapagos? It's unclear. I don't know the calcs there. There's so much going on here. Does he want to commit Terra? Does he not want to commit Terra? He knows he takes one Moonblast. Aaron, there's so much going on here.
There's so much, and I think this turn alone feels so critical right now, right? So you can see the option, considering pivoting out into Amoonguss and then targeting the Fluttermane. There is the option right now to just straight up go for Tailwind. I was wondering, like, is Discharge ever a possibility
I think maybe.
here?
Terapagos switches out. If Rajan locks in Terra Electric Discharge and Tailwind, he will win this game. Because he'll be able to go into Incineroar, fake up before his own Discharge, and clean up the game with it. Here's the Terastalization from Rajan. This is the last player to use it. He saved it to the end of the game. The only question is, what move did he go for?
Did it target the Amoonguss? Because if it did, and an Icy Wind comes out.
This could get really scary, really fast. Is it Electro Drift? Is it Discharge? Is it Volt Switch? Is it Tailwind? First, we do see the Tailwind from Whimsicott. Rajan now has 4 turns with this speed advantage, but what move does he go for?
Oh, it's going to be Volt Switch. Okay, but into who? Is it into Fluttermane?
Amoonguss.
Oh, it's into Amoonguss. Okay, that's a lot of damage.
Not enough damage, though. Miraidon going back here. What did Fluttermane go for? It'll be able to pick up a KO on the Whimsicott for sure. The Incineroar's low HP, so a Moonblast will get that too. Incineroar comes out.
This is so close. I believe we saw the Icy Wind lock in from the Fluttermane. Let's just double check and make sure. Intimidate, not relevant right now. Oh, it was the Moonblast,
I
actually,
also thought it was Icy Wind. Incineroar goes down here. That's the end of Incineroar, but the question is Miraidon going to be enough to close out this game? Now that it's Terastalized, it's weak to Terastar Storm.
I think you might have to Discharge, right?
I think you might have to. Otherwise, Fluttermane goes down, and then, yeah, it's actually Rajan's only option, I think.
Yeah, like, you could protect Whimsicott, because, like, you're going to survive a Moonblast, you eat up an Icy Wind.
Yeah. You Electro, but the thing is, if he protects Amoonguss and you Electro Drift, then you have to take a second Icy Wind the next turn. I think you need to Discharge this turn. I don't see another way forward, and Discharge, it just depends on how strong it is. I have no idea. It's the weakest of Miraidon's moves, like, just by virtue of the base power and the spread damage, but that doesn't mean that it's weak by any means.
Oh, this is so close. Both players fighting for their tournament life right now. Miraidon has to lock into its final move here. Once you commit that move, you cannot switch. So you can see the Rage Powder here. That does not cover for the Discharge option.
If he doesn't protect Whimsicott, no!
Whoa, Whimsicott protects.
He protected!
Oh my goodness.
If he discharged, he could have won the game without it, but Rage Powder comes out, redirecting any moves that that Miraidon might want to go for.
Is it Discharge? Is it Discharge?
It's Discharge! Oh my goodness, Rajan's Whimsicott might be the key that keeps him from winning this battle. The thing is that when Discharge hits multiple targets, it is weaker. It should KO both Pokemon this turn, but the problem is that Rajan's own Whimsicott is reducing the damage of his Discharge. charge.
Yes, will the Terapagos be able to survive? I think so.
It could be the difference maker. We saw how much Volt Switch did with no terrain.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Oh man, Rajan could still win with a double protect, but if he just let Whimsicott go down there, he would have been in an amazing position. Andrew, it all comes down to if he can KO both Pokemon this turn. Rajan's thinking about it. He goes for the double. He gets it! Oh my god, Miraidon has the speed advantage. How much is Discharge gonna do? Electric Terrain boosted, Hadron Engine boosted, Terra Electric boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Discharge. Is it enough damage? It is!
It didn't even need the double protect, but Miraidon claims its first championship in Regulation G. Rajan Ball, he's made it to top 8, he's made it to top 4, he's made it to the finals, and now he has claimed his first regional championship victory here in Indianapolis.
There were so many restricted Pokemon on the players' radars going into this. Calyrex, Terapagos, Kyogre, Groudon, Coralline, Zamazenta, Zacian, none of them matter! The only Pokemon that matters is the fastest bike in the West, Miraidon!
And you can see Rajan is in disbelief. That game 3 was so close. So much about this composition is positioning the Miraidon perfectly. This thing's damage output is just ridiculous. I don't know what else to tell you, man.
There, and I'll tell you the truth, that was an incredible performance for Rajan. Also, a huge congratulations to Andrew Zheng, making it all the way to the finals. And I mean, that battle was hedging on a razor's edge.
So close. And I think so much about this set felt like it was decided by turn 1, right?
Yes.
Just whoever had the better lead matchup and executed on turn 1 would have a huge advantage.
Yes.
And I think what made this really tough is just the amount of offensive pressure Miraidon exerts on turn 1 of the battle. Andrew decides to switch up his lead with Tornadus and with the Terapagos, but I think if he had just gone maybe back to Terapagos, Amoonguss, like at least Amoonguss can soak up some more pressure, but this is the problem with Choice Specs Terapagos in that you cannot protect.
There's no defensive options available to you. Andrew relying so much on Amoonguss, and it was enough in game 2, but in game 3, Rajan adjusted. Uses the power of his double grass type Pokemon, the power of his Whimsicott, the power of the Focus Sash and the Whimsicott and Sturdy on the Ogerpon, as well as that really great preservation of Incineroar, which didn't look super flashy, but ended up playing a really important role later in this game. So much props to Rajan. Just an immaculately played game. That turn 1 taking out the Tornadus, so important, right? Saying, if I can just make it through 4 turns, just 4 turns, Aaron, I can be the one with Tailwind. I can be the one with the restricted Pokemon, guaranteed to be moving first. A great Terastalization from Andrew, waiting till the perfect moment to make sure that he can not only KO the Ogerpon and bring Whimsicott down to the Focus Sash, and here, Incineroar coming in at the right time that it needed to, tanking a Moonblast and allowing Rajan to reposition crucially. Rajan not looking too happy there, but in the end, we know that he is happy with how well he played this game, and ultimately, Discharge being the difference discharger maker, baby.
Yeah, I was really, really curious about that end game as basically to explain things, right? Once again, like you point out, Wolf, the Whimsicott being on the field reduces the damage output of Discharge. So if you knock out your own Whimsicott there, then Discharge becomes single target. That should be a guaranteed knockout.
Yes.
I think we just weren't sure if the Discharge was going to secure the knockout.
I had no idea.
Probably, right? We were seeing Volt Switch do so much damage, but Discharge is spread, for example. And so by not knocking out your own Whimsicott, then you risk, for example, if the double protect fails, Discharge knocks out your own Whimsicott, and then Terastal surely knocks out the Miraidon in return. And so, I mean, that's one of the things about this brand new format, but I think what I've learned is never doubt Miraidon's damage output. It didn't even actually need the extra damage in the end to win.
And just to be clear, like, that actually, I don't think it was a mistake from Rajan to not knock out his Whimsicott, because Rajan probably thought, well, there's not really a reason to not protect with the Amoonguss here, because either Fluttermane goes down to an Electro Drift and then you win with Rage Powder and Terastar Storm, or like Discharge comes out, Fluttermane still goes down, and then you still, like, even if I knock out my own Whimsicott, then like Amoonguss will still be the Pokemon reducing the damage. And so what Rajan thought there most likely is I can win even if Discharge doesn't KO if I get a double protect. So he actually introduced a 1 in 3 chance, another chance to win on top of the chance of critical hitting, on top of the chance of paralysis making things funky. So it wasn't a mistake by any means. It just didn't end up working against what Andrew did, though in the end, as he pointed out, it didn't need to.
Yeah, it's funny because I think both of us were honestly like, it's just a brand new Pokemon, right?
Yes.
Like, how much damage does this do?
How much could it possibly do?
The Miraidon apology forms have been sent in. Miraidon claims this championship, and honestly, I do not think most people would have predicted that was the restricted that would win this tournament.
You know, I'd agree with you for the most part, Aaron, but if you look at a certain caster's predictions, you might see Miraidon making an appearance on there.
That's right.
So, I mean, you know, who can never be sure, but that was just me. So, yeah, but overall, here's our final standings. So many great games played today, and such a great diversity of restricted Pokemon. And we see 2 Miraidon, I see 2 Terapagos, 2 Ice Riders,
yes,
a Kyogre, and a
Zamazenta.
Zamazenta.
That's right.
So many cool and creative teams, and multiple different approaches to these different teams, even when the Pokemon themselves are similar. So just what a cool format, what a great tournament to kick off Regulation G.
It's funny because I think like, you know, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, those are like very standard composition I expected coming into this tournament. And then you have Rajan and Aaron Trailer, who had that cornerstone Ogerpon as well as Ditto. You had Whimsicott as a pick, which I feel like Whimsicott's just been sorely underrated, underplayed in general. And then you look at like 6 and 7, you've got like Serena, you've got the Iron Jugulis, you've got Galarian Moltres, you've got Latios, and so I love seeing this for our first tournament. And critically, no Calyrex Shadow Rider, although I do think that people are probably disrespecting this Pokemon a bit too much. I would not be surprised if Shadow Rider comes in vengeance in LA or at NAIC or at Worlds.
It's kind of like a cycle, right? Where like I prepare for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then Calyrex Shadow Rider like doesn't do very well, so then people stop preparing for it, and then Calyrex Shadow does well, so then people prepare for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's this whole I don't know if I'd say beautiful cycle, but certainly horsey cycle. And as we see here, the teams and the pictures of our champion and finalists, congratulations to both these players. Just truly immaculate play, and you know, as casters, we're so lucky when the players put on such a great show, and I don't think we could have asked for a better finals.
That was amazing. Yeah, I mean, Andrew's decision to pivot into that Amoonguss and just that side Pollen Puff on turn 1, like giving him such a huge advantage. So a really, really intense set, and it's amazing to see Rajan win. He's been working so hard towards a regional championship victory, as you saw from his accomplishments. They did all the way back, I think 2017 may have been what was on the screen, but he like got top 16 at US Nationals back in 2016, qualified for the World Championships then as well. He's had so many incredible finishes, and this is his first major victory after so many years of playing the game, and with what I think is easily one of the coolest teams from this entire early meta format.
I could not agree more. A very deserved champion, and he's been someone who's been working hard for a long, long time, and it's just so great to see that hard work pay off.
And of course, congratulations to Andrew as well.
Absolutely.
You know, a player that
what an incredible finish.
Seriously, yeah, just come off a top 16 finish at Orlando Regionals. This was his first top 8, top cut in general, and was 1 game away from becoming the grand champion.
That's right.
I thought fought so incredibly well. I will never forget about that Hyper Beam. That was just one of the coolest plays we saw in the semifinals.
Yeah, I suspect that Andrew's a player we'll be seeing more of in the future, especially following. He got top 16 and he got second. Maybe next time it's a first place. You never know. But yeah, a great play from all of our top 8 players. We're very, very lucky.
Oh, what a tournament it was, Wolf.
Long day. I've been sweating over here, Aaron. Oh my goodness. I can't even imagine how the players feel.
I mean, I was so stressed in that game 3 in particular. I think it's like day 2, the games in particular just like feel so intense, and I'm sweating right now, and I'm like, I can't imagine how the players are feeling. Yeah. Especially when like, oh, I'm like 1 move or 1 mistake away from winning or losing, for example.
Yes.
But yeah, I was so impressed by Rajan's play and composure. I think like there are a lot of times they're like, oh, it'd be really cool if he just goes for discharge right
discharge. Now. Come on, Rajan. It's like we're like the devil on his shoulder. We're like, Rajan,
just do it.
Yeah. And he's like, I think I will volt switch. Like he's like sipping his tea, like taking the fancy route, and we're like cheering for the violence. We're like, click discharge, Rajan. We want to see it. And I mean, ultimately, we can't complain. He did click discharge, and it did win him the tournament.
Oh my goodness, that was so intense, but let's head over to the stage where Sierra is with our winners to do the award ceremony.
It's time to celebrate the trainers who have worked so hard here in Indianapolis to make their way through the competition. First off, our finalists here in the Masters Division, Andrew Zheng. Congratulations, Andrew, on this run. Second place with the Terapagos, first Regulation G tournament. I know it's not the win, but you still get the medal. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I feel like I should be like grateful for like the run I had, and I am, but I feel like nervous from like the finals, and probably gonna take a while for that to die down.
100%. You're on the stage, you're playing up against for this title, but it was definitely such a great run. I want to celebrate that. For you, this is definitely a great accomplishment. How much more are we going to be seeing from you here in Regulation G?
My next tournament would probably be NAIC, and yeah, I just can't wait to go there and try to run it back.
Definitely excited to see the run back there. And of course, before I let you go, any final shout outs for those who have supported you along the way?
Yeah, once again, shout out to my dad. Shout out to everyone who supported me on the way, and shout out to everyone who helped me build. And yeah.
Congratulations, Andrew, again on this run. Go enjoy that medal and that victory. Thank you so much for chatting.
Of course. To my opponent, Rajan, for a great finals also.
And thank you for as well making it a great finals. Thank you so much. And of course, here we have to celebrate our grand champion here at the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships, Rajan Ball. Congratulations on the run, making it and getting that championship title. You see it on your face in the celebration after. This means a lot. Tell me about how you're feeling.
I mean, I'm over the moon. I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. And I mean, I was telling you earlier, I just had such a long period where I just didn't see myself in this game or how I could participate in it and keep up. But, oh man, it feels really good.
How validating is it then that the first Regulation G tournament not only keep up, but take down the entire thing? Like, you have set that standard going on forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's really exciting. I think this is, you know, I might be changing my mind about this format a little bit. Captain Hindsight strikes again. No, I mean, I had a really fun time this weekend. I had a really great group of people I was working with, Aaron Trailer especially, who made top cut. And I just am just really glad to give him a ride on that run. I bought Violet. I did not buy Scarlet. I did buy Violet.
You trusted from day one.
From day one.
I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about that restricted you brought, because multiple times I've talked to you, you have never doubted, and we went all the way to a 3-game set, having to rely on that damage in the end. Did you know in the end you were going to inch it out, or were you kind of on rocks there?
Listen, you don't run every calc in advance. And as much as I love that Pokemon, I did double protect because I didn't necessarily believe. But, you know, Miraidon proved me wrong, was a very, 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 very good bike, and really just decided you wanted the ride home in victory.
It was a perfect way to be ending off their first Regulation G tournament. And of course, got to see you celebrate with friends, but I want to give you an opportunity to shout them out, and anyone else as well.
I mean, I was working with Aaron Trailer for this tournament primarily, my friends Robbie and Evan as well. Friends from Tub, friends from Team India, friends who are rooting from home, and my girlfriend Julia. Thank you everybody for letting me play this tournament. I'm really glad that I impulse booked it.
The impulse book always works. Congratulations once again. The crowd, we want to hear it one more time for Rajan here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Great run coming out, and it's been a great regional, but of course, we have to end it off, and we'll send it over to the lounge for a closing ceremony.
Thank you so much, Sierra, and congratulations once again to Rajan Ball, the winner of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. What a fantastic conclusion to our first Regulation G event.
Yeah, Rajan Ball, yeah, I already knew that. Miraidon Ball too. What an incredible, incredible event. Congratulations to Rajan. So hard fought and just an incredible performance. I'm so happy to see not only Miraidon win, but also Rajan win, a very deserving champion.
That team was so cool. Oh my gosh. And Rajan, you played so well. I'm so proud of you and proud of everyone who, you know, attended this tournament. It was just so fun to watch. I think as commentators, we just love being a part of all of this. And I couldn't have asked for a better first tournament of Regulation G, honestly.
No, I think if there was anything that I was wishing for this weekend, it was to see the creativity that we saw. It was to see something really surprising happen. And I'll be honest, I undersold Miraidon. I underestimated it entirely, and boy, was I proven wrong.
It's been amazing to watch just all of the innovation. And I think to your point, Aaron, about being proud of all the trainers that came out here, it's tough to put yourself out and just know that you have to kind of figure it out for a brand new rule set, something we haven't really ever seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great point, which is that this was not only a new rule set for Scarlet and Violet, it's really the first time we've had official in-person tournaments for a one restricted format. As we do look at the top 12 Pokemon, including, I mean, let's say it, the King is on top with 70.49% usage. Incineroar is back, baby. New format, no problem.
Yeah, but I want to do some Miraidon calculations against Incineroar moving forward. We can, though.
I mean, we did see what Terra Electric Volt Switch on terrain can do to Incineroar, so I think everybody is going to keep a tab on that one.
I think it's fascinating because I don't think most people prepped hard for Miraidon coming into this event. Everyone was trying to counter Calyrex Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider. You gotta learn your Miraidon calcs now. I was joking. I was like, there are no calcs. It's just vibes. Like, it's just going to knock out everything. But in all seriousness, I mean, it was number 5 in terms of usage here in day 2. But you compare it to Calyrex Ice Rider, right? There were essentially like 5 times more Calyrex Ice Riders in the field than Miraidons here in day 2. And so it's a Pokemon that people definitely were maybe underappreciating a little bit, and to see it claim this championship, wow.
Yeah, and that's 2 Miraidon that made top 8 as well. Like super high
25%
success
usage,
rate.
yeah.
Yeah.
25% usage in the top 8, absolutely. I mean, it really overperformed given its 6% usage. Let's just all be grateful that they haven't made Calyrex Electric Bike Rider yet, because then we'd be having some real issues.
Stop right there. We're going to actually take the mic away from you for that one.
I'm not going to be allowed to cast anymore. I'm sorry. That's it for me.
You're fired.
it was inevitable.
But the rest of the restricted Pokemon, I think what this list doesn't show everybody is we also had 1 Kyurem White and 1 Lunala that made day 2 as well.
I'm also looking at Miraidon, because Miraidon just won. He's like, hey, brother, like, I just claimed the championship.
Little bro.
Where are you at?
Little bro.
Stay down there, little bro. But I'm sure there are many Miraidon teams that are there kind of waiting to demonstrate how good this Pokemon can be. I feel like its potential has not fully been unleashed yet. We saw it on stream, but once again, like, I feel it's like the times it appeared on stream, it was more there to just enable Sun, but this Pokemon is absolutely ridiculous in terms of damage output, so I definitely have my eye out on that, and honestly I still have my eye out on Calyrex Shadow Rider, because I think people might be disrespecting it after this top 8, but it's kind of like Incineroar, where it didn't really have a big performance early on when it was first introduced, but then everyone realized, wait, why are we not using this Pokemon? What the heck?
And I just gotta say real quick, if you're looking for a Pokemon that can minimize damage from a Choice Specs Miraidon locked into an electric type move, Groudon.
True, actually.
That's true. Oh, okay. Well, twist my arm. Why don't we show the caster predictions, everybody? I see some. Yeah, Rosemary, I see like Kyogre and Koraidon. Okay. Gabby, yeah, nice picks. Like Calyrex, like Koraidon. Aaron, of course, Terapagos, Calyrex Shadow. Yeah. Okay. Only not to toot my own home, but only one of us got 50% of the top 8 usage stats. I think. I'm not actually even sure if that's true. Probably.
You cheated. You picked Ice Raider, Calyrex, and Pelipper together.
That's right.
Of course you're going to be on the same team.
That's true, but I'm just talking about Miraidon, baby. Only one caster believing Miraidon, and they're firing it for the next one. So, yeah, I think the bike has been reliked.
Hey, you guys go out on top. Is that what you're saying?
That's true. Undefeated caster prediction champion, retiring now.
But Aaron, you also got the Terapagos right. We got to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like people were sleeping a little bit on it. On day 1, we actually barely saw it, so then I was questioning my decision. I would not have pegged Terapagos to be in finals over Calyrex Shadow Rider, honestly, but I'm happy I at least made it there. Tornadus and Raging Bolt I had up there, their usage rates were actually even higher than I would have predicted. Raging Bolt was at like, what, nearly 40% in day 2? So that's, I think, a big Pokemon to pay attention to. It's interesting because people have moved away from the calm mindsets and are using like Assault Vest as well as the booster energy sets, but it's a Pokemon that can dish out a lot of damage, as we've seen.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Whimsicott, though, might have Tornadus' number as a Tailwind user and then some, so we might have to see if Whimsicott can continue to really beef up the competition as we move forward into what is going to be only a couple of events left. This is starting to get towards the end of our 2024 season. Feels like just yesterday we got a chance to kick things off in Pittsburgh, and now, only 3 events left until Worlds.
I know, and with Los Angeles just 2 weeks away, with New Orleans 2 weeks after that, time's running out. I mean, fortunately, there are still a bunch of local championships around, and we also have a regional coming up next weekend in Europe that we can certainly watch the metagame develop through. But if you're in North America and you want to qualify for Worlds, you really got to be on top of things at this point. You're running out of time.
For sure, and you're running out of time to join this elite list of regional champions.
Hey, who's that guy?
Who is that guy? Wait, there's one.
Looks great.
There's one guy on there twice.
That's probably an error. I think that they give that to whichever caster makes the best Miraidon predictions. But great to see Rajan up here. Another, I mean, looking at this list, it's just incredible how long most of these players have been playing for, right? I know Rajan probably started, I remember he was playing in 2016.
2016 at least.
At least 2016.
VGC, but he's been playing Pokemon in general for a lot longer.
He's been playing Pokemon for a long time. So, and look at how happy he is with his little sleeping hand froze. That's such a great picture.
How do we feel about the pose meta? How do we feel about Rajan?
He gets a C tier from me. It's not bad.
Whoa.
Ambrose is too low down in the frame. It's hard for me to see what's going on.
Should have been on his shoulder.
Should have been, his shoulder would have been at least a B, if not higher. If it had been extended towards the camera for some perspective trick to make it look a little bit bigger.
What if it was a hat?
Hat would have been okay with me too.
Okay.
But it's like you're holding it down here and it's like.
Take notes, everybody. There's only one more regional
for poses
to get your image on that list and make your S tier pose work for Wolf.
Don't give up though.
Wolf
seriously, Wolf made the point that this was Rajan's third top 8. First of all, that's ridiculous.
That's
3 top
true.
8s in one season alone is an amazing accomplishment. These tournaments have hundreds of players competing in them. So for Rajan to have done it at the first regionals over in Pittsburgh and then done it again, and then for him to finally have gotten that title, I can't tell you how amazing it is to see someone that's been working so hard and fallen just a little bit short. I mean, top 8 is an accomplishment that's so much to be proud of, but getting that actual championship victory, it's one of the best feelings in the world, honestly. And so just huge props to him for having such an amazing season and to top it off with the win here.
And maybe that'll happen for one of our trainers as we look ahead to the Los Angeles Regional Championships, our last stop for North America on our road to the World Championships. That's going to be taking place May 25th to May 26th. We've already had registration go live for this event, but maybe you'll still be able to get a ticket as well. Are any of you competing?
No.
No, but Griffith Observatory, which is where that shot was. Yeah, of course, clearly. I think it'll be an awesome one. I'm curious to see how the meta develops from here, because it's really fun to see a tournament happen. Like, very few people respecting Miraidon now. Now Miraidon, this team will probably be like the #1 most used team for the next 2 weeks, right? So it'll be fun to see how people counter it. I assume ground type Pokemon are going to be considered a lot more, and we've still got a few weeks before then, and so I'm really eager to see if it's like a brand new restricted that's able to take it after.
Yeah. For sure. Very, very, very true. I mean, we even this weekend had the Buenos Aires special event that just concluded. Ice Rider Calyrex was able to take the win over there. And next weekend, we have our trip over to Europe to Stockholm Regional Championships. So it's not too far away that we get a chance to really ramp up the evolution of this meta.
Yeah, and again, if you want to watch all of these events play out, you have to check out the Pokemon channels on YouTube and on Twitch.
What are you doing? Follow!
Because if you don't, then you're going to have to be up at 3 a.m. Eastern time to watch this event. And let me tell you, that is a choice.
Not a good one, but it is a choice. You have to follow. You're watching right now. Just click follow. It's free. It's easy. I know you want to do it so bad. Ooh, you want to see Pokémon Miraidon? Ooh. So
I mean, it is the Force.
It is, yeah.
It's the Force this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. I want to highlight, by the way, really quickly before I forget, that Rajan not only top 8 3 different events, I think they were in 3 different formats.
Yeah,
which is extremely impressive. So that's all.
That's really cool.
I think the last top 8 was the Charlotte Regionals, where he was using like max speed regular Ursaluna, not Ursaluna Blood Moon, and was also using was it Grass Ogerpon on that team? I forget. It was definitely one of the most unique teams, and so I really want to credit him as an amazing team builder, like him and his friends and his team building groups. It's really, really impressive because that team that we saw win, it was nothing like any of the top compositions that people had pegged coming into this event.
We're going to all have to get the discharge earthquake strategies out maybe for the next one. Yeah.
Garchomp Zapdos, baby.
2009?
We're not going to get too far away from ourselves. But we also want to go ahead and give you a preview of what is coming ahead in the 2024 season as we barrel down towards the World Championships. Coming up next, New Orleans for NAIC.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
It's kind of nostalgic that we are in Indianapolis where we used to hold nationals, and after several years of being in Columbus, Ohio for the North America International Championships, we get a chance to preview what the International Championships for North America are going to look like going to a new location, New Orleans.
I am so excited. I've actually never been to New Orleans before. You know,
Me
they have
either.
fantastic food down there. It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, there's a lot of cool things you can check out in the city. And of course, with all my Pokemon friends right there, that makes it an easy decision, right?
Really does.
Yeah.
Wolf and I were joking. We were like, when we got off the plane to go to this event, we were like, this is crazy because this is where like our VGC careers started, you know, back in 2011. And so National/NAIC has always been in Indianapolis or Columbus, you know, since its inception. So it's really cool for it to move to a brand new city. I think that's awesome. And of course, the international championships, we have a lot of players coming from all around the world attending as well. And I think New Orleans is an awesome city for them to experience.
Yeah, I've been a couple times. I'm a big fan of all the live music there. Like I remember I would go to like just random like restaurants and there'd just be like a jazz band playing, and I was like, okay, I'm 18 years old. I like this. But yeah, no, it's a really, really cool city, and I'm excited to go back for the first time since, well, in quite a while, actually.
Do you think the jazz bands will play Academy Ace tournament for me if I ask?
I think if you ask, if you go like, oh, please, 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 please,
I
please,
will.
please, please, until they do it.
Just
Okay.
like that, too.
Just like
If
that.
you need help, I'm really good at doing that specifically.
Okay,
So
I'll hit you up.
yeah, okay, I'll practice. Please.
Well, it's been an amazing event, hasn't it? And it's been such a pleasure to have you, Wolf.
Oh,
I think we speak
thanks.
for everybody when we've been so excited to have you on the desk. I hope you've had a good time.
I've had a blast. I mean, I think it's, I would say, I hope you all like can tell, but I think it's been pretty clear. It was just an amazing weekend of Pokemon. It's such a different experience being on this side of things. You know what I mean? I'm so used to being on the stage or in the crowd, and so it's really, like, I think it's very eye-opening for me to see what goes into it on the other side of the desk, and I just hope that I did right by the players and by the audience, because that was my goal.
It was very fun. I think we all had a good time. I hope you all watching have had a good time. And we hope we get a chance to see you at a future event. So many upcoming and so many to choose from. So listen to Wolf. He's told you now to go like the button.
Come now.
Subscribe.
Stop waiting.
Make sure you
Follow.
are all in the know for the next couple of streams we've got coming at you. And you can also follow along on all of our social channels.
Do it, please. They're gonna fire me.
And with that one, I think any final thoughts before we close out the stream?
Please do it, please.
Somebody please get this man some job security.
And Miraidon might have you covered on that one.
Seriously. I feel inspired to become like a bike racer after this. I think I would be supremely terrible. I think we'd be seeing a new kind of electro drift as I electro drift into the walls. But anyway, that's it from me. Bye-bye.
Collision course might have a course of action for you. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much for watching the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We will see you all very soon in Stockholm next weekend.